The people had gathered and welcomed the hero as he returned. The hero, mounted on his horse, waved at the assembled crowd. The MC, clad in armor, urged the people not to press so close, warning them of the danger. The MC thought to himself that these people were getting far too excited about all this. The hero glanced toward the MC, who cursed him in annoyance, damning Mazel under his breath. The hero merely responded with a playful wink. The MC's irritation grew as the girls in the crowd swooned at the gesture. The crowd squeezed in around them even more tightly. One person shouted that the hero had winked at her specifically. Another claimed that the hero had smiled directly at her. The MC thought bitterly that Mazel just had to rile the crowd up even more. Later, in another place, a door swung open. A man welcomed someone wearing a cloak into the establishment. As the cloaked figure walked inside, the place buzzed with chatter and conversation. The cloaked person stopped in front of the MC, who was seated at a table. The MC spoke up questioningly. The cloaked man revealed himself to be Werner. Werner asked if Mazel was certain he should be there, addressing him as the great hero. Mazel replied that Werner was one to talk, given his own position as Lord Viscount. Werner mentioned that he had ordered the usual ale for them. Mazel remarked that he knew he could count on Werner. A mug was lifted into the air. Werner proposed a toast to Mazel's safe return home. They both raised their mugs of ale and drank deeply, draining them completely, before burping in unison. Mazel declared that he liked this place far better than some stuffy formalcy. Werner reflected that the hero Mazel was his best friend. He told Mazel that some things suited people better than others. When Werner had first encountered Mazel, he had wanted nothing to do with him. But life had a way of throwing curveballs, and Werner's very presence in this world was proof enough of that. Werner had once been a normal Japanese man. He had been raised in an ordinary household, worked at a regular business, and had been an average, faceless background character. In his previous life, a carriage carrying children had toppled over. The eldest child hadn't survived, and the next thing Werner knew. He had awakened in what could only be described as a medieval European world. Someone called for the madam, announcing that Lord Werner had awakened. Another voice expressed gratitude. A woman's voice cried out his name with relief. Werner's thoughts confirmed what he had already suspected. This was a basic reincarnation into another world scenario. As for where exactly he had been reincarnated, it was the world of a game he had once played. It was a classic RPG where the hero defeats the demon lord and saves the world. Werner imagined that most people would think this sounded fun and exciting. However, that would only be because they didn't know about the second half of the game, where the demon lord's minions invade the capital and burn it to the ground. This devastating invasion serves as the dramatic backdrop for the grand finale in which the hero is crowned king. Werner had the misfortune of living right in the middle of where all that chaos would unfold. Furthermore, Werner was an aristocrat who didn't receive so much as a mention in the actual game. Just another faceless background character. That obscure period in the game's timeline was probably when his character had died. Werner had no intention of dying like that. That was precisely why he had practiced non-stop, gripping his spear with determination. So that he could at least protect himself, he had worked himself to the bone, honing his combat skills relentlessly. As time passed, he eventually enrolled in the capital's academy. While he was absorbed in reading something, someone called out to Werner. The young man waved his hand, commenting that Werner always had his nose buried in a book. Werner replied that he wasn't necessarily being studious for the sake of studiousness. The young man clapped his hands together and admitted there was something he didn't understand in political science, asking Werner to enlighten him, and addressing him as the great honor student who topped their class. Werner's internal thoughts revealed the truth. He was nothing so noble. Werner was simply a diligent spearman, desperately trying to save his own skin, and a good student in subjects that happened to align with what he had studied in his previous life. The young man remarked to Werner that there were girls who looked at him with hunger in their eyes as well. Werner thought to himself that it was his father's position as a count that attracted the girls, nothing more. Besides, if anyone was truly popular, it was. Werner's gaze shifted toward where busy chattering could be heard. It was Mazel who was surrounded by a crowd of students vying for his attention. Mausel Harding was the main man on campus and the main character of this game. Even though Mausel was a commoner, he had gained entrance to this school through a special scholarship awarded for his unique skills. For better or worse, there were countless people interested in him. Werner could hardly believe they were in the same grade. It was with Mausel's enrollment that Werner had confirmed this world was heading in the direction of the game's opening. Meanwhile, Werner was doing his best impression of a non-player character, staying in the background so that the scenario could play out normally. He would have liked to keep from associating with Mosel as much as possible. However, something caught his attention. A woman was urging Mazel to please enjoy the confections that were the pride of her country. Mazel had replied that he didn't mind if he did. Warner simply observed them from a distance. If Warner remembered correctly, the girl was an exchange student from the neighboring country of Salzanak, and the daughter of a duke there. More often than not, people held tea parties in the campus cafeteria as matchmaking events. Girls obsessed with handsome men were not the type Warner took any interest in. Well, he said that, but the girl had totally just downed some kind of weird potion just before the hero had shown up. So, of course, Werner wanted to know what was going on. Warner didn't know if the girl was plotting something, but she had been pushing her sweets rather insistently for quite a while now. Warner would have bet anything that they were laced with something. He eased back and tried to focus on his book. Warner told himself firmly that he was not getting involved. That was the furthest thing from his mind. It wasn't as if the hero was going to die before the game even started, right? There was no way the hero would fall for such a blatant trap. But suddenly the girl's voice rang out in alarm, calling to Master Harding and asking what was the matter. Mazel had been trying to hold his head, clearly in distress. The girl exclaimed that he had gone white as a ghost. Werner was shocked that Mausel had actually eaten one of the sweets. He looked around frantically, searching for Mausel's usual bodyguards. The other students were already murmuring among themselves, wondering what had happened. In Werner's mind, when something happened to the hero, it was the bodyguard's job to leap into action first. Mausel was the protagonist. It was basically a given that Mausel would be fine. The other students had already gathered around Mausel, asking if he could see properly. But Warner had his doubts about whether it was really a given. There was no guarantee that the events of the game would stay on course. But the only one who could take on the Demon Lord was the hero. That was why Werner needed Mausel to step up and be the hero he was meant to be. He went over to Mausel and, upon checking his vital signs, announced that his pulse and breathing seemed stable. The campus nurse ought to be able to take care of Mausel. The girl seemed surprised by his intervention. Warner stated that he was afraid this little chat session was over for today, as this required immediate attention. The girl protested that Mazel had taken ill after partaking in products from her country, and insisted that she would take responsibility and have a fine doctor examine him. But Werner cut her off, explaining that it would be difficult to transport Mazel by carriage in his current state. Furthermore, they didn't know for certain if the cause was the girl's sweets. And if they were, Warner wouldn't dream of unloading that responsibility upon her. He believed it was wise to leave Mazel to the school nurse first. The girl and her companions glared daggers at Werner. Werner helped Mausel walk as they staggered away from the girl and her group. Werner thought to himself that if looks could kill, he would be dead right now. But in any case, he had secured the protagonist's safety. By the looks of things, Warner was guessing this had been a kidnapping attempt. Now what should he do about this situation? Later at the clinic, Werner's voice rang out in frustration. He remarked that it had taken them long enough and questioned how they could have left Mausel so vulnerable. Werner asked the bodyguards what they had been thinking, arriving this late to the party when they were supposed to be Mausel's personal guards. One bodyguard shuffled his feet uncomfortably, while another answered that it was the exchange student who had been entertaining Mausel, the daughter of a duke no less. So they had thought they must be diplomatic about the situation. Werner realized with dismay that the bodyguards had known the risks, and had still left Mausel alone regardless. Anyway, how dumb were these guys? Werner instructed the bodyguards that one of them should report this incident to a teacher, while the other should go and keep an eye on the young lady and her associates. Werner thought to himself that he would stay there and keep watch over Harding. The bodyguards tried to protest, but Warner cut them off sharply, asking if he had stuttered. They frantically replied in the affirmative and hurried off to follow his orders. Warner went to open the curtains, and Mazel was still unconscious. That had been a complete disaster. If Werner had known this was going to happen, he would have called out to Mazel before he had ingested the poison. This world was still at peace, so even though people didn't see much value in a hero right now, he found himself wondering if this hero was going to be prepared for the battles to come. If the hero was targeted again like he had been today, there was a strong chance it would sabotage the hero's journeys that were meant to take place following the revival of the Demon Lord. Werner gave in to a realization and acknowledged the truth to himself. Mazel suddenly woke up and asked where he was. Werner noticed that he was conscious and informed Mazel that he had been served poison. Werner told him that things might seem fuzzy, but the antidote he had been given should kick in soon. He also offered some water and advised Mazel to take it easy for a while. Mazel was surprised, repeating the word in disbelief. Werner confirmed that it had been the confectionery the young lady had fed to Mazel. Mazel pointed out that the lady had eaten them too and asked if she was all right. Werner replied that the lady was right as rain, explaining that she had swallowed an antidote shortly before Mausel had arrived at the party. Mausel asked in confusion why the girl would do such a thing inside the school. Werner answered affirmatively. Absolutely she would. If Werner hadn't meddled, the girl would have carried Mausel off to the embassy after he collapsed, and he would have been found stark naked the next morning with the young lady in his bed, which would have led to a shotgun wedding at sword point. A commoner spending the night with a duke's daughter would cause a tremendous uproar. Mausel would probably have been shipped out to Solzhenitsyn that very day. Mausel was completely dumbstruck by this revelation. Werner added that aristocrats had no problem doing something like that, so Mausel should watch his back. Mausel smiled and then began to laugh. Werner asked what was so amusing. Mausel said it was nothing, but pointed out the irony that Werner had said all that, and yet was an aristocrat himself. Werner asked if Mausel knew who he was. Mausel confirmed that of course he did. They were classmates after all. Mausel added that he had always wanted the chance to speak with Werner. Werner told Mausel that he still didn't look well, so he should lie down and rest. Mausel agreed. Werner remarked that since Mausel was talking normally, he thought it must just be a perk of being the protagonist. Mausel seemed confused by the comment, but suddenly the door burst open. When Werner looked toward the door, a group of students had entered the room. Werner asked who they were. One of the students declared that they were using this room now, so Werner should get lost. Werner eyed them suspiciously. He told them politely that he begged their pardon, but there was a student resting here, and he was going to have to ask them to be quiet. The student became angry, demanding to know what Werner had just said, and questioning where an underclassman like Werner got off speaking to him that way. Werner realized that it didn't matter what he said. The student was simply looking for a fight, but there was no way this was actually a student, not with that build. Had they hired some adventurers who couldn't be traced back to their employer? Or was this man a loyal knight who would never spill the beans no matter what? Werner wondered if the man was planning on beating him up in order to take the hero with him, then claiming it was their country's responsibility, and that was why they had taken custody of him. Werner struck the man's face with force. A spear now rested firmly in his grasp. The man collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Werner slammed the spear against the floor and held his position. In his mind, the action was justified. To safeguard the hero, he would need to approach the situation as though he were driving away intruders. Accomplishing that meant he would have to physically subdue these assailants. The men certainly possessed superior muscle mass and numerical advantage. Werner calculated that he simply needed to endure long enough for the commotion to alert a teacher. As the remaining men launched their charge, Mosel suddenly appeared with a flying kick. His expression had turned deadly serious. Werner's gaze fixed on Mausel. Blood streamed from another man's nose. Mausel pressed his assault relentlessly. The others grew visibly anxious at the spectacle unfolding before them. Mausel's glare pierced through them as he continued delivering punches to the attackers. He dispatched them one after another with precision. The first man attempted to regain his footing, but Mausel swiftly incapacitated him. Werner watched in astonishment. His thoughts raced with admiration. What a magnificent display. Heroes truly were remarkable beings. After subduing all the assailants, Mausel turned around. With obvious enthusiasm, he inquired whether Zerfeld had sustained any injuries. Werner responded in the negative, explaining that Mausel's intervention had kept him safe, then immediately redirected concern toward Mausel himself, questioning the wisdom of leaping into such a dangerous situation. Mausel replied with excitement that his hands felt somewhat numb, but he would recover completely. Werner questioned whether this was Mausel operating in a weakened condition. He marveled internally at the display. Werner had anticipated a precarious situation developing, but Providence had smiled upon them when Mausel arrived. Once he reported the incident to the faculty and transferred the hero into their custody, he would finally breathe easier. A voice suddenly interrupted the scene with an inquiry. The teacher demanded to know if they were responsible for the chaos. Mausel stammered nervously. Werner's thoughts registered satisfaction at the timing. He addressed the teacher directly, and the instructor pressed for an explanation of the circumstances. Werner promised a comprehensive account later, but urgently noted that the unconscious individuals scattered across the floor might not be enrolled students at their institution. The teacher reacted with surprise. Werner elaborated that these scoundrels had launched an assault against them. Someone had apparently dispatched these men after them specifically. Their true motivations remained unclear to Werner, so he cheerfully suggested the teacher interrogate the assailants once they regained consciousness. The teacher immediately ordered the students behind him to summon additional faculty members. They scattered hastily, acknowledging the command. Werner's thoughts settled with satisfaction. Now he could leave the remaining complications for his father to resolve. The hero's bodyguards ultimately bore responsibility for the incident and were dismissed from their positions. Warner received an offer to assume their role, which he categorically declined. During a quiet moment while reading, Mazel approached him with a request to discuss something. Warner's internal monologue noted with irony that he never could have predicted this outcome would result in Mazel developing such attachment to him. Mazel asked if Warner could clarify the proper protocol for the upcoming ceremony. Warner reflected that refusing was impossible after Mazel had saved him, and he couldn't allow another troublesome episode to unfold. Consequently, Warner swallowed his reluctance and committed himself to ensuring the game's smooth progression. Before long, they had weathered numerous trials together, and Mausolée and he had become inseparable companions. Together they savored their academic life in their distinctive fashion. Eventually, the game's commencement arrived, and the narrative began with a demon stampede. Following the competitive battles that Mazel and he fought, he delivered a solemn declaration to Mausel. If rescuing this world required sacrificing Mausel, then Werner would simply have to transform the world itself. This became the legend of a hero destined to echo through centuries, and the chronicle of his dearest friend. Werner had been an ordinary office worker until the day he awakened to discover he had been reborn as a child within the world of a video game he had once played. It was a classic RPG centered around a hero's quest to vanquish a demon lord. As he pieced together his fragmented memories, a troubling realization emerged. He had been reincarnated as a faceless background character destined to perish in a widespread genocide that would occur partway through the story. This was decidedly not the fate he wished to meet. Fortunately, he had awakened at a point before the game's events had actually begun. Armed with knowledge of how the story would unfold, he reasoned that he could avoid the catastrophic events that awaited him. Werner threw himself into working tirelessly for his own survival, but his efforts inadvertently earned him the admiration of the hero, the game's protagonist. Initially, Warner had avoided the hero, fearing that any interaction might influence the predetermined course of future events. Despite his reservations, they eventually formed a close friendship. The protagonist, however, proved to be a constant source of trouble. He was remarkably oblivious to danger and somewhat unreliable in his actions. The game hadn't even officially begun, yet Mazel was already finding himself at risk. Warner felt increasing anxiety about how the game would progress once it truly started. It didn't take long for Warner to realize that avoiding Mazel was precisely the wrong approach. He made a point of telling Mazel that if anything ever seemed suspicious, he should immediately inform Warner about it. Warner resolved to support the hero throughout his journey, until the demon lord was finally vanquished. Then came the mention of the demon stampede. The teacher explained that it was a massive outbreak of demons occurring approximately once every 20 years, and their school would be contributing to the efforts to suppress it. In Werner's mind, this marked the beginning of the game's first major event. Now that the story had effectively pressed start, his nerves were thoroughly frayed. The teacher continued, explaining that if left unchecked, these demon stampedes could attack towns and villages in overwhelming numbers. However, if dealt with swiftly and decisively, they didn't pose an insurmountable threat. Warner's thoughts churned with darker knowledge. Under ordinary circumstances, that assessment would be accurate, but this particular stampede was the game's opening scene. With the Demon Lord's revival, the demon's numbers and strength would far exceed anyone's expectations. The capital's knights would be annihilated, the heir apparent to the throne would fall, and the entire event would devolve into an absolute bloodbath. The teacher proceeded to outline the students' assignments. Those hailing from families of rank would return to their homes in the capital and await further instruction. Students from families without rank would join the support squads responsible for providing transportation and healing any injured persons. While they probably wouldn't face direct attacks, they were cautioned not to let their guard down. The students from non-noble families acknowledged their assignment. Werner's mind was already calculating the implications. Mazel would likely focus on protecting the students, while the knights at the front lines would be decimated. Since Werner would be fighting alongside those knights, the odds were high that he would meet his end there as well. To prevent that outcome, Werner needed to prepare their fighting strength and develop a comprehensive strategy. His concentration was suddenly shattered by Mazel's piercing voice calling out his name. Warner asked what the matter was. Mazel expressed confusion, pointing out that it was break time, yet Warner hadn't budged from his seat. Warner's heart skipped a beat as he realized he had become too absorbed in his thoughts. He quickly stood up and announced he was going home. Mazel's confusion deepened. He reminded Warner that they had planned to visit the weapon shop together that day to look at daggers. Warner apologized, explaining that he needed to make various preparations for the upcoming battle, including securing additional manpower. They would have to postpone their shopping trip. Mosul inquired if these preparations were for the demon stampede, suggesting that Werner's response seemed like overkill. Werner countered that there was no guarantee this stampede would proceed like the typical ones of the past. Werner would simply follow his lead as he always did, but Werner explained that wouldn't be possible this time since they wouldn't be together. The revelation caught Mazel off guard. Werner clarified that due to his family's rank, they would be assigned to different group. Mazel's earlier enthusiasm visibly deflated, his expression turning sorrowful. Werner found himself wondering about such a reaction, musing whether Mazel had some canine qualities. He reached out to pat Mazel reassuringly, advising him to maintain his usual approach while staying vigilant, assuring him he would manage fine. Werner's private thoughts painted a different picture entirely. He believed Mazel was destined to conclude this battle by vanquishing the demon orchestrating events from the shadows. Beyond mere recognition for his courageous actions, Mazel would emerge as the celebrated hero who rescued the world. Werner emphasized the importance of Mazel bringing an abundance of potions, as many as he could physically carry, and ensuring his armor was properly assembled. Mazel responded with a smirk, playfully calling Werner his mother. Werner countered that in the most favorable circumstances, Mazel wouldn't need to consume a single potion. Another classmate approached them seeking guidance on what preparations he should make. Werner expressed surprise at the question, suggesting the student simply adhere to the teacher's directions. The young man confessed his fear stemmed from never having experienced genuine combat before. Mazel observed that Kranich demonstrated proficiency with the bow, questioning why he wouldn't simply bring that weapon. Mazel speculated that Kranich would likely receive an assignment to the support squad serving as an escort. Kranich questioned whether Mazel truly believed that assessment. A female classmate then approached Mazel requesting advice for herself as well. Mazel informed Kalina that as a mage, her role would involve tending to the wounded, recommending she prepare protective equipment as a precautionary measure. Werner observed as additional students gravitated toward Mazel, seeking his help and counsel regarding their own preparations. Werner reflected internally that memorizing everyone's individual skills seemed impossible, yet Mazel's memory continued to astound him. Some of the students seeking advice even came from the adjacent class. The world operated on a skill system reminiscent of video game mechanics. Werner had acquired spearmanship through countless hours of rigorous training. Mazel's skill bore the designation of heroism, which Werner found somewhat obvious but acceptable. The essence of this ability granted mastery over any combat skill. Werner's spearmanship, which he had labored intensively to develop over extended periods, could be replicated by Mazel instantly through mere observation. The skill represented an absolute cheat ability. Werner recalled crying when he first witnessed it in action. This demon stampede served as an orchestrated event designed to provide Mausolei with authentic combat experience, allowing him to utilize his abilities without restraint. Werner faced his own survival challenges to navigate. He reiterated his reminder about the recovery potions. Mazel acknowledged he understood. They sealed their exchange with a fist bump. Werner contemplated that he needed to do whatever fell within his capabilities. Subsequently, Werner inquired whether his father would be absent from the battlefield. Norbert, the Zerfield family butler, confirmed this was accurate. Werner's father would instead accompany His Majesty the King. Werner's internal assessment concluded this development dramatically reduced his survival prospect. Admittedly, given his father's positions as both Count and Minister of State, proximity to any battlefield would be impossible. Norbert added that, consequently, Werner would nominally assume command of the Count's forces. Werner protested, questioning how Norbert could assign a student to a commander's role. Norbert clarified that in actuality, Commander Max Lyman would assume operational leadership. He assured Werner that a Count's family would participate only ceremonially. Werner's thoughts challenged this assumption, recognizing it would hold true only for a conventional small-scale demon stampede. He instructed Norbert to summon Max and additionally handle procurement and mercenary recruitment. Norbert registered surprise at these orders. Werner acknowledged his uncertainty regarding what he could accomplish, but his survival depended on these preparations. He recognized the necessity of committing completely to increase his chances of survival. The combined forces totaled 4,200 foot soldiers alongside 200 mercenaries and 100 students providing support functions. Werner suspected none of them seriously entertained the possibility of defeat in this engagement. Even this force size likely seemed excessive to them. A voice spoke from behind Werner, expressing confirmation of earlier suspicions. Assembling such substantial numbers for a battle of this scale appeared to constitute an overreaction. The speaker identified himself as the commander of the Zerfield soldiers, Max Lyman. Werner's internal response acknowledged the fairness of that assessment. For these experienced soldiers, a demon stampede compared favorably to a leisurely outing. As a civil servant family, Werner typically participated with approximately 4 or 5 individuals including Max, yet he had now conscripted roughly 100 men. For those accustomed to the ordinary demon stampede, this represents complete overkill. Personally, Werner wishes they felt more of a sense of danger. There is no getting through to them, so he is simply grateful they are playing along. Not that he is in any position to complain. The first platoon commander, Organ, mentioned that this would be somewhat boring for the royal grandson's first battle, and Werner agreed. In Werner's mind, the supreme commanders of this battle are the crown prince and his son, whom they call the royal grandson. Both are in line to succeed the throne, and are destined to die in this battle according to the game's storyline. The annihilation of the knights along with the death of both heirs means that after the demon stampede, numerous calls to action emerge to send the hero on various adventures. Werner would prefer to avoid their deaths in order to steer clear of all that chaos, though it may be asking too much. Max leaned toward Werner with a casual remark. Max suggested that Werner might go and greet Count first while he had the opportunity, since this is the neighboring army. Werner's expression soured. The Zerfield family consists of civil servants, while the first family is more militarily oriented. Since their lands are adjacent and their assets lie in different economic realms, the relationship between their families remains amicable, particularly given their cooperation in distribution matters. Werner sighed and acknowledged that if he must go, Max should accompany him. Werner informed Organ that he would be in charge during Werner's absence, and Organ affirmed his understanding. When they encountered Count Bastian Timo first, the Count recognized the Minister Zerfield's son. Werner introduced himself and apologized for the tardiness of his introduction. First looked at the person behind Werner and acknowledged that this must be Max, expressing his trust that Max would assist the minister's son well. Max replied affirmatively and thanked him for his consideration. Werner thought to himself that first calls Max by name, but Werner only receives the designation of son, despite introducing himself properly. He wondered if he was invisible. Warriors tend to look down on civil servants, so this was expected and not necessarily malicious. In first size, Max is the battle commander, so he merely believes Max to be more worthy of his attention. Someone stepped in. He is the son and heir of the first family, Tyrone. Tyrone asked why not have his father command Werner's forces as well. Max stuttered in surprise. Werner thought to himself that they would never actually do that. In translation, Tyrone essentially suggested that Werner was not ready for such responsibility and should simply follow their instructions. Not only was it not intended as an insult, but as far as Tyrone was concerned, it was a generous gesture. The hierarchy flows from the royal family at the top, then military aristocrats, followed by civil servants, noblemen, and finally the common people. This is precisely why Werner did not want to come here. What an annoyance. There exists such an obvious disparity in rank between them that it is downright uncomfortable. Footsteps could be heard approaching. A woman appeared and addressed her brother, noting that what he suggested was simply not possible. Tyrone acknowledged that he knew this. She is the Count's second oldest daughter. If Werner remembers correctly, her name is Hermine or something similar. Hermine mentioned that she heard the son is still a student and believes it best for Werner to stay behind their forces and not push himself too hard. Werner smiled outwardly but felt stabbed internally. He thanked her for her concern, first advised them not to overdo things and to not hesitate to drop back to the rear if they felt they were in danger. In Werner's mind, the first family's attitude confirms that they never planned on taking him seriously from the start. Werner stated that he had best be returning to his men. Tyrone told Werner to be sure not to worry the minister. Werner enthusiastically thanked them, though in his mind he was so exhausted that he just wanted to leave. He and Max then walked off together. Hermine told her brother that she was not entirely sure about his earlier remarks. Tyrone acknowledged that he knew. Hermine and her father watched the disappearing figures. First observed that Lord Werner attends that school as a reputable student and is not merely the son of a count. The rumors had reached Tyrone's ears as well, including the fact that Werner was the only military-capable member of that household. Though it was shameful, Werner was only first in spearmanship. When it came to being a knight, nothing was superior to learning the art of the sword, though spearmanship was a good place for a junior knight to start. Still, if Lord Werner were killed in battle, whom did they suppose would inherit the Zerfield land? Hermine called out to Tyrone. At the Zerfield military camp, Werner stood before his men. Werner and Max looked worn out. Werner stated he would go over the strategy once more. Someone asked whether something had happened while visiting with the first, since the battle hadn't even begun yet. but judging by the looks of them, something must have occurred. Werner denied it. The people chanted that they should show that old soldier what's what. Another one remarked that it was okay. They would be victorious and break in the medals. They cheered. Werner insisted that wasn't the point. The second platoon commander Barky observed that still, for only having assembled Werner's troops yesterday, they were very disciplined. Organ agreed that it was true they had quite the gathering of trained soldiers there. In Werner's mind, the chain of command for this battle was organized, such that 5 men made up a squad with one of them being the squad leader. They had 18 squads total, who were split into 3 platoons, plus Werner had a hunter unit under his direct control. If the supreme commanders could communicate their orders to the hunter unit and the 3 platoon leaders, then they could be disseminated to everybody swiftly. Werner reminded his people not to stick out in battle and to always act as a group, not just in their movements but in their fights, and to never take on a demon alone. They fidgeted. Warner acknowledged that he understood this may only be a demon stampede, but he didn't wish to suffer any unnecessary losses. In other words, there would be no sacrifices. That was the goal of the Count's forces in this battle, although he knew it wouldn't work out that way. The battle against the demon forces would go on for a while until Mausel defeated the boss. First, Werner had to survive. Meanwhile, at Mausel's location, someone commented that he had gotten an awful lot of recovery potions. Mazel chuckled. The woman beside Mazel remarked that for someone so strong, Mazel was surprisingly cautious. The other one said that if he got hurt, he was counting on Mazel. Their leader told them to quit blabbering and to group up. In Mausel's mind, he had brought as many as he could, just like Werner had told him to. He remembered Werner reminding him about bringing a lot of potions for himself. Mausel believed that when Werner said crazy things like that, there was usually a reason behind it. He wondered what Warner was up to now. Werner declared that, at any rate, he wanted to keep casualties to a minimum. He reminded them to always take on each demand in groups of 5 but never fight alone. They were currently holding the left flank position at the Count Zerfield military camp. He instructed that when they had finished one off, they should assist any adjacent teams and then repeat the process. Someone then voiced their concern. When Werner looked up, it was the second platoon commander, Barky, who had spoken. Barky stated that he could not agree with Werner's approach. Beside Barky stood the first platoon commander, Organ. Werner countered that the demons would never fight one-on-one to start with, and there was absolutely no merit in flexing their chivalry here. The knights reacted to his words. Looking at their unhappy faces, Werner thought to himself that he didn't blame them for their dissatisfaction. In a world that prized individual valor, a plan of attack that involved defeating small numbers of enemies in groups probably came across to them as belittling their abilities. But that wouldn't work this time around. He told them that this was His Highness, the royal grandson's first battle, so there was no need for them to outshine His Highness. The knights agreed with Werner's reasoning. Werner grinned as he continued. He told them that they didn't yet know the scale of the demon stampede itself. Since it was a large outbreak, more and more enemies would appear no matter how many they defeated. It was possible the monsters would keep coming all day long. They could not very well keep fighting that entire time, could they? Barky conceded that it was true that even if they were small fries, their sheer numbers would wear away at their stamina. If they got surrounded, they would certainly suffer casualties if they were all exhausted by that point. Werner explained that to minimize damage while achieving favorable enough results, this was the best way. He told them to save enough of their energy so that when the worst came to worst, they could provide aid to the other families. The knights were surprised by this consideration, but still agreed with Werner. Organ laughed and said that when that happened, he would like his platoon to be sent over to the first household. Werner said that would be great. Barky told Werner that the only reason Organ wanted to go was because he was a skirt chaser who had his eye on first daughter. Organ reacted defensively to this accusation. Werner chuckled and said that in that case, Barky would go instead. There was a burst of laughter among the gathered knights. In Werner's mind, the knights seemed to be taking this lightly, not that he blamed them. Barquis and Organ had a little commotion between them. Max, who stood behind Werner, said that they had better get ready themselves. Werner told them that it was enough talk and to return to their positions. The knights affirmed their understanding. Werner thought that the air had taken on a chill, just as he had expected it would. The battle began soon after confirming their strategy. A few hours later, the monsters were pouring forth in waves. In line with the game's storyline, the knights struggled hard against the onslaught. Units who stood out were crushed, and the dead kept piling up. Deserters fled one after the other, and amid the chaos, word had been passed among the Count Zerfield forces to coordinate with nearby comrades. Organ checked on the others, asking if they were okay and telling the wounded to go to the rear for treatment. The injured knights agreed and retreated. The others advanced to take their place. Werner shouted that retreating squads should support the forward squads while regrouping. The Zerfield forces continued to maintain an organized combat readiness, while moving their wounded away from the front line. Werner's body was getting used to this a little at the time. For every enemy he defeated, another one spawned in its place. He didn't have time to think, let alone swipe the blood from his face. But thankfully his body moved on its own. All that intensive training had paid off. He told the others not to go too far forward and to stay vigilant. He was panting from the exertion. Werner thought that he was just thankful everyone was following the plan. If they could just maintain this front line until Mazel defeated the boss, they should be good, while they were fighting the monsters. Someone shouted and asked for help. There were too many deserters fleeing from the battlefield. Werner contemplated their situation, recognizing that while their troops didn't significantly influence the overall battle's momentum, they still represented a substantial force for a civil servant family, even if relatively minor in the grand scheme. The Royal Elite Order of Knights held the right flank, while Count Wumi's military family commanded the left. Zerfield's position afforded them protection from the main forces, but the collapse of either flank would thrust them into a desperate fight for survival. As both a commander and someone concerned for his own life, Werner knew he couldn't allow those two forces to fall apart. He considered sending reinforcements, but the First Family's pride as a military house meant that poorly timed assistance would be rejected. Max's voice rang out, instructing the others to use the corpses of the fallen as makeshift shields. Werner reached out to Max to assess the situation on his side. Max reported no problems in his immediate area, though the noble family's forces that had pushed forward were being driven back by the demons. The other families' armies were boxing them in. The families that had already joined their ranks had been unified and regrouped with their forces. Warner absorbed this information. A blood-curdling scream suddenly pierced the air from one of the knights. Warner tightened his grip on his weapon and struck at the monster. He commanded his soldiers to charge at the creature and rush to the knight's aid, checking on his condition. The knight stammered out his gratitude. Warner identified him as belonging to Count First's unit. The knight confirmed this. Werner inquired about what had happened to the others. The knight trembled, explaining that he didn't know. He had suddenly found himself fighting for his life. Werner understood the situation. He instructed his comrades to prioritize treating the knight's wounds. The fact that not only slave soldiers but also well-equipped knights were struggling weighed on his mind, as he debated whether to send reinforcements immediately or wait. He decided against reducing the overall strength of the company over such an impulsive decision. Warner contacted Barkey with orders to support Count First Unit as soon as he was ready. He reasoned that they should regroup while they still had fighters capable of combat. Meanwhile, on the right flank, Count First forces were locked in a grueling battle. Count First bellowed encouragement, insisting these were mere weaklings and ordering his men not to falter. As he fought, he wondered about this demon's stampede and their strange behavior. Many of his men, both knights and slave soldiers alike, were too terrified to be useful. He struggled just to keep the fleeing soldiers in formation. He called out, asking about the whereabouts of Tyrone and Hermine. A soldier informed him that they had left to support the front line and hadn't been seen since. Count First paused before ordering everyone to avoid the enemy and gather together, recognizing the need to regroup. Hermine had heard her father's voice but couldn't discern his words. She looked down, realizing she had been separated from everyone. She continued battling the monsters, thinking to herself that it was dangerous out here and she should head back. A grunt caught her attention. She recognized her brother and helped him against a monstrous enemy, checking if he was all right. They acknowledged that she had saved him, but agreed they couldn't remain there. They needed to rejoin their father and receive new orders. Even as they spoke, they kept slashing at the approaching enemies. Hermine reflected that despite their superior abilities and armor, the best they could manage was avoiding fatal wounds. She called to the other knights to summon backup. But another cry for help rang out. Someone was caught in a monster's mouth and was torn apart by the creature. Hermine gritted her teeth and ordered anyone still capable to get behind her and collect the fallen while they made their way back to her father. A female knight questioned how this was possible, noting the demons were still as numerous as ever. Another voice growled in agreement. Hermine told them not to cower but to stick together. She herself wondered how they would manage. That was what she wanted to know as well. But if they didn't keep moving, this battlefield would become their graves. For now, she simply needed to reduce the enemy's numbers and cut through their rank. The urgent command echoed through the chaos as she tried to decrease their numbers and return to her father's side. Yet fate had other plans, and she found herself staring into the gaping maw of another demonic beast. Its putrid saliva dripped onto her face, as death itself seemed imminent. In that critical moment, a blade cleaved through the monster, splitting it cleanly in two. Hot blood splattered across her features as her unexpected savior emerged from the carnage. The rescuer called out to his troops, instructing them not to overextend themselves in their assault. He issued another command to hold their current position. Hermine's mind raced with confusion about the identity of these warriors who had appeared so suddenly, as her legs gave way beneath her, wobbling from exhaustion and shock. Strong hands caught her before she could fall. Questions flooded her thoughts about these reinforcements and which army they could possibly belong to. The face of her rescuer came into focus. It was Barky. Barky inquired about her condition and demonstrated his recognition of her status as Count First's daughter. After expressing her gratitude, Hermine requested his name. Barky apologized for his delayed introduction and identified himself as a member of the Zerfield unit, explaining that he had arrived to provide assistance following Lord Werner's orders. The mention of Zerfield struck Hermine with disbelief. The situation seemed impossible to reconcile. Yet the evidence lay before her eyes. The devastating earlier assault and the subsequent arrival of aid made it undeniable that her warrior house was struggling while Zerfield had somehow managed to gain the upper hand. She offered praise and inquired whether the sun was responsible for this turn of events. With barely contained pride, Barky attributed everything to Lord Werner's strategic command. Understanding dawned upon Hermine as Barky continued with his tactical assessment. He informed her that the wounded noble units were reorganizing behind their lines. He suggested that if it would be acceptable to her, both she and Count First forces should consider retreating temporarily. He asked whether she might advise her father to take advantage of this opportunity. Hermine's thoughts turned to her family, knowing that her father and brother would likely view dependence on Zerfield as a profound humiliation. Nevertheless, she recognized this as their chance to transform near defeat into victory. She thanked Barky and declared her intention to speak with her father immediately. On the left flank of Count Zerfield's forces, word arrived that Count First's troops would be joining their formation. Max reported that the armies of the noble families who had previously allied with them were steadily returning to the battlefield. Werner acknowledged this development with approval. His internal thoughts reflected a grim assessment of their situation. Despite the grueling nature of the battle, the only reason they had not suffered complete annihilation was due to the relatively minor threat level of their enemies. If the engagement concluded at this juncture, they might preserve most of the order. However, this realization implied the potential existence of additional threat. His hope rested on Mausel's ability to defeat the demonic mastermind before any such complications arose. What troubled Werner was the absence of information in the game regarding the knight's fate during this stage of events. Without warning, an exuberant shout erupted from somewhere behind Werner, proclaiming their victory. The unexpected celebration startled him. His soldiers began exclaiming that the enemy forces were withdrawing. Another voice declared that their prolonged endurance had finally proven worthwhile. Werner grappled with the implications of this apparent victory. Had Mausel succeeded in defeating the primary antagonist according to the game's narrative progression? Yet in the original game timeline, that triumph was not supposed to occur until after the complete destruction of the Knight Order. Something fundamental had shifted in the sequence of events. His mind worked through the possibilities as he processed this deviation from the expected pattern. He summoned Max to his side. Werner issued commands for the troops to assemble their forces. He instructed that the potions stored in the rear unit supplies should be distributed to the wounded. Max began to voice an objection, but Werner cut him off, stating his indifference to any concerns and demanding immediate preparation. His intention was clear. He would proceed to the main army's position, to the location of the royal prince himself. The soldiers proclaimed their triumph, declaring the victory belonged to them. Another remarked that while the battle had been grueling, the royal knight had demonstrated his superiority. Max acknowledged that their unit's remarkably low casualties were owed to Werner's leadership, calling it most impressive. The only remaining task was to issue the pursuit order, but Max noticed Werner's attention had drifted elsewhere. Werner found himself troubled by a nagging inconsistency. Nothing about this battle aligned with the story he knew from the game. Max interrupted his thoughts to explain that the enemy was withdrawing, and urged him to quickly issue orders. Werner questioned whether the enemy was truly withdrawing in an organized manner rather than scattering in panicked flight. When Max confirmed they were heading toward the forest, Werner commanded him to assemble the troops and distribute potions from the rear unit's supplies to the wounded. As Max began to protest, Werner cut him off, declaring it was a ruse. He announced his intention to report to the main army, and Max signaled his understanding. Werner's boots splashed through pools of blood as he moved forward. His thoughts dwelled on the treacherous conditions. The narrow path choked with corpses and slick with gore made every step precarious. The nauseating stench of blood mingled with the acrid smell of insectoid bodily fluids assaulted his senses. Simply maintaining his balance drained his energy considerably. He questioned his own judgment in sprinting at full speed through such conditions, yet he couldn't restrain himself. He alone possessed knowledge of the impending catastrophe. His desperate advance came to an abrupt halt when the night guards blocked his path with their blades. Werner insisted they allow him passage, explaining he carried urgent intelligence for the Crown Prince. The guards refused, instructing him to relay his report through the left flank's commander. Werner's mind raced. Such protocol would consume too much time. All his efforts would be wasted if he delayed here. He needed to speak with the Crown Prince directly, but the soldiers remained immovable. Werner overheard the knights' conversation nearby. They spoke of the Second Order of Knights and praised the remarkable achievement of defeating the ringleader. One admitted things had grown precarious at one point, but expressed relief watching the demons flee in terror. Another speculated that the creature's fearlessness toward magic had likely stemmed from the ringleader's control over them. Laughter rippled through their ranks. Someone else acknowledged the earlier danger, but dismissed the remaining threats as insignificant stragglers who would be easily eliminated. Werner recognized the dangerous complacency in their attitudes. They all believed the battle was already won. He struggled to determine his next course of action. The voice of the royal grandson reached his ears, requesting his father grant him orders if a pursuit was to be launched. The prince consented to his son's request. Werner abandoned protocol and called out directly to the prince, announcing he possessed urgent information. The prince heard the outcry and turned his gaze toward Werner. Determination burned in Werner's eyes as their gazes met. The knights reacted with outrage at this breach of etiquette, demanding to know how he dared address the prince without permission. They identified Werner as a nobleman from the left flank and moved to remove him immediately. However, the prince commanded them to allow Werner passage. As the knights obeyed, the prince observed that while they had emerged victorious, the left wing had borne the heaviest fighting. He reasoned that Werner must possess significant intelligence to report. The prince gestured for Werner to approach. Werner acknowledged the permission and advanced, dropping to one knee before the prince. When the prince inquired about his identity, Werner introduced himself as a member of Count Zerfield's household. The prince recognized him as the son of the Minister of Ceremonies. Noting that despite his youth, Werner must possess considerable talent, he asked Werner to state his purpose. Werner drew a steadying breath before delivering his message. The prince must order an immediate retreat of all troops. A wave of murmuring swept through the assembled soldiers behind the prince. Werner had anticipated such a hostile reception. These men had just secured a hard-fought victory at tremendous cost. He could not fault them for their enthusiasm. Despite possessing knowledge of the game's narrative, Werner harbored doubts about his ability to convince them with such ease. The soldiers had been on the verge of ridiculing Werner when the prince intervened, instructing them to wait. The prince inquired what led Werner to make such an assertion. Caught off guard, Werner explained that the enemy's conduct appeared aberrant. The prince countered that the demon they had believed to be commanding the monsters had fallen to the knights, making it unremarkable that their forces would retreat in response. Werner disagreed, clarifying that the enemy was neither retreating nor fleeing, but rather executing a calculated withdrawal. Every unit, including the insects that appeared devoid of independent thought, was pulling back in unison. The prince remained attentive. The demons harbored no fear of them, which meant this was an ambush designed to draw the knights into the forest. The enemy's primary forces consisted of insects and beasts naturally suited to maneuvering through woodland terrain, whereas the knights would find themselves at a severe disadvantage given the burden of their heavy armor. The prince swiftly commanded that the retreat signal be sounded and the knights summoned. They needed to consolidate immediately with the remaining personnel. His subordinates reacted with astonishment, but the prince urged them to make haste, and they complied. He then asked Werner if there were additional concerns. Werner confirmed there were, and requested permission to speak boldly. The prince granted it. Werner proposed that the royal grandson might better serve by defending the capital's castle gates. The prince concurred and directed his men to escort his son Reuven and accompany the wounded soldiers along with the supply unit to the northern Great Guard. The knights acknowledged the order. Given Reuven's youth, Werner held little confidence in his combat capabilities. Under this rationale, Reuven could return to the capital with his honor intact, and they would not need to allocate extra soldiers for his protection. The prince asked if that concluded Werner's counsel. Werner affirmed it did. The prince then instructed Werner to return first to his encampment and bring his forces to merge with the central main army. Werner appeared bewildered. The prince clarified that he would inform Werner once the deployment arrangements were finalized. Werner's service to the prince had not yet reached its end. Werner smiled and expressed his acknowledgement. Subsequently, Max's booming voice welcomed Werner, asking how the meeting had transpired. Werner reported that he had successfully cautioned the prince against falling into the enemy's snare. Once the knights regrouped, they would launch a comprehensive offensive, and the prince had ordered Werner to consolidate his troops with the central forces. Max expressed shock that Werner had received direct orders from the crown prince himself. Max exclaimed enthusiastically that Werner had achieved something remarkable, and declared he would gather everyone immediately for a celebratory discussion. Werner objected, stating this was hardly a cause for celebration. In his thoughts, the fighting would persist. Max protested, questioning how Werner could dismiss such a tremendous honor. Werner reluctantly conceded the point. One of Werner's subordinates announced that the Count's daughter had arrived. Werner registered surprise, wondering what brought her to this location. Hermione apologized, acknowledging the impropriety of her visit, but explaining that she needed to speak with Werner with considerable urgency. Werner noted that while there would likely be subsequent instructions, they were required by the Crown Prince's command to relocate to the center in preparation for the approaching battle. Hermione asked what he meant by this. Werner explained that the withdrawal constituted an enemy stratagem. Hermione initially expressed disbelief, but then reasoned that if Werner claimed it to be true, it must be so, which made her presence there all the more justified. Werner found himself once again at a loss for words. Hermione stated that first, she wished to apologize for her previous disrespect and to express gratitude for his assistance. She bowed deeply, acknowledging that without Werner's intervention, she would have lost her life. Werner's eyes widened in response. Werner's mind returned to how Hermione had addressed him during their initial encounter, leaving him uncertain how to respond. Hermione continued, noting that if Werner confirmed the battle would proceed, she had a request to make. She asked Werner for counsel regarding battle strategy for the left flank royal family unit. When Werner observed her, her expression conveyed complete earnestness. He sensed no possibility of declining her request, so he agreed. Later, Werner found himself thoroughly exhausted. They had reached the center, positioned ahead of the main encampment. Werner swayed unsteadily, remarking that merely traveling had proven draining. Max instructed Werner to rest until orders arrived from the prince. However, during their journey to this location, not only the first but numerous others had sought Werner's counsel, which made Max feel vicariously proud. Max let out a hearty laugh as Werner downplayed the situation, claiming it felt like Hermione alone had been seeking his advice rather than all those nobles. Max teased him about his humility, noting that all of Werner's strategic suggestions had been remarkably accurate. Werner continued to deflect the praise, attributing his insights merely to knowledge borrowed from his past experiences. He remained uncertain about whether he truly deserved such commendation. A knight arrived bearing orders from the Crown Prince. The announcement declared that Lord Werner van Zerfield had been granted authority to command the troop. Werner understood this meant he would lead the various noble units and position them on the right flank of the main body in preparation for the enemy assault. He humbly accepted the responsibility. The weight of the assignment struck him. He would not merely be fighting in the vanguard, but commanding multiple aristocratic family units. His troops erupted in celebration, cheering and congratulating him enthusiastically. Werner's mind raced with confusion about what the Crown Prince could be thinking. After all, he was still just a student facing his first actual battle. Max and Barky approached Werner, acknowledging that they understood if he felt nervous. They pointed out that while everyone else had been treating the demon stampede casually, only Werner had calmly assessed the flow of battle and responded appropriately. Max reinforced Barky's sentiment, encouraging Werner to continue as he had been doing, assuring him there would be no cause for worry. The Zerfield troops would dedicate themselves fully to executing Werner's orders and supporting him. Max reminded him they still had an abundance of potions available, seeking affirmation from the men. Werner's internal thoughts contradicted their assumptions. He wasn't nervous in the way they imagined. These soldiers and Lady Hermione were giving him far too much credit. He had simply happened to know the outcome beforehand, which allowed him to work backwards to understand the situation. As for his strategies, they were merely knowledge he had absorbed from book. There was no certainty that such theoretical knowledge could be successfully applied to actual. Frankly, the responsibility felt overwhelming. He pressed his palms against his face and thanked everyone for their confidence. His exhaustion was beginning to creep over him. He resolved to save his existential crisis for after he managed to survive this ordeal. He needed to remain patient until Mausel defeated the demon. Clenching his fist, he told himself it would just be a little longer. First, he had to devise a formation for his troop. If possible, he silently pleaded for Mausolei to handle this quickly, addressing him mentally as the great hero. Meanwhile, Mazel was engaged in his own battle elsewhere. One of his subordinates expressed surprise at how capable Mausel was, admitting he had expected a student to be a burden, but Mausel had proven himself quite skilled. Mausel thanked Lugans for the compliment. Lugans mentioned how reassuring the potions had been, noting they were being consumed quite frequently. He admitted honestly that they hadn't anticipated needing so many, and had initially thought Mausel was overreacting. Another member of the party questioned why Mausel had brought such a large quantity. Mausel explained it was because Werner, his friend, had advised him to bring them. He spoke warmly of Werner's intelligence and how he was constantly saving him. Mosul recounted how nervous he had been upon his appointment to the search party, but Werner had counseled him to simply perform as he normally would to keep his guard up, and assured him he would be fine. His companions inquired whether this friend Werner was involved in the demon stampede. Mosul confirmed he was, given his aristocratic status. They expressed surprise at Mosul being friends with a noble. Mosul clarified that Werner didn't behave in an arrogant or elitist manner at all. Their female companion expressed concern, mentioning she had heard the main forces were struggling. Mazel paused momentarily before asserting his confidence that Werner was fine. He described Werner as always exceptionally prepared and remarkably skilled with a spear. Furthermore, Werner possessed the ability to remain bafflingly calm because he thought carefully before taking action. The woman acknowledged this reassurance. Lugans declared they needed to locate the enemy commander quickly, for Mausel's friend's sake as well. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted. Lugans urgently commanded everyone to take cover. Mazel demanded to know what was happening. Lugans observed that it appeared they had hit the jackpot. An approaching sound accompanied a hoarse female voice that spoke, acknowledging the humans had made it to her location. In the video game's narrative, the first major story event unfolds as a demon stampede decimates the knights and claims the life of the crown prince. The battle proves brutal and bloody from start to finish, though a sense of encouragement spreads among the survivors when the enemy forces retreat. Despite this apparent victory, the enemy cunningly attempts to lure the remaining knights into pursuing them. Disaster is averted only because the crown prince heeds Werner's counsel, sparing them from what would have been a fatal trap. The respite proves temporary, as the next wave threatens to escalate into full-scale warfare. Werner inquires about the current situation, and receives a report confirming that the unit under his command has already received orders directly from the crown prince and has begun mobilizing. The prince has approved Werner's proposed battle strategy and troop formation, with the forces expected to arrive shortly. Werner acknowledges this information with approval and gratitude. The report continues with updates on other units that have successfully retreated from the danger zone. Additional information reveals that some of the wounded are being transported to the capital alongside Prince Reuben, accompanied by those unable to continue fighting. Werner momentarily pauses, realizing that Reuben must be the royal grandson, finally learning his name. The knight adds that they are currently retreating while maintaining awareness of the units surrounding the prince's entourage. Max expresses profound gratitude for Werner's intervention, crediting him with preventing them from being completely overwhelmed. Werner responds modestly, noting that the difficult part lies ahead. His thoughts turn analytical as he reflects on the situation. While he was repositioning toward the main unit's right flank, the Grand Prince was efficiently managing operations and ensuring smooth coordination. With the enemy's trap having failed, Werner anticipates their next move will undoubtedly be an all-out assault. Although the main unit is rapidly preparing to retreat, the Crown Prince shows no indication of leaving the main camp, demonstrating admirable leadership by refusing to abandon his soldiers. A sudden call interrupts Werner's thoughts as a messenger approaches. The soldier reports that Lord Rainish's unit has been successfully reorganized. Lady Dijon Kolb confirms that Gok's unit has completed deployment after establishing a proper chain of command. Werner acknowledges their efforts, but shock courses through him when three significant figures appear before him: Dijon Kolb, Rainish, and Oliver Gok. Disbelief fills his mind as he questions the Crown Prince's decision to place a student in command of these elite soldiers. Max formally introduces Werner to the elite soldiers, explaining that the Crown Prince has appointed him as their commander. Werner introduces himself while his thoughts race with considerations of social hierarchy. He notes that both Rainish and Dijon Kolb come from noble families, though neither possesses personal titles. Since Werner's father and siblings hold noble titles, their status essentially equals his own. His family's rank as counts places them higher in the hierarchy, making it acceptable for them to address him as Lord for the time being. Reinisch addresses Werner with apparent admiration, commenting on his remarkable ability to calmly assess enemy movements despite this being his first military campaign. He smiles as he speaks. Werner recognizes Reinisch's significantly greater experience and responds humbly, attributing his success to the prudence necessitated by his inexperience. Reinisch laughs at this modesty. Werner's thoughts turn cynical, acknowledging that they have every reason to feel less than enthusiastic about these circumstances. The orders came directly from the Crown Prince, leaving them no choice but to comply. Despite Reinisch's flattering words, Werner cannot discern his true intentions. While there exists no concrete reason to expect betrayal on the battlefield, the possibility of backstabbing lingers in his mind as something he desperately hopes to avoid. Dejan Kolb interjects, mentioning that during their journey she heard from those who received Werner's counsel, all of whom hold him in high regard. She expresses pleasure at the prospect of fighting under his command and solicits Gok's opinion. Gok affirms that Werner demonstrated impressive judgment on the front line and emphasizes his professional commitment. As a mercenary, once he receives an order, he dedicates himself fully to executing it. Dejan Kolb responds with evident satisfaction, noting their unanimous agreement and seeking confirmation from Lord Reinisch, who readily concurs. Werner was lost in thought for a moment. Mr. Gok served as a mercenary and temporary commander of both the adventurers and the mercenary units. Werner appreciated that Gok had not kicked up a big fuss about the situation. However, doubts continued to pile up regarding the other two. Setting aside the over-the-top compliments, Werner decided to accept them at face value. He expressed his appreciation to them and pledged to do his best not to fall short of the prince's expectations. He then requested their permission to review the state of the battle and confirm their strategy. Later, at the left flank with the first family unit, someone's voice commanded for the shields to assemble. The small shields were directed to their designated area, while the round ones were positioned as well. First announced that they would now go over their movements as a collective unit. According to the message sent by the Crown Prince, the enemy's numbers had multiplied and consolidated to some degree. The enemy had observed that they were not going to charge into the woods and had executed an about-face. It appeared that the more intelligent forest goblins had joined their forces. The enemies held a slight numerical advantage of roughly twice their strength, but this was not insurmountable. In truth, the enemy had shown signs of being intimidated by the attacks from the magic squad. Therefore, first instructed their men to fight in a manner that would demoralize the enemy as much as possible. While the enemy possessed greater numbers, the movements of their unit as a whole would proceed as follows. The 1st and 2nd Night Brigades, who were currently fighting while retreating, would split to the left and right. With the front face of the enemy exposed, the main left and right flanking units would launch a counterattack. Their objective would be to agitate the enemy and disrupt their movements while slowly but surely making a retreat. Tyrone pointed out that it was less than an hour by horseback between the main unit and the capital. With so many unknowns, it would be disastrous to allow the demons to come so close to the capital. First acknowledged this concern, but noted that if it became a war of attrition, their lack of preparedness would leave them at a disadvantage. They needed to prioritize creating time to prepare while discouraging the demons' will to fight without reducing their own strength. Tyrone agreed with the prince's tactics, but could not abide by the strategy devised by a youngster like Werner, especially a strategy so heavily reliant on chivalry. Hermine reminded her brother that they had been over this matter before. Marquis Norpath, commander of the left flank, had already given his approval. Tyrone continued to protest, first added that Hermine had mentioned Werner's strategy was innovative. He wanted Herman to be sent out to bolster Marquis Norpath's strength. Herman agreed to this arrangement. Tyrone expressed his skepticism about the Marquis' approval. First acknowledged that he understood how Tyrone felt, but emphasized that without mistake, Werner's strategy was the most logical given the current situation. A knight was only truly a knight when he had achieved feats of valor. As nobles, they had to take into consideration the casualties, including their slave soldiers. Tyrone was about to say something, but first continued. Besides, as things stood, while they were only outnumbered by the small fries, there was no telling when something worse would rear its head. It did seem that they had defeated a demon thought to be the enemy ringleader, but there was still a puppet master pulling the strings from behind the curtain. It appeared that the search was continuing. The situation was abnormal enough as it was, and there was no telling if an ill-equipped search party would be able to handle what they might encounter. If push came to shove, it would not be the small fries they would be dealing with. The others in the meeting chimed in, realizing that this was where they would come in. First suggested it would be best if it did not come to that, though the possibility remained. Back at Werner's troops, they were marching forward. Werner thought to himself that it was good the knights were finally on the move. Suddenly someone shouted, and that signal made Werner think they should move out as well. He commanded them to charge. They were off to a good start, and the basic fighting method remained the same. Werner had taken the precaution of placing the knights from the Count's families under new leadership. As he surveyed the situation, he realized their numbers had grown beyond what he initially expected. His previous life had never required him to manage 200 subordinates, and everything had been arranged at the last minute. Nevertheless, he had established a messenger network to relay his instructions to the various captains, and if they could maintain this system, there was a chance of success. He signaled for a tactical retreat, then ordered the next wave to commence their attack. The enemy forces were engulfed in magical flames. Werner observed the effectiveness of the assault with a mixture of satisfaction and bewilderment. No matter how many times he witnessed magic in action, it remained an incomprehensible phenomenon to him. The way it manifested its effects and then vanished immediately defied any logical principle he could grasp. The soldiers behind him erupted in excitement at the sight of the enemy's confusion, attributing their success to Werner's tactical decisions. Werner deflected the praise, insisting that credit belonged to the Crown Prince's orders rather than his own leadership. This was not mere humility on Werner's part. His knowledge of how events were supposed to unfold prevented him from accepting such accolades. The amount they had accomplished in such a brief period was remarkable, and he had to acknowledge the Crown Prince's exceptional capabilities as a military leader. A knight from the 2nd Brigade approached Werner and introduced himself as Watchdel. After Werner reciprocated the introduction, Watchdel stood staring at him in an unsettling manner. When Werner inquired about the purpose of this scrutiny, Watchdel explained that he wished to discuss the coordination of the right flank's operations. Werner asked about the orders coming from the main unit, and Watchdel informed him that after delivering their initial strike, the command wanted them to coordinate with the right flank to push the enemy back. Werner understood that Watchdel was proposing a joint operation between their forces. Werner paused to assess the situation, asking about the current state of the 2nd Night Brigade. Watchdel reported that while casualties had been accumulating, they could maintain their position for the time being. Werner recognized this as the response of an experienced warrior. In truth, Werner would have preferred for the knights of the main force to return to the main camp, where they were currently outnumbered, in order to provide better protection for the Crown Prince. The earlier operation had resulted in the 1st and 2nd Night Brigades being divided and separated. Werner acknowledged the information and instructed Watchdel to join the right flank and advance toward the main unit's position to defend it, while he himself would proceed to the center to provide support for the Crown Prince. Watchdel fixed Werner with an intense stare, and an uncomfortable silence stretched between them before Watchdel finally spoke. Watchdel questioned whether Werner, as someone from a Count's family, ever felt exhausted by his responsibilities. Werner grew anxious at what seemed like a death glare, wondering if he had somehow provoked Watchdel's anger, or if he was misinterpreting the situation entirely. He speculated that Watchdel might be questioning why he was putting his own knights at risk for the Crown Prince, though as a knight, protecting the prince was the duty for which he had been trained. Perhaps Watchdel was suggesting they trade positions since Werner's men must be exhausted, but Werner recognized that he had no knowledge of the actual conditions on the left flank. If they were engaged in a difficult struggle, repositioning would be nearly impossible. Furthermore, his unit was currently positioned immediately to the right of the main unit, making them the most capable of executing a smooth movement. Werner admitted that he could understand how taxing the situation must be. Internally, he had no personal desire to undertake such a dangerous task, but he recognized the broader strategic implications. If the Crown Prince were to fall in battle at this location, the entire army would collapse into chaos and be overwhelmed by the demonic forces. He explained to Watchdel that at present, there was no unit with the capacity to take on this responsibility, so each of them had to contribute what they could. In the worst-case scenario, the enemy would break through their lines at this point. Watchdel remained silent, trembling slightly, before expressing his appreciation for Werner's resolve. Werner was taken aback by this reaction. Watchdel affirmed that they would hold the right flank and bow deeply before Werner. Werner was perplexed by this gesture, unsure why such a profound show of respect was necessary. The other soldiers nearby appeared equally surprised by the display. Watchdel proclaimed that despite Werner's youth, his integrity and sense of duty were remarkable. As a knight himself, Watchdel felt humbled by Werner's presence and considered him an inspiration. With that declaration, Watchdel departed to carry out his orders, leaving Werner standing in bewilderment. Max came running back urgently, his face splattered with blood, asking what had transpired. Werner questioned why the adjutant general's face was covered in blood, and Max rubbed at his face apologetically. Werner remarked that Max's timing was actually perfect. The Zerfield unit was being dispatched to provide support for the main camp center. Max had grasped the situation. They were to serve as a protective barrier for the Crown Prince. Werner found himself caught off guard by this development. Max expressed his astonishment at witnessing someone from the Night Brigade display such enthusiastic emotion and offer such heartfelt gratitude. However, for someone of Werner's age to possess not only such loyalty, but also exceptional strategic acumen created an uncomfortable tension in the air. Werner comprehended what lay beneath the surface of this assignment. Their true purpose was merely to buy precious time until Mausel could vanquish the final adversary. Yet if circumstances deteriorated, Werner's natural inclination would be to retreat. It had never occurred to him that others might interpret this strategy as a willingness to sacrifice himself as a human shield. This fundamental misunderstanding explained why he felt their perspectives weren't quite aligning. Max became emotional, tears welling in his eyes as he questioned when Werner had matured into such an admirable young man. The moment stirred memories in Werner of their shared training sessions in the courtyard together. Max pledged to dedicate himself to serving Werner with utmost devotion. Werner responded with uncertain reassurance that they would give their collective best effort. Internally, Max remained completely unaware of how desperately Werner wished to clarify this misconception. However, Werner recognized that this wasn't the appropriate moment to address such concerns. Werner called out to Max with renewed focus, commanding him to advance once more and shatter the enemy's front line. He ordered them to maintain that momentum while simultaneously providing protective cover for the Crown Prince. Meanwhile, at the location of Maisel's search party, the demon commander had materialized before them. They engaged it in combat, but the creature persistently regenerated its wounds. Confusion spread through their ranks as they grappled with their next move. The presence of demons had never been mentioned in their briefing. Someone inquired about Mosel's condition, and he assured them he was managing well. Lugans observed that one would expect attacking the main body to yield some progress. The girl noted that even when they struck it with concentrated force, the regeneration occurred instantaneously. Lugans glanced in her direction and dismissed her concerns, claiming he had the situation under control. He suggested she return home. The girl bristled at his presumptuous attitude, insisting this was manageable, a simple task. Thanks to the supplies from a certain someone's acquaintance, they possessed an abundant stock of recovery potions. An attack emerged from behind her position, but Mausolé intercepted it with a swift slash against the demon. Mausel's thoughts turned inward, acknowledging that everyone was reaching their limits of exhaustion. The potions would sustain them physically, but they needed to conclude this battle somehow. He recognized his own limitations. He lacked Werner's intellectual prowess. Werner occupied Mausel's thoughts as he continued cutting through enemies. Werner's counsel echoed through his consciousness, advising against hasty action and encouraging him to remain true to himself. Mazel understood he was simply an ordinary person desperately observing the unfolding battle, attempting to discern patterns and solutions. Werner had praised Mausel's remarkably sharp memory, insisting he possessed greater aptitude in certain areas. Mausel recalled Werner's instruction to observe carefully and engage in thoughtful analysis. A realization struck Mausolé with sudden clarity. He called out urgently to Lugans and the others, announcing that he had formulated a strategy. Dejan Cole was taken aback upon learning that Werner had volunteered to provide protection for the Crown Prince. Max confirmed this, explaining that the decision had been made after strategic discussions with a member of the 2nd Night Brigade, and that Werner himself had voiced this intention. Consequently, they were being called upon to advance once more, with the objective of dismantling the enemy's entire formation before repositioning to the vanguard of the main force. Barky attempted to recapture Dejan Kolb's wandering attention. After apologizing, Dejan Kolb acknowledged her understanding of the situation. She then remarked to Barky that Werner might very well become a central pillar supporting their nation in times to come. Barky responded that should such a future materialize, he believed the country would experience unprecedented prosperity. Shortly thereafter, a voice could be heard confirming comprehension of the tactical details. Reynesh observed that Werner had accumulated more than sufficient military accomplishments, having successfully identified the enemy's strategic trap, and now offering himself as a protective shield for the Crown Prince. Gok noted that under the present circumstances, it was indeed tactically sound for the 2nd Night Brigade, positioned at a considerable distance to relocate to the front of the main unit. Reynish expressed admiration for such excellence in one so young, and reflecting upon his own years at the military college, he admitted feeling genuinely ashamed of himself by comparison. His observation was punctuated by laughter, followed by a moment of contemplative silence. Max pointed out that they were positioned at the very frontmost lines, and therefore there was no necessity for Reinisch to expose himself to such obvious peril. Reinisch questioned what Max could possibly mean by such a statement. He had been granted the honor of protecting the Crown Prince himself. There existed no greater privilege than this. Gok remained silent throughout this exchange. Max stated that they were pleased to hear Reinisch express such sentiments. They had been afforded the opportunity to wield their blades to their fullest satisfaction in service of the Crown Prince, and for this they could not express sufficient gratitude to Lord Werner. A short time later, Werner found himself engaged in combat with enemy forces. His thoughts turned to the overwhelming number of adversaries before him. Even in the game version of these events, regardless of how extensively one leveled up their character to maximum capacity, it remained impossible to completely eliminate the demon forces. He wondered from what source they could possibly be spawning in such numbers. A voice called out from behind him, reporting that messages had been successfully dispatched to all units. Werner acknowledged this information favorably and issued orders to advance 3 paces forward and continue pressing the attack. The soldiers behind him voiced their affirmation and proceeded to thrust their weapons into the faces of the goblin enemies. Despite their efforts, additional enemies continued to appear. Werner instructed the others to establish contact with the main unit and inform them of their tactical withdrawal. Orc enemies hurled stones in their direction, forcing them to take cover behind their shields. He began to issue another command but found his voice faltering and breaking. This deterioration of his vocal capacity was unsurprising given the extent to which he had strained it. All that remained now was to maintain their defensive formations while advancing toward the position of the Crown Prince at the front of the main unit. The 2nd Knight Brigade would join them in this maneuver, leaving the right flank, which they had previously defended, to fend for itself. Werner could do nothing but hope fervently that the left flank would hold its position, as he would be engaged in combat at the very center of the front lines. Meanwhile, on the left flank, the forces under the command of the Count Wine family were maintaining their position. They had deployed their shields while simultaneously advancing forward. Count I commanded his soldiers to force the enemy backward, and to penetrate through their defensive ranks. From some distance away, a voice expressed admiration for what was unfolding. The speaker noted that this represented a highly rational and effective strategy, precisely what one would expect from Count First and his distinguished family. The voice belonged to the general commander of the left flank, Marquis Norpov. The Marquis remarked that it was little wonder they were all respected as a military family. Hermann corrected him, explaining that this strategy had been proposed by Lord Werner of Count Zerfield's family. The Marquis inquired whether it was Count Zerfield's son, the one who had asked her for money if he was not mistaken, questioning whether it was really that boy. Hermine confirmed there was no mistake about it. Before being positioned on the main unit's right flank, Werner had personally advised Hermann. She closed her eyes and acknowledged that Werner had provided them with their strategy at that time. The strategy involved building a wall of shields to stall the enemy, then attacking through the gaps in the shield formation. Werner had emphasized that if a shield bearer fell, the army line would crumble. Therefore, he had insisted on placing the bravest soldiers in charge of the shields. Enemy corpses would then be used to aid their retreat. The Marquis paused before stating that he understood. It appeared that Werner was even greater than he had thought. Tyrone mumbled something, and the Marquis admitted that Werner was excellent. After thinking about it, the Marquis answered that he would report this to His Highness the Crown Prince. Back at the center of the main unit, the Imperial Guard unit directly under the Crown Prince's orders held their position. A command rang out to hold the line as they struggled to clear a path through the demon horde. It was a grueling battle. The soldiers maintained their formation as the commander looked around and noticed something. The Count Zerfield family unit had arrived. The commander sounded more confident and trustworthy. They all fell back as Werner's unit marched forward. Werner shouted orders to advance to the front, and his unit pressed forward with determination. Things were going as planned. The commander of the Imperial Guard told his troops it was a relief. Once they took a breather, they would fortify His Highness' surroundings, and the troops agreed. The Imperial Guards looked back at Werner's unit as they advanced forward. They asked which one was Werner, and the commander indicated it was probably the skinny one with the spear as Werner's troops battled. The Imperial Guards spotted him. They commented that he looked fresh out of school, and questioned whether Werner was from a civil servant family. Another remarked that it was no wonder the Crown Prince couldn't leave him alone. They agreed, noting that Lord Werner would have to work very hard in the future. Werner killed another monster with a slash and pulled a tube from his waist, drinking a potion. One of his men informed Werner that units had finished moving and were engaging in battle. Werner acknowledged this and told Max he was going to step back a bit to focus on giving orders. asking him to hold the front line. Max assured Werner to leave it to him and marched off, leaving Werner in awe of Max's energy. Though he wondered if perhaps it was too much energy. There were many casualties. If it weren't for his potions, Werner was certain many people would be down, including himself. His hope was that they could focus on drawing the enemy out from here on. There was also the recovery of the wounded, adjusting troop numbers, and the reorganization of the chain of command to consider. Just swinging a weapon at the enemy was hard enough. Deep down, Werner knew he had to work his way up to being a good commander, but it was really hard. Then there were the Imperial Guards at the rear. Having allies at their back was a morale booster, but it also meant they had nowhere to run. If it wasn't for the Imperial Guards, Werner might have run away, but in this situation, everyone was fighting their hardest. Thanks to that, they had secured the front line. Werner told his messenger to send a message and signal the hunters. He thought it was about time. They brought out the secret weapon. In accordance with their meeting with the 2nd Night Brigade, they had positioned themselves at the front lines before His Highness the Crown Prince. Having finally managed to stabilize the front lines, Werner declared that the time had come to employ their prepared weapon. He commanded the knights to signal the hunters to ready the slingshots, while ordering the rest to prepare for a tactical retreat followed by a counterattack. Upon receiving the order, a knight swiftly relayed the signal by waving the flag. The hunters immediately complied, seizing the jars and preparing their positions. At the command to fire, they hurled the projectiles into the air, and as they landed among the monsters, flames erupted and engulfed them in fire. Werner observed with satisfaction that their improvised weapon was functioning as intended. They had created makeshift Molotov cocktails using perfume oil contained in flamethrower. Unlike magical attacks that dissipated once the initial damage was inflicted, these flames would continue burning persistently. The demons, when set ablaze, thrashed about desperately in their agony, and as the stampeding horde rushed forward, these burning creatures became obstacles that impeded the advance of their fellow monsters. Seizing this opportunity, Werner commanded the knights to push forward, and they responded with disciplined affirmation. He recognized inwardly that the enemies who had broken formation while engulfed in flames had created a gap between their first and second assault wave. This presented the perfect moment to break through their lines. Werner ordered them to advance without retreating, calculating that this maneuver would buy them precious time before the next wave reached them, providing space for an eventual withdrawal. As the knights regrouped, one commented on how effectively their strategy had worked. Werner encouraged them to maintain their offensive momentum, though he acknowledged privately that while he would ideally repeat this tactic indefinitely, their supply of pots was limited. Furthermore, the perfumed oil had cost them a considerable sum. He had been surprised to discover that essential oils existed in this world, but they were treated as precious commodities with extremely limited availability. They had been able to acquire such quantities so rapidly only because of their proximity to the capital, and because of his father, who utilized perfumed oils for diplomatic functions in his capacity as Minister of Ceremonies. Werner acknowledged silently that his father would undoubtedly be furious when he discovered what had been done. He had used his father's name and authority to purchase the entire supply, but he reasoned that such measures were preferable to death. He commanded the second volley to commence, and his forces complied once more as he wondered how long their supplies would last. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the battlefield, someone demanded that Mazel report his findings. Mazel responded affirmatively as he struck down an enemy. He indicated that the demon positioned on the left side exhibited a peculiar characteristic. When that creature sustained damage, the injured portion of its body regenerated with priority, while the rest of its body recovered at a noticeably slower rate. When asked to confirm this observation, Mosul stated that while the difference was subtle, it was definitely present. Another fighter acknowledged this information, noting that since the monsters appeared to be protecting the demon positioned in the center, they had been targeting the humanoid creature instead. Mosul admitted he could not determine which of them constituted the main body, but he theorized that even if the leftmost demon was not the primary entity, it was highly probable that it was serving a recovery or support function. His companion indicated understanding, concluding that they should concentrate all their strength on eliminating that target first regardless. Mazel proposed a coordinated strategy. He would continue his apparent assault on the central demon as they had been doing, thereby drawing attacks from both sides. During this diversion, Lugans and Anna would maneuver into position and unleash their full power against the leftmost demon. Lugans expressed concern about the danger this plan would place Mausel in, but Mausel dismissed these worries, expressing confidence that with their speed, they could execute the plan successfully. He predicted that if his theory was correct, the middle demon would falter, allowing him to deliver the finishing blow. He added that if the situation became precarious, Rick could provide him with a potion. Rick acknowledged the plan and urged them to proceed before their opportunity passed. Before Mazel could respond, a monster approached from behind him. However, Lugans intercepted it, cutting the creature down. He instructed Mausole that if he found himself in genuine danger, his priority should be self-preservation, punctuating this directive with a confident grin. The others silently conveyed their agreement with this condition. Mazel acknowledged the plan with enthusiasm and a bright smile. Lugans called out to Anna, seeking confirmation of her readiness, and she responded with spirited confidence that she would incinerate their enemies. With everyone positioned and prepared, Lugans gave Mausole the signal, and Mausole charged forward into battle. The demon muttered about the old trick being a bore. Mazel slashed his sword, causing blood to splatter, which made the demon gasp and click her tongue in frustration. Mazel closed his eyes and launched another attack. The demon's eyes widened as her body froze in shock at his incredible speed. His silhouette appeared through the thick smoke, and she swiftly turned toward it with fury in her gaze, thinking about the impudent fool. Mazel lunged forward and slashed through her body. Lugans shouted in celebration as the jewel on the demon's forehead cracked and her body crumbled to the ground. Lugans yelled about spotting a treasure chest and wondered what might be inside. The demon suddenly chuckled, causing Mausole to turn toward her. Lugans' voice echoed about liking the look of something, while the demon continued to smirk. Mazel asked what was funny. The demon replied that she was imagining his face crushed in despair, explaining that her children would have wiped out the knights by now, and all he would see upon his return would be a sea of corpses. In a swift motion, Mazel towered over her and demanded to know what she had said. The demon laughed again, saying she liked that face, and that it was a fitting overture for the awakening of the One, before laughing wickedly once more. Mausoleum immediately turned and called for Lugans. However, Lugans was still overjoyed in their victory, exclaiming about the huge treasure chest. Rick added his own excitement. Mazel called for Lugans again, but Lugans didn't hear him, commenting about what they could expect from these enemies. Mazel interrupted with the urgent news that the demons had obliterated the knight. Instantly, all three of them turned to him in shock. Mazel shouted that they had to get back immediately. At the same time, the knights were busy fighting the monsters. Someone called out to Lord Werner, informing him that the hunters were saying they were just about out of flame pots. Werner acknowledged this and ordered that the baggage handlers and hunters were authorized to withdraw, instructing them to get only the horses to the Zerfeld estate. The knight confirmed the order and left. Werner thought to himself that even though they had come this far, the enemy's pressure wasn't letting up. Since they didn't know where these demons were coming from, withdrawing was too much trouble if he didn't have the Imperial Guard at his rear. After throwing the flame pots at the monsters en masse, he would be almost keen enough to try and outrun them. Warner began to feel exhausted. Meanwhile, there were still many monsters remaining, standing still. Werner ordered everyone to push the monsters back. Everyone was confused and surprised. Someone tried to reason with him, but Max said that Lord Werner must have a plan, and that the enemies were quailing, urging everyone to push forward. Everyone shouted in response. Hamin sighed and asked what had happened. Marcus Norpath replied that through the efforts of the royal grandson who was sent to the capital ahead of time, assistance had come. Hamin said that was reassuring. Norpath agreed, adding that the enemy had also settled down and they should be able to cautiously mop up. He then told the knight to let him know if anything happened, and the knight confirmed. Hamin asked where he was going. Norpath smirked, saying he was thinking of joining in for the fun, which surprised Hermione. He added an invitation for her to join him, and Hermione smiled in response. Soon after, on the battlefield, Count Bastian, Dejan Kolb, Rhinish, Tyrone, and Hermione fought with all their might. The king, Commander Norpath, Oliver, and the other knights clashed fiercely against the monsters. All around, the other groups battled relentlessly, blood splattering across their armor as Max and Warner gritted their teeth, pushing forward with sheer determination. As the fight raged on, the monsters were slowly being driven back. A knight shouted about their victory, and cheers erupted across the field. Joy and relief filled everyone's faces. Though Werner stood there barely able to process it, his eyes widened as he whispered in shock about them winning. The knights gathered around him, shouting his name and offering congratulations, saying they were victorious and deeply indebted to his hard work. Werner thought to himself, realizing he had gotten so carried away that he had really put his foot in it now. He was sure his father would have something to say about this. He muttered about his father, but then thought that, oh well, as his consciousness slowly drifted away. The knights were shocked and worriedly shouted his name. Max ordered someone to bring a potion and to hurry, and someone confirmed. Warner told himself that he was alive. He was a good man, but ultimately he was merely a civil servant. Yet it appeared he possessed valor. According to some, he died protecting his younger brother. Another voice questioned whether it was a matter of insufficient training. A woman responded that if the younger brother survived, then the line of succession remained secure. Someone murmured in acknowledgement. Warner stood silently in the corner, listening to the guests gossip among themselves. One lady inquired whether the eldest son had been married. Someone replied that she had heard he was engaged to the eldest daughter of the first family. Another pointed out that she had just departed. Meanwhile, Werner thought bitterly that a child had died, and this was what occupied their conversation. Norbert addressed him, directing the young master to follow. A lady in the crowd muttered something about the heir, questioning his abilities. Another dismissed him as merely a civil servant in the end. Werner's expression darkened with disgust as Norbert guided him outside. A loud laugh suddenly echoed in his ears. Warner turned quickly, recognizing his brother's fiancée. Without any trace of sorrow, the lady declared that now she would not have to marry into a civil servant's family. Warner's body went rigid. He wondered if this was truly what this world was like. Even so, this exceeded cruelty. They were not humans, he thought. His eyes hardened with the realization that they were monsters. Warner was completely taken aback. Commands to push through and not flinch rang out amid the chaos. Warner awakened abruptly, drenched in sweat, questioning whether it had been a dream. The funeral dream had returned after some time. Despite having encountered the first family, he wondered why he had not seen his brother's former fiancée among them. The thought made him feel sick. He paused, realizing the demon's stampede had begun, and he was in the midst of it. A voice suddenly shouted that Lord Werner had awakened and burst into the room. Werner cried out in pain that everything hurt. His mother scolded him that of course it hurt after pushing himself so excessively. He had received treatment but had slept for an entire day, leaving them terribly worried. Werner expressed surprise and apologized. He noticed his voice was hoarse. His mother stated they would begin by treating his throat, as one needed it for issuing orders. She called for Norbert to bring the potion. Norbert presented it to Lord Werner, who consumed it in one swallow before glancing at them. He recognized that they had been genuinely worried, which reminded him of his reincarnation. He wondered anxiously if he had somehow jumped between worlds again. Werner inquired about the outcome of the demon's stampede. His mother smirked and assured him not to worry as they had emerged victorious. Werner expressed relief while silently noting his mother's intimidating expression. He sighed, realizing the cries of victory had not been a dream. His mother suddenly informed Werner that once he could speak properly, he was to report to his father. Later, in his father's office, his father acknowledged there was much to discuss with him. However, given that Werner had received commendations from the royal family, he could not reproach him excessively. Werner questioned what this meant. His father explained that recently an envoy sent directly from the royal family had come to check on him. Werner reacted with some surprise. His father added that this was followed shortly by visitors from both the First and Rhinish families. He presented a list for Werner to review for safety's sake. Werner opened the scroll and gasped softly. His father continued, informing him that in 5 days' time, Werner would have the opportunity to receive a Medal of Honor before His Highness. Warner closed the scroll and apologized to his father for the inconvenience. His father's eyes narrowed as he let out a short sigh before acknowledging that Werner's ingenuity had saved many lives. Max and the others could talk of nothing else. After offering his praise, his father inquired whether Werner was feeling better, to which Werner confirmed he was much improved. His father muttered that he understood, then informed Werner that he would need a report concerning the perfumed oil, though it was not a priority. He added that Werner need not attend school until the ceremony and should use the time to rest. With that, the meeting was concluded. Outside, Norbert cheerfully remarked that it was good to see the master so pleased. Werner questioned whether that was truly the case. Expressing hope that it was, he suddenly remembered there was some documentation he needed Norbert to retrieve for him. Later, while reviewing the documents, Werner noted that Viscounts Crank and Mittig had died, and the militant Baron Donnell was seriously injured. The deaths had spread to the nobility as well. Most of the casualties were students. While nobles were one thing, the cost of treatments and funerals weighed heavily when commoners were involved. Though he had not known them personally, the loss still registered. Warner instructed Norbert to identify which of his school friends were among the dead. He would write letters of condolence in his name, and Norbert should arrange for a personal representative to attend the funerals. Furthermore, if any of the deceased had younger siblings who wished it, Werner wanted to support their matriculation into the academy in coming years under the auspices of the Count's family. He would submit this proposal to his father. Norbert acknowledged the instructions and departed to send someone suitable. Warner reflected internally on how people had died, not just people, but his schoolmate. How could he remain so disgustingly calm about it? He was certain that if Max or the others had died or been injured, he would not be so composed. Could this detachment stem from knowing this was the world of a game? Regardless, if this truly was a game, then this victory had deviated from the story. He hoped it would not negatively impact the hero's journey. Reconsidering the events, Werner believed he could trust in the Crown Prince's decision-making abilities. As someone who needed to prepare for an attack on the capital, it was reassuring to know he had such a ruler and the Crown Prince's knights on his side. He recalled that the next major conflict in Mazel's story took place at Varisa Fortress. The question remained whether things would still follow the game's script. He had no choice but to let events unfold, but he wanted to fortify the capital's defenses in the meantime, perhaps through equipment upgrades or strategic planning. The demons had stampeded in a straight line toward them, allowing him to manage with borrowed wisdom, and they had mostly been small fries. If they would be fighting an enemy with both reason and strength, then training for group warfare would become crucial. However, despite being the son of a count, Werner did not personally hold a title, and moreover, they were a civil servant family in a world dominated by those who valued martial prowess. He would need to rely on Max and his closest men to spread the fighting techniques to others. The news of the Demon Lord's revival had not yet circulated widely. Now that the demon stampede had concluded, it would be difficult to instill a sense of urgency in anyone. This world honored individual valor, and many would resist what he proposed. He needed to make them understand the situation and recognize how vital group warfare and strategy were. Werner considered that the Demon Lord's revival would certainly alter the distribution and strength of demons. If he could make everyone see this reality, they would understand how dire the situation truly was. A man named Frentzen arrived, having been asked to personally represent Werner at the funerals. Werner expressed his appreciation and requested that if the bereaved families appeared to be in need of aid, Frentzen should distribute what Werner provided. If it proved insufficient, he could request more later. Frentzen confirmed his understanding and departed. Inwardly, Werner resolved to determine their next course of action while managing the aftermath of the demon stampede, assessing the damages, arranging funerals, providing medical treatment, and awarding medals for distinguished service all required time. Outside, rain poured down heavily. Werner gazed out and thought he might appreciate not having to attend school. Several days later, the garden rang with the loud clash of metal. Werner dodged as Mazel launched another attack. Mazel grabbed Werner's arm and lifted him up. Mazel smirked as he stepped on one foot and tossed Werner into the air. Warner looked at him with surprise, then gasped in pain as he landed. Mazel gripped his arms behind his back. Warner protested that Mazel should ease off, reminding him that he was supposed to be recovering. Mazel smiled, responding that he would never dream of taking it easy on the hero of the demon stampede. Warner shouted at him to knock it off. Afterwards, a servant came and served snacks. Mazel couldn't help himself, as Werner was really amazing. The whole school was already talking about it, Mosul said brightly, adding how Werner had watched the enemy's movements and spotted the trap. Then Werner had launched the counterattack just as the enemy was collapsing. Lord Hubertus was praising Werner highly, saying that he had an outstanding eye for assessing a battle. Werner questioned who Lord Hubertus was. The servant apologized and Mosul thanked her. Mazel then scratched his head, exclaiming that Lord Hubertus was His Highness the Crown Prince, apologizing and explaining it was force of habit. Werner realized who he meant. Werner rubbed his forehead, saying that Mazel was making too big a deal out of this. Mazel added that the Crown Prince had also said Werner came up with a mysterious style of fighting that resembles a porcupine. Werner looked confused at the porcupine comment. Mazel told him that the Crown Prince had never seen anything like it before, but he said it was exceptionally effective. Werner thought to himself that the Crown Prince must mean the phalanx formation. The first family was able to pull it off on the battlefield pretty well despite his lousy instructions. He chalked it up to them being a military family. He decided he'd better stop thinking about it before he got cynical. Mazel suddenly said to look at these, showing him a letter. Werner asked what they were, starting to say that if they were letters of invitation to tea, he had already told him. Mazel cut him off, explaining that one was from Calvitz's little sister, another was from Balzar's father, and another one was from William's. They had asked him to send their thanks when he attended their funerals, Mazel explained. They were also moved that someone from the nobility would treat them in such a way. Warner replied that the students who weren't nobility or registered as adventurers should have been put on standby. Mazel agreed, but noted that no one expected things to turn out the way they did. Warner agreed that he was right. Mazel smiled, then said that thanks to Warner, what they wished to protect was protected. Not only were they happy that peace had returned, but there was someone out there who would mourn their deaths. It was just sad the dead couldn't be brought back to life. Mazel added that with all his heart, he believed it was a good thing they had someone like Werner. Werner was taken aback, and then told him that if anyone should be commended, it was the valiant hero who defeated the demon boss. Mazel protested that Werner shouldn't say that either. Werner told him not to be modest. If Mazel hadn't defeated those demons and broken the crystal controlling the monsters, there was no telling how things would have turned out. Werner then asked if Mazel ever found out what that black jewel he had found was. Mazel replied that apparently the very material it was made from was unknown. Werner muttered his surprise. He wondered to himself if this had been in the game. He then smiled and said that be that as it may, it was all thanks to Mazel's achievements as the hero. Mazel replied that he had gotten enough of that at school. Then he said that the reason he sought refuge over at Werner's place wasn't only to deliver the letters. It took the commoners everything they had to carve out an escape route for him. Werner replied that it was a bit dramatic. Mazel protested that he was a commoner and had no clue how to turn down an aristocrat's invitation. He didn't even know what to wear or how to act at the medal ceremony the next day. Warner inwardly muttered that he wanted to blame the teachers, but as a friend, he couldn't neglect Mazel when Mazel came to him for help. Warner then replied that it was true, that this was his field of expertise. Mazel brightly exclaimed what a lifesaver Warner was. Warner thought to himself that he guessed he would have to step in when he got back to school. Then he told Mazel that as far as declining invitations goes, there was no problem using the standard excuse that he was only a student. He should just wear his school uniform. Mazel asked if he really meant the school uniform. Warner told him it was considered formal attire. Meanwhile, he silently thought that first, he wanted the victory celebration to go without a hitch, and the talk would come after or should have. The day of the medal ceremony arrived. The king announced that furthermore to the legitimate son of Lord Zerfeld, Werner von Zerfeld, he bequeathed upon him the title of Viscount. Warner asked himself how this had happened. Following the demon stampede, a victory celebration was held at the palace several days later, and everything proceeded smoothly. Werner had just begun contemplating what lay ahead when the medal ceremony commenced. The king announced that first place in order of merit belonged to Hubertus Nals Weisweinzerl. The crown prince attributed this honor entirely to his majesty's glory. The second position went to Ingo Fathi Zerfeld, whose unit had played a crucial role in the recent battle, and whose achievements the king deemed highly commendable. The man bowed in gratitude for the king's kindness. The king then proceeded to address the legitimate son of Lord Zerfeld, Werner von Zerfeld. Werner's internal reaction was one of shock when the king bequeathed upon him the title of Viscount. His thoughts erupted in disbelief even as he bowed and expressed his profound gratitude for the king's generous compensation, humbly thanking his majesty for the kindness shown to him. Both men rose from their positions. Warner could feel the stares piercing his back and reflected on how deadly those looks felt. The assembled men stood in silence. Warner sighed and shifted his gaze upward, contemplating how despite this world's rural villages being stuck in a medieval style, the capital and palace uniforms appeared surprisingly modern. He wondered whether this unusual combination of aesthetics existed because this was a video game world, and sometimes he found himself struck by an intensely jarring sense of incongruity. The king moved forward with the proceedings. Werner muttered to himself that none of these concerns truly mattered. The third position in order of merit went to Mazel Harding, who stepped forward and knelt before the king. Warner privately wondered whether Mosul shouldn't actually be ranked first in merit, though he kept this opinion to himself. He observed that Mazel presented an impressive picture, exactly as one would expect from the main character. Nevertheless, Werner wished he could show Mazel's family their son in formal attire, and felt frustrated that Mazel hadn't even invited them, much less informed them of the ceremony. He recalled Mazel's reasoning about his family living so far away that they would need to stay at an inn. Werner acknowledged in his thoughts that it was indeed true that Mazel's family home was located in Arlia, which was considerably distant from the capital. Even if Mazel had extended an invitation, they wouldn't have arrived in time, and there was also the family business to consider. In the game, they could stay for free and receive full HP recovery, which gave them a special place in Werner's heart. Still, Mazel maintained good relations with his family, and probably would have been happy if they could have attended. If they possessed the Skywalk boots item, they could have made the journey in a second. This thought reminded Werner to wonder why those items weren't sold around the capital, and whether their existence was even known. He made a mental note to investigate this matter. Warner shifted his gaze and caught Mazel looking at him. Mazel smiled brightly, and Warner grinned in return, thinking that he shouldn't be surprised the main character handled the situation flawlessly. The king announced the 4th position in merit, which went to Marquis Danilo Stipe Norpath, who came forward. Werner told himself to stand quietly and wait until the standing banquet. As the ceremony continued, Werner surveyed the room and recognized several familiar faces. Not far from his position, someone approached. Mazel offered his congratulations on the good work. Werner sighed and responded that the real struggle was just beginning. The ladies kept stealing glances in their direction while the men watched them intently, slowly moving closer. Werner's eyes narrowed in response. He hoped these opposing forces could keep each other in check forever, then complained that his stomach hurt. Mosul expressed confusion at this statement. Werner explained his perspective. By making him a viscount, wasn't the king essentially telling him to assist his father, the count? He had been recognized as his father's successor, which should be cause for celebration, shouldn't it? Werner conceded that this might be true, though that wasn't actually the king's motivation. The concept of noblesse oblige meant that certain responsibilities simply came with the rank. The king was essentially communicating that although Werner was only a student, they would permit him to take over the count's household. But as an aristocrat, he would be required to engage in military and other functions. Mazel acknowledged that this sounded difficult, but pointed out that Werner had a proven track record of accomplishing tasks, which explained why they wanted to put him to work. Werner objected that this observation wasn't helping. He reflected that for him personally, the situation couldn't possibly be worse. Despite the likelihood that the capital would come under attack, Werner would spend considerable time in the royal castle fulfilling his duties. Furthermore, the more time he spent on the battlefield, the greater his risk of death. Werner's expression darkened at these thoughts. Observing his reaction, Maxwell commented that Werner seemed to be the only person viewing this new title negatively. Werner responded that Maxwell simply wasn't observing carefully enough. At that moment, someone interrupted them, addressing Werner by his full title. Both young men turned quickly to find Marquis Norpath approaching, who stated he wished to offer his congratulations. Mazel and Werner bowed respectfully. Werner acknowledged that this was quite an honor and expressed deep remorse for his rudeness during the recent battle, begging the Marquis to accept his sincere apologies. The Marquis smirked and remarked that as long as Werner understood his transgression, all was well. He mentioned having spoken with the Crown Prince about the matter. Werner's surprise was evident at this revelation. The Marquis explained that the prince had instructed him not to reprimand Werner too harshly given his youth, but he could now see such leniency would be unnecessary. Werner thanked him graciously. The Marquis observed that Count Zerfeld clearly had an excellent son and stated he would follow Werner's career with great interest before departing. Warner expressed his gratitude once more. As soon as the Marquis was out of earshot, Mazel demanded an explanation for what had just transpired. Werner clarified that during the demon stampede, he had gone directly to the Crown Prince to warn him that the monster's retreat was a trap. However, proper protocol dictated he should have reported first to his direct commanding officer, Marquis Norpath, who would then relay the information to the prince. Mazel questioned whether following proper channels wouldn't have made them dangerously short on time. Werner agreed that he believed so, which was why he hadn't wasted time trying to convince Marquis Norpath. Nevertheless, he explained, if breaking rules were permitted simply because the ends justified the means, they would be unable to maintain army discipline. Mazel muttered something unclear, prompting Werner to question him. Mazel then asked if they were truly the same age, as he would never have known such things. Werner replied that his aristocratic background accounted for the difference. Another voice suddenly interrupted, asserting that Werner's noble birth couldn't be the sole reason for his knowledge. Werner turned toward the speaker. Count Bastian added that Werner had distinguished himself admirably in battle. Werner politely deflected the praise, attributing any success to his knights. The count smiled, and then apologized for his rudeness before the stampede had begun. Werner's eyes widened as he insisted the count had nothing to apologize for. Count Bastian firmly disagreed, admitting he had underestimated Werner's command abilities. Werner remained silent, understanding the count's true position. Count Bastian wished to apologize personally, but protocol dictated that as the head of his count's family, he should apologize directly to Werner's father, the head of the Zerfeld family and the Minister of Ceremonies. Such a formal apology between family heads would escalate the matter considerably. There were also concerns about preserving dignity and other social consideration. Werner found noble relations tiresome. He graciously accepted the count's words, deliberately avoiding any direct mention of an apology, as a courtesy befitting his inferior position to the count. His thoughts then turned to the fact that Count Bastian's eldest son, Tyrone, had not appeared on the list of seriously wounded. Even if Tyrone were injured, this world possessed potions and recovery magic capable of treating any minor affliction. If Tyrone had wanted to be present, he would have been. In fact, Tyrone should have been in attendance. Werner would be lying if he claimed it didn't bother him. The polite course of action would be to refrain from drawing attention to it. Count Bastian mentioned that their territories neighbored one another and expressed his hope that they could continue to maintain good relations. Warner responded affirmatively, noting that both his father and he looked forward to the best of relations going forward. He requested that if anything should arise, the Count should go through his father. Count Bastian agreed and excused himself. Hermione called out to Lord Werner, and he glanced toward her. She expressed her desire to discuss war strategies with him at leisure sometime. Werner agreed to meet at any time. Hermione smiled before taking her leave. Werner observed that, judging by her attitude, she no longer seemed to look down on them for being a civil servant family the way she once had. Simply having their neighboring territories get along without incident was sufficient for him. After the two departed completely, Mazel commented that it appeared Werner had difficulties on all sides. Warner acknowledged this, but noted it was nothing compared to what Mazel faced, referencing the crowd that had gathered around him. Mazel looked confused by this observation. Shortly thereafter, a nobleman made a request for Mazel to agree to meet his daughter. Warner quickly intervened, pointing out to Viscount Unger that his daughter was only 3 years old. Mazel added that he was merely a student and asked to be excused if the opportunity ever arose. Someone from the crowd requested a moment with Mazel, while another urged everyone to wait. Yet another nobleman proceeded to introduce his own daughter. Meanwhile, Werner thought to himself that far from being the same age, people should stop misrepresenting things. They needed to quit pushing little girls and elderly women onto Mazel. He supposed this demonstrated how attractive a commoner with hero skills became, especially one who had defeated the Stampede. He reflected that this court comedy probably would not have been possible if events had followed the game's original storyline in which the royal knights were annihilated and the crown prince and his son perished. Peace was not a bad thing, he supposed. However, the fact remained that they had diverged significantly from the original storyline. All he could do was pray that the fall of Fortress Larissa would occur according to the script. When it did, a number of people present would probably die. The fact that he was wishing for such an outcome had not escaped his notice. After they managed to slip away from the crowd, Mazel expressed his gratitude for Werner saving him. Warner noted that Mazel seemed tired, which was unusual, though he didn't blame him. He offered to treat Mazel to lunch next time. Mazel replied that 3 times would make them square. He remarked that the situation had really been something. Warner said he could only imagine how it must be on campus. Internally, Werner acknowledged that this was only the beginning. To be precise, it had to be this way, or they would be in trouble. This rise in attention was the result of vanquishing demons and monsters. In other words, he wanted things to become harder for Mazel. It was true that helplessness made one an egoist. All he was thinking about was his own survival. He had worked over a decade for that purpose alone. Suddenly a lady spoke, apologizing for interrupting their conversation. The two turned toward her, and as soon as Werner saw her, he immediately bowed. The lady stated that such formality would not be necessary, and identified herself as Laura Louise Wine Zero. Warner's thoughts began to race frantically. Was she serious? Wasn't she supposed to appear much later? What was she doing here? This was Princess Laura, the game's heroine. She asked if she might have a moment with them both. The princess guided them toward the doorway, where brilliant light from outside illuminated Werner's features. They were ushered into a garden, with the princess accompanied by her attendants as Werner simply trailed behind. The observation was made that she possessed considerable beauty, to which came the response that attractive appearance must surely be a requirement for those of royal blood. Despite this certainty, they were venturing remarkably deep into the castle grounds. In the game, this particular area only became accessible after half the palace had been reduced to rubble during the capital's destruction, or at least that was what Werner remembered. He surveyed his surroundings and found the location familiar. The princess announced their arrival. When Werner directed his gaze forward, he discovered someone already waiting for them in the gazebo. The setting truly evoked the grandeur of a palace. Even with his questionable sense of aesthetics, he could discern that the design had been deliberately crafted. Werner reflected that it was vastly different from what he knew back home. The Crown Prince offered them welcome and addressed them both by name, causing visible shock to register on their faces. The prince smiled and expressed regret for summoning them to this location. Warner's mind raced with questions about why the Crown Prince would be present here, his heart hammering in his chest. As he took stock of those assembled, Werner recognized that the crown prince, the heroine, and the main character were all present, and then there was himself merely a background character. In his own estimation, he was somewhat out of their league, though technically he held noble status, which made Mazel the actual anomaly in this gathering. Yet observing Mazel, Werner noticed how completely at ease he appeared. Werner attributed this composure to Mazel's role as the protagonist. To their astonishment, the prince lowered his head and acknowledged that they had both rescued him during the recent stampede, expressing his gratitude. Mazel modestly deflected that they had simply happened to be useful, while Werner insisted the accomplishment was by no means solely his own doing. Werner felt as though daggers were piercing him as he witnessed the crown prince bowing in his direction, desperately wishing for it to cease. He resolved to redirect the conversation. Werner began to address His Highness, but the heroine interjected that formalities were unnecessary in this setting. No one would condemn Werner for using given names. Werner started to object, but the heroine reassured him that it was acceptable. Werner cast a glance toward the prince, who offered a nod of confirmation. With the crown prince's blessing granted, Werner felt he had no option but to acquiesce. He expressed to Princess Laura his surprise at finding her at the palace, having assumed she would be at the great temple of Fenui. Princess Laura remarked on his thorough knowledge. Werner explained he had learned this from his father. The crown prince acknowledged the minister of ceremonies, noting it was unsurprising that Werner would possess such information. In reality, Werner's knowledge stemmed entirely from the game, where the great temple of Fenui suffered an attack by one of the three generals. When Mazel discovered this slightly later, he would rush to Laura, who had been at the temple during that time, leading to their meeting, or at least how their meeting was supposed to unfold. Werner remained uncertain whether their encounter here instead was fortunate or problematic. The prince revealed that Laura had received a divine message and had returned to relay it. Werner inquired about its content. The prince disclosed that it foretold the demon lord's revival. Mazel questioned whether this could be true. The prince confirmed they could verify that Laura had indeed received the message. Werner's surprise was internal. Surely this was classified information. The prince acknowledged they lacked sufficient information to confirm its accuracy. Werner's thoughts turned logical. Ancient tales spoke of a kingdom supposedly destroyed by the demon lord, and though its ruins still existed in the present day, the demon lord was generally regarded as nothing more than legend. Laura clarified that this was not widely known information, but divine messages existed at different levels of significance. Admittedly, only oracles capable of receiving divine messages could truly comprehend this. Nevertheless, this most recent message carried extraordinary importance. Laura returns to the capital to convey the divine message directly to her father, the king. Werner understands this decision. In his mind, he is uncertain whether the king believed the message, but given the abnormal demon stampede the crown prince experienced firsthand, he likely found it credible to some degree. What puzzles Werner is why both he and Mazel were summoned to the palace. According to Laura, the divine message suggested that the hero would play an exceptionally crucial role in the events to come. She invited the hero so they could meet face to face, which Werner comprehends. In this world, being a hero does not automatically mean one can defeat a demon lord. It simply indicates possession of rare skills. Even if the knights had been completely wiped out, there would still be fighters eager to take up the cause. Setting aside the nobility, who hunger for valor and glory, Werner is curious about how they would have approached the situation of sending a freshman hero to slay the greatest evil. Perhaps His Majesty had also been informed about the divine message from the game, and that is why the hero Mausolei is set to embark on his journey to defeat the demon lord following the demon stampede. Werner addresses the prince, expressing his understanding of why the hero Mausolei was summoned, but questioning why he himself was also called. The prince explains that he simply wants Werner to serve as both a bridge and a wall for Mausel. When Mausel inquires about this, Werner clarifies that since the divine message cannot be made public knowledge, the royal family cannot justifiably keep summoning a commoner like Mausel to the palace. Werner's position as a viscount makes such interactions easier and more natural. Werner reflects that had the crown prince perished in battle, the story about the demon lord's revival would have carried more weight. No one would have questioned the king summoning a commoner like Mausel to seek his counsel under those circumstances. Now that the king cannot do so freely, it is partly Werner's responsibility to facilitate communication. The prince states that they intend to make every effort to determine the truth behind the demon lord's revival, which is why they wish to maintain close ties with Mausel. Werner finds reassurance in the fact that despite how much the storyline has deviated from what he expected, the royal family still recognizes the hero as the key to defeating the demon lord. Maisel acknowledges this, noting that it would be natural for a viscount like Werner to visit the castle. The prince nods in agreement, and Werner adds that it would also be natural for Mausel to speak with him while on campus. When Mausel asks about Werner being a wall, Werner explains that it is similar to how he previously shielded Mausel from the nobility attempting to monopolize him. At this juncture, since the royal family lacks sufficient justification to take Mausole under their wing officially, they cannot outwardly prevent other countries or noble houses from attempting to recruit him. If Mausole were to be taken in by a noble house, the royal family would have to enter negotiations with them when they need Mausole most urgently. Furthermore, there is no guarantee that such a noble house would be understanding or reasonable in their dealings. The prince agrees with this assessment, if he would object to Mausole being made his knight. Werner is taken aback by this suggestion, and begs the prince not to impose such an arrangement. In his mind, there are several compelling reasons why he must refuse this with all his strength. He tells the prince that he and Mausole are friends, not a superior and his subordinate, while Werner will naturally obey any orders from the royal family and spare no effort in helping Mausole. He has no intention of becoming Mausel's lord and master. Werner's thoughts reveal his concern that the hero is supposed to defeat the demon lord and court the princess. If Werner were to become his lord and master, he could end up being killed in a political conflict. The prince suggests that there is always the option of maintaining a master-servant relationship in appearance only, mentioning that he has friends in such positions. Werner recognizes that the prince is growing persistent, but he understands the underlying reason. If the prince is framing this as a proposal rather than an order, it is because he is attempting to gauge how ambitious Werner truly is. Despite understanding the prince's intentions, Werner maintains his refusal. The prince accepts this but still requests that Werner support Mausel's activities while in the capital. Werner humbly accepts this request. In his mind, considering what Mausel will soon become involved in, he would rather avoid taking on too much responsibility in that regard as well. The royal family had already acknowledged their friendship, making it too late for Werner to back out now. This wasn't about telling Werner to embark on an adventure himself. It would simply be him supporting Mausel from his position as a noble. The princess had expressed that Werner had their gratitude and praised his kindness. Werner's thoughts drifted to the game, where setting out to subjugate the demon lord meant receiving only a meager sum of money, never enough to afford the best armor set available in the shop. He briefly wondered if this might be an opportune moment to request financial support from the prince. Whatever preparations they could make now would improve Mausel's chances of successfully defeating the demon lord. After the prince expressed his anticipation of working with Mausel, and Mausel responded affirmatively, the prince announced his departure and walked away. Werner glanced at Mausel, thinking about how genuinely kind his friend was. Apparently, Mausel had been too concerned about everyone at school to boast about his accomplishment during the stampede. Werner reflected that whether it involved equipment or social connections, this situation was far preferable to being unable to do anything for his friend, who would soon embark on a journey with the world's fate resting on his shoulders. When Princess Laura apologized for her older brother's behavior, Werner assured her there was no need and that he truly hadn't minded. Mazel appeared confused by this exchange, and when Werner told him not to worry about it, Mazel responded with uncertain agreement. Werner's thoughts turned to the prince and Princess Laura. If he hadn't known better, their age difference would have led him to mistake them for parent and child. Suddenly, Werner gasped as he looked at the heroine and the main character. Realizing this presented a perfect opportunity for them, he announced his need to use the restroom momentarily, then told Mazel to take charge of the situation. Mazel's fidgeting response struck Werner as endearingly precious. After promising to return shortly, Werner requested that the attendants show him the way to the restroom. Werner felt a twinge of guilt toward Mausel, but personally wanted to advance the main character's relationship with the princess. Though it might be slightly early, there was no harm in bringing them closer together. He encouraged Mazel internally, noting that the princess seemed playful and friendly at first glance, so Mazel would manage fine. Werner wondered whether the overall storyline might remain unchanged even if specific details shifted, or if this was merely wishful thinking. However, there remained one crucial way in which he still needed the storyline to change. He contemplated whether Mazel would someday walk through the ruins of this palace, whether those guards would become corpses, and what would become of the attendant currently leading him down the hallway. One of the attendants spoke, and when Werner turned toward her, she requested forgiveness for their impertinence, before expressing their sincerest gratitude. Werner, bewildered about what warranted such thanks, asked what he had done to deserve this. The attendants exchanged nods, before the first one explained that her father served as a knight, and the other girl's older brother served Count first. They had heard how Werner saw through the monster's trap, and without his intervention, both their relatives might have fallen in battle. They expressed their profound gratitude and asked forgiveness for their rudeness, explaining they had desperately wanted to offer at least one word of thank. Warner froze at this revelation, barely managing to mumble that they were most welcome. Before the ladies led him to the restroom, as he turned on the faucet to wash his hands, Warner appreciated that this world possessed running water. Since the game had never shown any bathrooms, he had felt relieved upon discovering them in this reality. The Middle Ages would have been unbearable for a modern Japanese person like himself. If magic could create things from nothing, it made sense that people would study essential infrastructure and waterworks. Yet despite magic's existence, people still died. It wasn't omnipotent. This reality explained why he had worked so diligently to survive. Since childhood, when he had remembered his past life, Werner had known how the demon stampede would unfold. He had planned to give everything he had to the effort. Although he had survived and overcome the initial hurdle, there were moments when he questioned whether he could have done more. Werner had unloaded everything onto Mausel and stopped thinking about the other students. Perhaps deep down, he had been treating this world as merely a game. But the guard, the maids and their families, Mausolée and the students, they were all living in this world with real human relationship. He wasn't so arrogant as to believe he could handle everything himself, nor could Mausole shoulder it all alone. When he considered it carefully, Werner's individual impact might be limited, but if he could believe he had given his all, at least it would help him sleep better at night. They shared the same goals, these two. The truth was that Werner had only wanted to survive, and his actions had simply happened to work in their favor. Those expressions of gratitude stabbed at him like needles. Yet if his actions could keep someone from dying as a consequence, wouldn't that be the best perspective to adopt going forward? He couldn't compare to Mausel in terms of fighting strength, nor did he possess any overpowered abilities. However, he did have knowledge from the game as well as the influence that came with his noble status. Warner needed to stop leaving the entire burden to Mausel. It was acceptable to strive for something more than mere self-preservation. He was lost deep in these thoughts. Meanwhile, the princess posed a question to Mazel about how he and Werner seemed to trust each other an awful lot. Mazel confirmed that he certainly hoped so. He apologized to Princess Laura if his next inquiry seemed strange, but his curiosity had gotten the better of him. The princess assured him she would answer whatever questions she could. Mazel asked why Werner had earlier declined to make him his subordinate. If Mausolée were to become Werner's knight, he would certainly be approached by fewer countries and nobles, thereby lessening Werner's burden. Werner would also be more than happy to send Mausole out when the order to defeat the demon lord eventually came through. Mazel simply couldn't fathom why Werner would turn down such an arrangement when it had been proposed. Laura explained that it had been her brother testing Werner's ambition. She believed the demon lord's revival to be an inevitable fact, and that Mazel represented their only hope of defeating him. If Mausel were to become Werner's knight, then as Mausel's master, Werner would possess immeasurable strength. She believed that Lord Werner was not the type to put his own interests first. However, many people, including her brother, harbored doubts about that, as countless individuals would wish to use Mausel for their own purposes. Mazel might find this offensive, but both her brother and father believed that claiming Mazel as a member of the country and having him belong to the royal family would be in the nation's best interest. Werner had understood that calculation. This was purely her own conjecture, but as Werner had stated, she believed he wanted to remain Mazel's friend. Mazel contemplated this revelation. The princess continued, sharing that she too had friends who were precious to her, far too precious to ever make them servants. Mazel expressed his surprise at this admission. Laura asked if it was truly that surprising, adding that she felt somewhat hurt by his reaction. Mazel frantically apologized for his response. Laura chuckled and clarified that she was only teasing, explaining that she needed to break the ice a little. Mazel was even more taken aback by this playful side of the princess. She asked if her teasing had been upsetting to him. Mazel assured her it wasn't upsetting at all. The princess expressed satisfaction with his answer, and Mazel found himself laughing at the exchange. Warner had already reached the door by this point, and he could hear voices emanating from inside the room. He apologized for the interruption as he entered. Both Laura and Mazel welcomed him back warmly. The princess informed Warner that Mazel had just been regaling her with the story of their scuffle with older schoolmates. Warner reacted with mild surprise, inquiring if that was indeed what they had been discussing. Laura confirmed that she had been the one to ask Mazel about it, adding that she would love to hear Werner's stories as well. Werner glanced between them, taking in the scene. Later, all three of them were laughing together as they shared their various stories. The day after the ceremony, Werner found himself keenly aware that a peaceful school life was far beyond his reach. The sensation of fingers trailing across his chest drew his attention to Nadia, who expressed her fervent desire to spend time conversing with him. Warner's thoughts churned with disbelief at the brazenness of these noble pursuits, unable to comprehend how openly they attempted to seduce him. This behavior had become disturbingly routine. He responded politely, promising to make time at his earliest opportunity. Warner reflected on how the campus functioned as a microcosm of high society itself, where noble families frequently wielded the influence of their professorial allies. However, being summoned by a professor only to find a young woman lying in wait struck him as excessively audacious. Nadia wasn't an isolated case either. Werner understood that noble women possessed little autonomy in matters of love and courtship. Her parents had undoubtedly orchestrated this entire encounter. When Nadia clasped his hand and mentioned that opportunity, Werner couldn't help but feel a measure of sympathy for her predicament. She smiled and inquired whether he had something more particular in mind. Internally, Werner wrestled with his exhaustion at these recurring situations. Nadia pressed him to make a promise to her. Warner's hand found the doorknob and twisted, only to discover it wouldn't turn. The realization that she had locked the door settled over him with weary resignation. If the teacher had indeed conspired in this scheme, Warner doubted anyone would come searching for him, even if he failed to appear at class. The sudden entrance of Drexler startled both Werner and Nadia. Drexler expressed his surprise at finding Werner and Miss Nadia there, offering his apologies. Werner exhaled with relief, grateful for the precautions he had taken. His thoughts confirmed his conviction that one could never exercise too much caution when dealing with noble women and the particular nature of their upbringing. When Nadia asked if she could be of assistance, Drexler explained that Professor Raiden had sent him to retrieve a statue. He marveled at its enormous size before lifting the cover. He then requested permission to borrow Werner's help. Miss Nadia granted her assent with strained politeness, before excusing herself and departing with audible frustration in her step. Werner expressed his gratitude to Drexler for the timely rescue. Drexler dismissed the thanks, mentioning that Mausel had also followed Werner's instructions. When Werner inquired about Professor Rieden's words, Drexler relayed that the professor had wanted to hear Mausel's accounts of the demons, and had departed with him. The professor had also granted permission for Drexler to invoke his name in urgent circumstances, an authorization for which Drexler felt grateful to have utilized. Werner's thoughts turned to Professor Raiden, a man born among commoners who had ascended to his professorship at the Crown Prince's personal request. Werner had suspected that Raiden, if anyone, would prove a reliable ally in difficult situations, and his instinct appeared validated. The prince surely maintained numerous operatives throughout the school working toward his objective. Werner wondered about the nature of their discussions. Unfortunately, the reality remained that not all professors could be trusted to support him. They likely maintained surveillance over his activities as well. Even if Werner's protective measures regarding Mausel seemed somewhat extreme, he felt confident that Mausel would understand and provide constructive input. That thought brought him some comfort. Werner offered another apology to Drexler for the inconvenience. Drexler assured him it was no trouble, expressing his hope that Werner would continue to regard him favorably as the future count. Werner urged him to cease such formalities. Drexler suggested that Werner should consider finding someone to settle down with, to which Werner countered that such an arrangement would only compound his difficulties. Drexler observed that Werner's prominence had already been substantial following the demon stampede. But after the previous day's title ceremony, his status had reached unprecedented heights. As they proceeded through the corridors, Werner became acutely aware of the female students casting glances in his direction, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. He possessed neither the time, the mental space, nor the energy to contemplate that aspect of his future. The aristocratic traditions of marriage and engagement already presented sufficient complications. Werner harbored a wish that he could navigate his life while avoiding such entanglements altogether. He couldn't even be certain of his own survival. When Drexler sought confirmation of Werner's stance, Werner affirmed his position. Attempting to redirect the conversation, Werner inquired about their plans for the statue. Drexler characterized it as an excellent deterrent against meddlesome individuals, proposing they transport it all the way to the classroom, and expressed that he could finally relax. Werner observed that Mazel looked exhausted, to which Mazel confirmed he was. Werner reflected internally that classes would soon be done for the day. He noticed the stares from others and thought that returning to the dorms would make things easier, but he sighed. Experiencing a sense of déjà vu, Werner offered Mausel the use of his dorm room if he ever felt in danger in his own room, saying he would give him a key. Mausel was surprised by the offer. Werner acknowledged that it must be difficult sleeping with one eye open, even for someone like Mausel. Mausel accepted the key and told Werner he understood, adding that he would remain vigilant always, but if the situation became dire he would use Werner's room. He expressed his gratitude. Werner thought to himself that he was certain nothing would happen. But even though someone could walk into a commoner's room, entering a noble's room was an entirely different matter. Mausel inquired about Werner's plans for the day. Werner responded that he would probably just attend a briefing at the castle, and once it was finished, he would head back home since he had a lot of preparation to do. Mausel acknowledged this, but his expression turned serious as he told Werner he wanted him to meet someone who had helped him during the demon stampede. Werner's eyes narrowed as he thought about Lugan's Laser, an adventurer who had skipped the award ceremony and was a central character in the game. Immediately following the demon stampede, Lugan's and the hero were supposed to become a duo, though it seemed there had been 2 others besides them. Werner agreed, saying he didn't mind, but asked how many people there were. Mausel clarified there was just one person, someone he believed they could trust. Werner considered internally that this matched the game, where Lugan's was supposed to participate in the subjugation of the Demon Lord as well. Now that he was Mausel's liaison with the castle, it was important for him to establish contact with Lugan's. Werner agreed if Mausel said so. Mausel mentioned he had something to say to Lugan's anyway about a certain matter he was aware of. He would let Werner know what day and time worked best. Werner thanked him and looked around, noting that it was just about time. He instructed Mausel that when the bell rang he should do as they had planned. Mausel confirmed he understood. The other students' eyes widened as they watched Mausel open a window, and then jump out of it. Students shouted in shock and disbelief, rushing to the window to see that Mausel had jumped from such a height. As Werner exited, he reflected that the hero was quite the center of attention. Only Mausel could jump from that height unscathed. However, it had been decades since Werner had last run down a hallway. A few hours later, Norbert welcomed Werner and congratulated him on a job well done on his first day back to school after a long absence. He then inquired about how things had gone at the castle, trusting they went smoothly. Werner confirmed they had and told Norbert he didn't think he would have to go to the castle that often, so he should be home earlier the following day. He would write up a list of things he would need to work with in his room later and ask Norbert to assemble them for him. Norbert confirmed he understood. Werner asked about his father's whereabouts. Norbert replied that his father hadn't returned yet. Werner thought to himself that this was no surprise, as not only did his father have post-demon stampede cleanup to handle, but there were also whispers about the Demon Lord reviving, giving him plenty of work to do. Norbert asked if Werner had something to tell his father. Werner confirmed he did, as he was hoping to seek some advice. He told Norbert he would write it all down later and asked him to pass along his message at an opportune time, to which Norbert agreed he would. Norbert then asked Werner about his plans for the rest of the day, and whether he would be dining with him. Werner declined, saying he wanted to do some training, so after he took his bath, Norbert should bring his meal up to his room. Norbert cautioned him not to overwork himself. Werner acknowledged this and thanked him, explaining he just wanted to get his thoughts in order and would take it easy. Norbert accepted his wishes, and as Werner left, he and the other servants showed their concern. A female servant remarked that this was quite like Werner, and while she had always known he wasn't the type who would change his attitude just because a title had been bestowed upon him, he couldn't stay the same with all these new responsibilities. After all, he was still a growing boy. The servants rallied around their young master's care. A male servant announced he would inform the kitchen staff to prepare nutritious meals for Lord Werner, while a female servant volunteered to bring him tea before bedtime to ensure restful sleep. Norbert observed the 2 determined servants with surprise, before smiling and agreeing that they would all keep watch over the young master together. The assembled servants voiced their collective agreement to this plan. Outside in the training grounds, Werner planted the tip of his spear firmly in the ground. His mind turned over his current circumstances, reasoning that his castle duties wouldn't pose a significant problem, and his schoolwork remained manageable. He felt confident that no one could surpass Mausel in physical capability, which meant he could escape any difficult situation with ease. More importantly, Mausel's departure for the Demon Lord's subjugation shouldn't be too far in the future. Werner acknowledged to himself that if this situation had no foreseeable end, it would indeed become difficult to bear. As he attempted to pull his spear from the dummy, he had pierced completely through. His thoughts wandered to Laura and Lugan's. Being in contact with such major game characters felt surreal to him. Laura's voice had matched his expectations, which confirmed that this really was the same game world he had known. Since being reborn in this world and recognizing it as originating from a game, Werner had made every effort not to forget any details. He had developed a system of writing information down and then burning it repeatedly, careful not to leave evidence that might make people think they were prophecies. This information was proving useful now, and if the overall storyline remained unchanged, it should continue to be valuable going forward. Yet something troubled him. Naturally, Warner had discovered numerous things he had been ignorant about since his rebirth in this world. The existence and intricacies of the nobility system, towns that hadn't appeared on the game map, the presence of waterworks infrastructure, the existence of magic stones capable of storing magical power, and countless other details had all been unknown to him. He theorized that perhaps this information had been deemed too trivial to depict within the limited memory constraints of the original game. As Werner drove his spear through the dummy again, his contemplation deepened. The existence of the black stone that had fallen from the monster Mausel defeated particularly bothered him, as he had no recollection of such an item despite it seemingly being important enough to warrant inclusion in a game. In the end, he had to admit he knew nothing. He questioned how this living, breathing world related to the game stored in his memories. His mind threatened to become lost in the circular thinking, so he consciously pulled back from the philosophical rabbit hole. He needed to calm down and find a middle ground between understanding these two worlds. All these subtle discomforts existed but refused to form a coherent pattern. Werner decided that dwelling on everything he didn't know would serve no productive purpose. He would gain more information as situations unfolded. That was precisely why he needed to establish foundations as quickly as possible within his current capabilities. First, he would obtain permission to form a merchant convoy to procure equipment for Mausel and his companions, while strengthening the capital's defenses. This would require submitting a formal request to both his father and the Crown Prince. The proposal would need thorough research, but his new title granted him access to more information. The process shouldn't take an excessive amount of time. Regarding the group training proposal, Warner recognized that not everyone knew about the Demon Lord's revival. His first priority would be discussing the matter with Max and the others. He planned to meet with Lugans and Mosel in 2 days, so until then, he would make a copy of that particular item. He acknowledged to himself that a copy wouldn't fundamentally change anything, and the rest would depend on how circumstances develop. However, while he still had slightly more time available, he absolutely needed to write down these concerns, otherwise he feared forgetting them entirely. His thoughts then turned to what he might accomplish with magic. He wanted to quickly jot down some ideas about magical applications. Lady Zerfil took a deep breath and shouted his name forcefully. Werner jumped in startled response. His mother questioned what had happened to his light training session. He apologized and admitted he had gotten caught up in his practice. Lady Zerfeld acknowledged that passion was admirable but expressed concern that he was worrying the household staff. He had gone directly from spending days bedridden to vigorously swinging his spear around without proper transition. Werner apologized again and claimed he was almost finished when his mother called his name once more in a particular tone. He looked down in apprehension and fled the scene, shouting that he would wash up immediately. In his mind, he reflected that while he had countless questions about this world, there existed one universal truth he knew with absolute certainty. There was no such thing as a world without terrifying mothers. Hermione sat in the first garden and acknowledged Tyrone's presence as he entered. She inquired about his plans to train at that hour, and he confirmed, explaining that there was no guarantee another stampede wouldn't occur. She nodded in understanding and expressed her desire to finally be honored as a knight by Princess Laura should such an event happen. This reminded her that Fort Warisa was apparently set to be restored. Tyrone confirmed this information, noting that Marquise Nep was in charge of overseeing the restoration personally. Hermione remarked that this was very characteristic of the Marquis. Tyrone agreed and mentioned that their father had instructed him the previous night to greet the Marquis upon his arrival. He turned his attention to Hermione and asked whether she would be attending as well. She asked in return whether the Marquis' son would be accompanying him. Tyrone assumed she meant Mangold and saw no reason why he wouldn't be there. Hermione acknowledged this and stated that she would attend if her schedule permitted it, as she still had the knights to look after. Tyrone agreed with her reasoning. In her thoughts, Hermione resolved that this time she would be knighted by Princess Laura. A horse suddenly galloped through the area, followed by soldiers running in pursuit. They all shouted and caught their breath as they reached the now stopped horse. Warner called an end to the day's training, noting that it felt different compared to the demon stampede. One soldier agreed, emphasizing that adaptability was a necessity. Another soldier added that they needed to become accustomed to receiving specific instructions on the spot. Max concurred, pointing out that they had to consider what course of action to take should the enemy's numbers increase. Werner mentally agreed with Max's assessment, thinking that everything said was true, and that they were performing well. He instructed Max to have the soldiers take turns playing the role of the target when he wasn't present. Max acknowledged the order and then asked about additional lessons in horsemanship, noting that the one attacking also needed to be cautious. He apologized and promised to be more mindful. Max smiled in response. Their attention turned to Organ as he volunteered to be Werner's sparring partner for the day. Werner accepted with gratitude, and the soldiers gathered to observe as Max announced the beginning of the match. Origin attacked quickly, and Werner blocked the overwhelming assault. He realized he had been stepping backward, so he jumped back. Origin moved forward but had to dodge quickly as Werner thrust his weapon toward him, leaving himself open and giving Origin an opportunity to strike. Origin's attack connected with Werner, causing him to slam onto the ground. Origin smiled and told Werner that he had him for a second, adding that he was getting better. Werner expressed his appreciation for hearing this while privately wondering whether Organ was being sarcastic. He felt grateful that his family's knights were so strong but wished he could catch up to them somewhat. Organ explained that since Werner had toughened up, he had gone a little harder on him and asked if he was hurt. Werner assured him he wasn't that fragile. Internally, he reflected on how he once thought that if he left the capital and ran off somewhere, he would be able to survive, but reality had come crashing in quickly. He told Organ that being taken seriously was honor enough and not to worry about it. Organ apologized nonetheless. As Werner inspected his arm, Barky commented that Organ had taken the sparring match too seriously. He then advised Werner that if he trained his left axis a little more, he wouldn't be so off balance during spear thrust. Werner acknowledged this advice, while questioning internally whether the reason he couldn't beat them no matter how much he trained was simply because he was an ordinary person. He reconsidered this thought, reminding himself that his opponent worked as a knight for a living, and that was probably just how it was. A soldier called out to Werner, informing him that it was time. Werner acknowledged this and said he would be right there. As Werner cleaned himself up, he reflected that his being ordinary was also why there was more that he could do, making it a good thing. He resolved not to let this eat away at him and to do what he could. As his carriage departed, he thought that it went without saying that he couldn't cut down the time he spent training and that he just had to do his best. In the lively tavern, Lugans introduced himself to Werner, expressing that it was good to meet him. Werner introduced himself in return, stating that the pleasure was his. Lugans stared at Werner while Mausel gestured as if to prove a point. Lugans acknowledged that he could see what Mausel had been telling him. Just as Mausel had described, Werner didn't carry himself with the same arrogance typical of other nobles. Werner reflected internally on Lugans' game backstory, which established his deep hatred of the nobility. It appeared that approaching Lugans through Mazel's friendship had been the correct strategy. Lugans mentioned that he had heard similar things from Gok. However, meeting Werner in person provided a different impression than second-hand account. Werner's thoughts turned to Gok, and he recalled that he was the mercenary captain from the Stampede incident. The man had proven himself an excellent squad leader. Werner remembered his father mentioning something about Gok receiving special compensation. Werner mused that it was a small game world, which made sense given the overlap between mercenary work and adventuring. Lugans informed Werner that Gok had spoken of his skill with a spear. Werner questioned this internally, wondering if Gok had really said such a thing. As Lugans watched him, Werner responded graciously, asking that his thanks be passed along to Gok. Internally, Werner felt genuinely pleased by the compliment. He thought that if he continued practicing, perhaps one day he might actually achieve victory in combat. Lugans clarified that Gok wasn't the type to flatter nobles with false praise, so Werner should consider himself fortunate and keep his spirits up. As Werner observed Lugans grinning at him, his thoughts turned to Lugans' character abilities. His skill was that of a weapons master, granting him proficiency with various weapons. While Lugans didn't match Mazel's prowess, he served as a constant companion from the game's beginning through the final battle. The hero viewed him as a dependable older brother figure who could always be counted on in combat. Werner recalled that back in his original world, Lugans had been a popular character among both male and female players. Lugans admitted to Werner that he still fell far short of what he had imagined, nowhere close to his expectations. He suggested they should eat and asked if meat and ale would suit them. Werner agreed, while internally wondering what expectations Lugans had held about him. Once their food arrived, Lugans addressed the matter at hand. He noted that while Mazel had wanted them to meet, he doubted this was merely a social gathering. He suspected Werner had called him there for a specific purpose. Werner and Mausel exchanged glances. Werner inquired whether mercenaries and adventurers were bound by confidentiality. Lugans confirmed this was true. Werner then revealed that according to reports, The demon lord had been revived. Lugans coughed in shock and warned that this wasn't something to joke about. Warner insisted he wished it were a joke. Lugans questioned why Warner was discussing such matters in a public place. Werner explained that summoning him to a noble's residence would have drawn too much attention. A noisy bar provided better cover, as people would need to pay close attention to overhear their conversation. He reasoned that sometimes the best place for a private discussion was actually in public. Lugansk acknowledged that Mausel had been right about Werner, expressing disbelief that he was merely a student. Werner glanced at Mausel, wondering what exactly Mausel had told Lugans about him. Lugans clarified that his comment had been meant as a compliment and indicated he was ready to listen. However, he wanted to know why Werner was sharing this secret with him. Werner got straight to the point, stating that he wanted Lugans to assist Mausel. While nothing had been confirmed yet, if the Demon Lord's revival proved true, Mazel would receive orders from the king to defeat it. Lugans asked Mausel if he was being kept informed about all of this. Werner explained that he was willing to do whatever he could to help. Lugans expressed mild surprise at this revelation. He then summarized the situation, noting that as Mausel's friend, Werner was acting as an intermediary with the royal family. The truth was that as a nation, they had limited options for action without clear information. At present, Mausole was still a student and lacked experience as an adventurer. This was where Lugans's role became crucial. Werner formally asked if Lugans would accompany Mausole and fight alongside him. Mausel added that since Lugans possessed extensive real combat experience, he hoped Lugans could teach him what he knew. He made his request earnestly. Lugans agreed to train Mausel into a proper warrior. Mausel smiled and expressed his gratitude enthusiastically. Werner stated that he could not adequately express the depth of his gratitude. Lugans told Werner to simply say thanks and leave it at that. He then asked what specifically they needed him to do. Werner responded by indicating he wanted Lugans to examine something, and he produced a paper. Both Lugans and Mausel looked at the document. Mosul began to say Werner's name, trailing off in recognition or confusion. Observing the scribbles on the paper, Mosul asked what it was supposed to be. Werner thought to himself that he shouldn't be surprised they didn't recognize it. Even so, their lack of recognition didn't bode well for his situation. Seeing their bewildered expressions, Werner told them not to look at him that way and promised to explain. After providing his explanation, Lugans expressed his understanding and announced his intention to dispatch a merchant convoy for the purpose of gathering equipment. He noted that the plan was logical, given that there were quality items available in those regions. Werner conveyed his desire to acquire top-tier equipment and requested that Lugans carefully select capable adventurers and mercenaries to serve as guards for the merchant convoy, suggesting that someone in Lugans' profession would be well-versed in such arrangements. Lugans confirmed his agreement and assured Werner he could handle the task. Mazel raised a concern about the financial aspects of the operation. Werner explained that the initial funding would come from the Count's household budget, with the state eventually covering the expenses. He had already secured his father's approval for this arrangement. The authority of the Crown Prince's command carried significant weight, and the fact that the Prime Minister was aware of the Demon Lord's revival had facilitated smooth negotiations. When Mausel questioned how Werner could be certain the country would assume the financial responsibility, Werner told him not to worry, explaining that once they produced a clean copy of the map, they would secure the necessary funding. He emphasized the importance of not selling the map. Lugans responded with mock formality, addressing Werner as a lord, before remarking on Werner's unusual nature. Mazel objected to Lugans calling Werner strange, but admitted he understood the sentiment. He had never encountered anyone with such extensive knowledge of the continent and its towns. He had never even seen a map before, yet Werner had created one himself. Werner pointed out that maps were not available even on campus, and that his knowledge represented only a fraction of what existed in the world. In Werner's internal thoughts, he recognized that in this world, maps were classified as state secrets for national security purposes, making it natural that Mosul would never have encountered one. Since his plans required a map, Werner had compiled fragmented information he had learned, combined with his recollections of the game's overworld, to create a world map indicating locations of towns with excellent shops or towns that featured prominently in important game scenes. Mazel remarked that Werner's way of thinking was far from average for a student. Lugans added his opinion that Werner was more of a scholar. Werner reflected internally that it was normal for people not to know about things like the Demon Lord in advance, as most people manage their lives perfectly well without foreknowledge of future events. He had come to this realization while creating the map, noting that many towns had never been mentioned in the game. Even his own family's domain had not appeared in the game. In fact, players had never been introduced to nobles or authority figures of the towns, and naturally, there were no depictions of mansions, estates, or feudal lords. The only instance Werner could recall hearing about such figures in the game was a distant town where a demon had assumed the position of the local lord. Mosul suggested that Werner should focus on his own training as well, which prompted Werner to pause and think. A realization struck him, and he offered Mosul directions to a training location. He instructed Mosul to travel south until reaching a river, then head east until spotting a forest on the left. Inside the forest, there was an old shrine that attracted a seemingly endless supply of monsters, which Mazel could use to test his abilities. Lugans questioned with amusement what kind of mind Werner possessed. Werner deflected by claiming an interest in monster ecology, keeping to himself that he could not reveal it had been an early game grinding location. Lugans commented that Werner continued to grow stranger by the minute, and Mausel agreed. However, Lugans acknowledged that the location would indeed serve as an effective training ground. Mausel proposed that he and Lugans should practice fighting together. Werner agreed to schedule the training sessions for times when he did not have classes. Mausel expressed his gratitude for the arrangement. Werner's thoughts turned to the abandoned Fort Warisa. He reasoned that the fact restoration orders had been issued was likely foreshadowing that the fort would soon become populated with people, just as it had been in the game. This meant they would have time until the restoration was completed to make adequate preparations. As they finished their meal, Lugans announced it was time to depart. Werner informed them he would accompany them out. His internal reflection acknowledged that regardless of how much preparation he undertook, he would ultimately have no choice but to entrust matters to the hero and his party. The most Werner could do was work on improving his own level of ability. He pays for their food while reflecting on how easy it is to mock those non-player characters who would entrust the fate of the world to just a handful of heroes. But as a non-player character himself, he simply knows he cannot keep pace with Mausel. The reality is that Werner would only serve as a hindrance to him. All he can do is whatever lies within his capabilities. Mausel agrees. A few minutes later, Mazel catches his attention and tells him he'll see him at school. Werner confirms this, saying until then. In his thoughts, he acknowledges that before they can meet again, he'll have to execute an incomprehensible gambit tomorrow before noting that his stomach hurts. At the royal palace, the king inquires about the situation with Fort Warisa. The crown prince responds that things are progressing well. As soon as Marquis Nepé arrives, they will begin renovations in earnest. The king then asks about the investigation into the demon lord's revival. The crown prince explains that the evidence is only circumstantial, but there has been considerable discussion emanating from beyond their borders in Salsanak and Triet. The king acknowledges this and expresses his expectation that the crown prince will continue with his thorough investigation. The crown prince confirms his understanding and reports that the reorganization of the knighthood is nearly complete. They were fortunate to have sustained so few casualties. As for the confirmation of the militia's military strength, it's advancing without any issues, so there is nothing to be concerned about. The king asks how things went with that particular viscount. The crown prince states that the viscount maintains he has no agenda beyond preserving their friendship. The king asks whether he could verify this claim. The crown prince says that while he initially thought there might be ulterior motives, he could discern the truth in his words. Furthermore, they have received reports from his instructors that there has been no change in his demeanor since the stampede. The king concludes they should be able to trust him for the time being and then asks about the hero. The prince replies that several houses have employed somewhat forceful tactics, but he doesn't believe any will present a problem. The king suggests it might be fortunate that they made their move when they did and delegates the handling of that matter to the crown prince. The crown prince acknowledges this and adds that it appears Viscount Zerfeld has been providing considerable assistance on campus. The king remarks that if Werner has no intention of adopting the hero into his house, then he will serve as an adequate intermediary. The crown prince concurs, but observes that Werner shows a lack of cunning for a nobleman. The king notes that the crown prince seems pleased about this characteristic. The crown prince replies that Werner is slightly older than his son and not the least bit ambitious, yet he still possesses the ability to lead. He has no objections to Werner's lineage and believes he wouldn't make an unsuitable candidate for an aide. The king instructs him that this is the perfect opportunity to keep watch over Werner, to determine whether he can be of use. The crown prince agrees and mentions that he will grant Werner an audience tomorrow since the hero will be absent. It should provide an opportunity to assess him once more. The king responds with interest, and the crown prince smiles, expressing his anticipation to see exactly what Werner will present to him. This world mirrors many familiar aspects of life: featuring 7-day weeks and encompassing activities such as livestock farming, fishing, commerce, blacksmithing, hunting, animal husbandry, the arts, religion, and birthday celebrations. Even superstitious practices, like scheduling weddings on auspicious days, are observed here. Werner had initially assumed that the naming conventions of the weekdays would indicate a polytheistic worldview with multiple gods and goddesses, but he discovered that this world actually follows a monotheistic belief system. On this particular day, which happens to be both his birthday and a holiday, Werner finds himself engaged in matters of royal interest, as such concerns take precedence over any personal celebrations. The Crown Prince expresses his understanding and fascination with Werner's proposals, though he requests Werner's patience as he intends to add the suggested items to the knighthood's arsenal only after personally approving the articles. Werner accepts this condition gracefully, expressing his hope that they can obtain the Crown Prince's approval in advance. The Crown Prince acknowledges the necessity of obtaining proper permission and appreciates that Werner approached him with this matter beforehand. However, he questions whether Werner truly believes they can procure weaponry of such high quality. Based on what he has been able to determine, Werner affirms that such procurement is indeed possible. The Crown Prince muses that it would be ideal if these items could be obtained within their own country, but notes that the ancient kingdom's ruins have been thoroughly depleted. Werner reflects internally on his experience playing the game, recalling how he casually followed the natural progression, starting in the royal capital. The majority of equipment found within this country consists of low-level starting gear. However, once Werner ventured beyond the capital's borders, he began discovering luxury items, ingredients, and fabrics in abundance. High-level armaments are not entirely unknown in this country. As Lugans himself had mentioned, that quality gear can be found here. This raises the puzzling question of why border towns offer far superior equipment performance and pricing compared to the capital. Warner agrees with the Crown Prince's observation, and mentions that he reviewed the most recent excavation records as a precautionary measure. According to these records, all weapons that have been discovered have been sold off, with the exception of those deemed to possess research value. Warner contemplates the situation further, concluding that the high-level equipment consists of items excavated from ruins, particularly tombs dating back to the age of the ancient kingdom. The process essentially amounts to grave robbing. The reports indicate that all the cadavers were armed and buried in mass graves. While some items do originate from dungeons in similar locations, there exists a massive quantity of comparable items that share these same origins. Rare items, for instance, come from tomb furnishings. Consequently, towns and villages specializing in the trade of excavated items have proliferated around the ruin sites like weed. Armor is typically sold to goldsmiths, while other items are handled by second-hand dealers. Werner admits to the Crown Prince that he does not possess exact figures regarding these items. The Crown Prince responds that he would expect as much. Werner considers that the Kingdom of Wine already possesses overwhelming military power within the continent, which may explain why there has been no pressing need to pay particular attention to matters such as equipment and magic items. However, the fact that powerful gear and magic items typically sold in foreign countries remain relatively unknown within wine presents something of a mystery. Werner questions whether this situation stems from consideration for the guilds, or perhaps from a desire to avoid causing a decline in prices for items obtained from local dungeons. Nevertheless, the mystery persists. With all these factors in mind, Werner contemplates how best to present his report. The Crown Prince indicates his understanding and encourages Werner to proceed with his attempt. Werner expresses his gratitude. After Werner delivers his report, the Crown Prince acknowledges that he understands Werner's desire to establish a beacon system in case of a demon attack, and promises to relay all this information to Marquis Neep. Werner responds that this would be ideal. The Crown Prince then points out that Fort Larissa is located not too far from their current position, and in the event of an attack, there would be a significant advantage in receiving immediate notification even during the night. He inquires whether there is anything else Werner wishes to discuss. Werner confirms that he has covered everything. The Crown Prince instructs him to notify him immediately if anything else arises. Werner acknowledges the order and announces his intention to take his leave. As Werner exits, the Crown Prince turns to his attendants to solicit their opinions. The first attendant observes that Werner demonstrates remarkable composure for someone so young, noting that his research approach is efficient and methodical with minimal waste. The second attendant concedes that while everything ultimately depends on the outcome, it is unfortunate that Werner is merely the son of a count, implying that his lower noble status may limit his potential advancement despite his evident capabilities. The Crown Prince closed his eyes before acknowledging that the excavation of items being transported beyond their borders was indeed problematic, though this was contingent on the actual existence of the items Viscount Zerfeld had read about. He determined it was best to act swiftly and instructed his attendants to prepare countermeasures for any newly discovered ruins within their territory and to investigate the excavation personnel. The attendants confirmed their understanding. As Werner entered a tavern, a wavy-haired man greeted him warmly, addressing him by his new title of Viscount Zerfeld, and gestured toward a room to guide him. Werner was surprised that the man had recognized him before any introduction, and had even known about his recently acquired title. He reflected that this was exactly what one would expect from the Bierstadt Trading Company, which was managed by a prominent figure in the capital's commercial guild. The wavy-haired man rang a bell, and asked Werner to wait momentarily while Bierstadt would be with him shortly. Werner sat and observed the room, contemplating how he had requested quite a favor in acquiring all that fragrant oil. But since he had purchased it at the asking price, the merchant should have made a substantial profit from the transaction. He acknowledged his good fortune that the state had provided the necessary funds. He knew he needed to remain vigilant when dealing with experienced, cunning merchants, though compared to dealing with someone who could have had him executed, had he not been careful, this negotiation seemed relatively easy. A man entered the room and apologized for keeping Werner waiting. Introducing himself as Bierstadt, the representative of the Bierstadt Trading Company, Werner assured him the wait was no problem, and that he was the one who had shown up suddenly without prior notice. Bierstadt expressed appreciation for the kind words, and mentioned his disbelief upon hearing that the Viscount himself had come to visit. Werner thanked him for his generous business from their previous transaction. Bierstadt added that he had heard of Werner's exploits during the stampede and commended his actions. Werner expressed his appreciation for Bierstadt's swift accommodation of his sudden order, and revealed that he had come to request the formation and procurement of a merchant convoy, clarifying that he would be hiring the guards himself. Werner noticed Bierstadt's scrutinizing glare and understood the merchant's suspicion, recognizing that despite his title of Viscount, it was unusual for a student to come forward with this kind of deal. Werner slid papers toward Bierstadt, presenting a list of towns where goods would be sent and the items he planned to purchase, along with a separate request for confirmation of inventory in each town. Bierstadt asked permission to review the documents and studied them carefully, noting that the request was quite rare, yet authentic. Werner surmised that merely reviewing these papers was likely sparking ideas in Bierstadt's mind about starting a new venture. Werner explained that it had become common knowledge that the recent stampede was unlike anything they had ever experienced. Bierstadt acknowledged his awareness of this. Werner emphasized that the demons had wreaked havoc, and that there was no guarantee against a second or third wave occurring. He considered the merchant information network that connected to the royal palace, recognizing that they were not being silenced about the demon threat, so it was only natural that Bierstadt would be aware of all this. Werner suspected that Bierstadt might even have started hearing whispers about the demon lord's revival, though the merchant couldn't openly acknowledge such knowledge. Werner continued by stating that his work during the stampede appeared to have established his reputation as a military figure, and therefore he wished to assemble equipment for himself, trusting that Bierstadt would understand this reasoning. Bierstadt confirmed his understanding, mentioning that he had heard Viscount Zerfeld had achieved second in order of merit, making it natural that the royal family would have high expectations of Werner. Werner thanked him for his understanding. Bierstadt observed that this was no small-scale endeavor, and that the price would need to correspond accordingly. Werner acknowledged this understanding, and requested that 8 weapons and 8 sets of armor from the list be delivered to his father's household. Bierstadt would naturally receive compensation for his services. Werner contemplated the possibility of equipping the palace soldiers, but his current financial constraints made it impossible to even fully outfit their own household. Nevertheless, he planned to inform the higher authorities about the availability of high-level equipment and have them use the treasury to equip themselves at a later time. When Bierstadt inquired about procuring larger quantities, Werner expressed no objections as long as the agreed-upon amount was delivered to them, allowing Bierstadt to freely buy and sell any additional items he purchased. Werner reasoned that having the trading company conduct business in the capital would help make this equipment widely known, potentially strengthening the royal capital's defenses as a secondary benefit. While nobles typically focused on monopolizing and maximizing such profits, Werner questioned the value of personal gain if the entire country fell to ruin. Bierstadt mentioned his unfamiliarity with the towns of Halbach and Salzen. Werner explained their locations in Triet and Doritsdam respectively, promising to prepare a map, and noting that he had already secured border crossing permits from the Crown Prince. Bierstedt's request for a copy of the map gave Werner pause. Observing the merchant's intense interest, Werner considered whether it might be worthwhile to secretly commission the creation of a map for a fee. He wondered whether Bierstedt was foolish enough not to realize that possessing such a map could lead to treason and charges, or whether the merchant had alternative plans in mind. Werner decided that one of his people would serve as Bierstedt's navigator, reasoning that once the route was traveled, a second guided journey would be unnecessary. Bierstedt acknowledged this logic, but began to question whether equipment meeting his standards would be available. Werner interrupted, indicating his understanding. Internally, Werner acknowledged the uncertainty surrounding whether the weapons and items sold in the game actually existed in this world. Despite the presence of stronger monsters compared to those around the capital, the survival of towns and villages with small populations could only be explained by their possession of high-level gear and magical barrier items for protection. Werner assured Bierstedt that even if he failed to acquire the designated goods, Werner would still cover the travel expenses. Bierstedt expressed his gratitude for this arrangement. Werner reflected on how the demon army's invasion would only advance with time, meaning their window for safe travel would be brief. Once that period ended, not only would obtaining items become impossible, but investigations would become significantly more difficult. Werner hoped to establish at least some groundwork before that time arrived. He considered the possibility of inventory shortages and weakened regional defenses as each country developed its own countermeasures. The equipment and magic items, like the demons themselves, existed in unknown quantities. At present, Werner had his hands full dealing with his own country's concerns. This reality also applied to the strategy he was developing for Fort Waressa. Regardless of circumstances, he needed to establish clear priorities. Werner instructed the driver to proceed to the Adventurers Guild. As they traveled, he reminded himself of the dangers of greed and overestimating his own capabilities, recognizing that such behavior would harm not only others but himself as well. Several hours passed before a lady greeted Werner at the Adventurers Guild, inquiring how she could assist him. Werner shyly indicated his desire to hire people. The lady acknowledged his quest and directed him to follow her. As Werner walked behind her, he wondered whether this attractive young woman could truly handle the roughhousing adventurers, or whether her beauty prevented anyone from daring to touch her. As the noise diminished inside the room, Werner noted the impressive soundproofing. Though he recognized this might be an insignificant observation, a man recognized Werner as Viscount Zerfeld and asked about the purpose of his visit. Werner explained his need for an investigation request, specifically requiring scouts to assess the frequency of monster appearances and provide security at designated locations. Werner contemplated the logistics of the investigation sites, determining that approximately 20 scouts would be required in total, given the multiple locations involved. He explained his order of priority for the investigation's goals and requested that assignments be distributed according to the candidates' preferences and abilities. When asked about the possibility of candidates declining after learning details, Werner confirmed this option and mentioned provisions for hazard pay where necessary. Though this approach meant they couldn't display the reward up front, Werner clarified that minimum compensation would be adjusted based on investigation difficulty, with appropriate payments to the guild, plus additional incentives included. After an extended discussion covering the investigation locations, Werner finally departed the Adventurers Guild. He reflected on how lengthy the process had been, though understandable given the numerous details requiring attention. The presence of foreign names had momentarily raised suspicions about war preparations, but those concerns were quickly resolved. The guild's policy was to maintain maximum distance from political conflict, with his arrangements now complete. Werner anticipated that returning scouts would share their findings about monster spawn rates with the guild, knowing that accurate information would ultimately reduce casualties. Werner proceeded to the Mercenaries Guild, where he was greeted and stated his purpose of commissioning guards for a merchant group. He noted internally that both guilds occupied the same building, making the distinction between the two professions somewhat ambiguous. Adventurers primarily explored dungeons, operated in small groups, and possessed a versatile jack-of-all-trades quality. Mercenaries were typically hired for situations anticipating combat, whether against monsters or humans, often forming organized mercenary groups and accepting long-term assignments. Adventurers conveyed a preference for independent action and short-term missions. The professions frequently received similar requests, making their shared location convenient and efficient. Despite their proximity, Werner observed how completely different the atmospheres of the two establishments were. After Werner provided his explanation to a muscular man, The proposal was acknowledged as an ambitious project requiring approximately 150 mercenaries, accounting for alternating shift. Werner confirmed his commitment to appropriate compensation. He considered how guilds maintained mutually beneficial relationships with their members through various support systems, conducting joint funerals for those without relatives, providing assistance to personnel who had lost their livelihoods, and ensuring security for the families of fallen comrades during missions. The building maintenance, staff payrolls, and investigations into troublesome individuals who caused damage all required substantial financial resources. Guild income primarily derived from profits gained through selling materials like magical beast parts, obtained by adventurers and mercenaries, along with intermediary fees for facilitating requests such as Werner's current commission. He recognized that economizing excessively in this context would prove counterproductive. When asked about personnel selection preferences, Werner indicated that he had requested Logan's Laser and Oliver Goke to handle the choosing process. The response seemed complimentary, leading Werner to wonder whether those destined to join the hero's main party were already well regarded among their peers. With guild preparations now pending until everything was ready, Werner began considering his next steps. A voice suddenly called out to Werner, inquiring about the job opportunity. The speaker introduced himself as Feli and expressed interest in participating. Werner was taken aback by this unexpected encounter. First Laura and now this individual. He ordered refreshments and offered accompaniments, which were enthusiastically accepted with requests for both nuts and dried fruits, prompting Werner to order portions of each. As Feli settled beside him and expressed gratitude for Werner's generosity, Werner's thoughts turned to recognition. Felix Ernert was a scout destined for the hero's party. Though his age in the game was 14, his abilities were exceptional. Certain dungeons had been impossible to complete without Feli in the party. Despite his cute appearance, he was definitely male. Werner reflected that if this game had been created a few decades later, the developers would have made this character female. He expressed his surprise that Feli had recognized him so quickly. Feli explained that every adventurer in the capital knew who Werner was, and his distinctive tail made him particularly easy to identify. Werner questioned what Feli meant about his tail, prompting Feli to ask how many years he had been growing it. Werner estimated it had been about 10 years by now. Feli remarked that it must require considerable effort to maintain. Werner admitted that there were indeed times when it felt burdensome. Feli inquired about what a discount like Werner was doing in such a place. Werner explained that he was essentially shopping, purchasing necessary supplies from various towns. Feli enthusiastically characterized this as scooping everything up, though Werner clarified those were Feli's words, not his own. When Feli then suggested Werner was panic buying, Werner insisted that description was even more inaccurate. Werner considered internally that he wasn't sure if Feli's friendliness came naturally, but the young man had always possessed a talent for getting close to people. This skill extended to getting close enough to pick pockets. Werner reasoned that Feli would likely face expulsion from the guild if he attempted such thievery here, so his purse was probably secure for the moment. Werner directly asked Feli what his objective was. Feli casually responded that he had no particular agenda beyond seeking something interesting. Werner found him simultaneously straightforward and manipulative. The situation reminded him of difficult subordinates from his past life, if he recalled correctly. Werner proposed that since Feli wasn't being forthcoming, perhaps a troublesome yet exciting job would interest him. Feli's grin and eager response indicated Werner had successfully captured his attention. Werner assessed the situation strategically. Feli was an exceptionally skilled scout and member of the hero's party. The question now was how best to utilize this valuable asset. Werner considered two options: having Feli assist with gathering detailed intelligence within the capital, or having him accompany the merchant convoy to survey the land in various towns. If the convoy could locate consumable items like skywalk boots, they would prove extremely valuable for Feli after he joined the hero's party. Werner decided on his approach and told Feli he wanted him to accompany the merchant convoy he had mentioned earlier. He asked if Feli had heard about the recent stampede, explaining that such an event had likely disrupted the established order significantly. Feli contemplated this and noted that the assignment would be time-consuming and challenging. Werner countered by pointing out that Feli would have the opportunity to enjoy excellent food in different towns. Beyond the daily allowance, Werner was willing to allocate a budget specifically for snacks and meals. Feli found this offer particularly appealing. Werner reasoned internally that the intelligence gathering he was conducting on his own should work out given sufficient time and resources. However, optimizing Mausoleum and his companions would have beneficial effects overall. When viewed as an investment toward that goal, this expense was negligible. Werner observed Feli mulling over his proposal. His thoughts continued. noting that Feli was crucial to his plans, but something seemed to be troubling the young man. Werner sensed some attraction or interest, though it remained unclear. He informed Feli that there would be a meeting at his residence on the next hunting day, and Feli was welcome to attend if he wished. Werner dropped a pouch filled with coins in front of Feli, explaining that this was his travel fare. Feli questioned whether the amount wasn't excessive. Werner insisted it wasn't too much, rather it was a demonstration of his sincere intentions. Regardless of whether Feli accepted the quest or not, the money was his to keep. He could spend it on food or give it away as he pleased, and Werner wouldn't object. Feli glared at him intensely. Werner knew Feli's background story. He had grown up in an orphanage and possessed the type of personality that would mesh well with Mausel and the others. Feli wasn't the kind of person who would simply leave without considering his home and the people there. Werner stood and suggested they should be going. Feli stammered his agreement. He stared at the pouch of coins before finally taking it, then ran after Werner while calling out to him. He shouted his gratitude. Werner merely waved goodbye, but internally he acknowledged it was somewhat of a gamble whether Feli would ultimately trust him or not. Nevertheless, he felt quite optimistic about the outcome. In the city, chaos reigned everywhere. A man's voice rang out demanding to know where Jozak was, complaining about his hangover and declaring they would leave him behind. A child called out to his mother, saying she had forgotten something. Another man shouted angrily about the bathhouse being closed again, while someone else yelled back at him to stop complaining about trivial matters, insisting he could bathe once they arrived at their destination. The first man protested that it wasn't trivial, as he always cleaned himself before a long journey. In the distance, one man nervously asked what they would do if monsters appeared, expressing his unease with the situation. An old man responded reassuringly that Marquis Neep was renowned for his martial prowess, and his retainers included knights, so there should be no cause for concern. Soldiers suddenly appeared, forcefully clearing space and commanding people to step aside. Marquis Neep, mounted on his horse, shouted orders for tradesmen to move to the back of the line. Werner took in all of this commotion, and remarked on what a ruckus it was. The wavy-haired man beside him observed that it appeared Marquis Neep had completed his formal greetings at the royal castle, and was now departing for Fort Warisa. Werner acknowledged this with mild interest, then reflected internally on the situation. It had been several days since Marquis Neep had arrived at the capital. He understood that dealing with nobility involved complicated protocols, and one couldn't always proceed directly to work, what with all the necessary formal greetings and ceremonies to attend to. Werner had been contemplating whether changing the storyline would mean they would no longer be renovating the fortress, but he felt relieved to see that this wasn't the case. Perhaps there was indeed something keeping the story on its predetermined track after all. The crucial questions were the scope of this power and what exactly it could accomplish. During the stampede, multiple search parties had been dispatched, yet the demons had coincidentally found Mazel's party. That served as an example of the story maintaining its original course. If that was indeed the case, Werner wondered whether the Crown Prince and others who were supposed to die in the original story would meet their fate elsewhere in the future. Werner stared ahead, continuing his troubled thoughts. If that happened, they would be in serious trouble. Of course, the Order of Knights would now be present to protect them. Under ordinary circumstances, the royals were untouchable, so he wanted to believe they would be safe. Besides, the fact that Werner himself was alive and represented the cause behind the changes to the storyline suggested it was possible that these modifications had been deemed insignificant. However, before the stampede, he had no recollection whatsoever of His Highness the Crown Prince or his son. There definitely should have been a time when Werner would have at least heard about them before recalling his previous life. Werner questioned himself about what this could mean. While he possessed memories from before becoming acquainted with the second princess and the king, no matter how hard he tried, he simply couldn't remember the first princess. Would meeting her in person somehow fix this issue? Was there some kind of power at work within the royal family itself? Even Marquis Nepe should have been a name Werner recognized. Yet it felt as though he was hearing it for the first time. The fact that he was so insensitive to information that hadn't appeared in the game suggested there was a possibility that his very memories themselves were being influenced by the game's framework. Werner came to this troubling realization as Bierstadt entered. His thoughts continued unabated. Even so, he mustn't neglect this sense of discomfort amidst all the hustle and bustle around him. There simply wasn't any other choice available to him. He conducted his discussion with Bierstadt and then prepared other necessary arrangements. After completing his preparations, Werner gathered Mausel and the others together. He welcomed everyone to the meeting about the merchant convoy, expressing his appreciation that they had all assembled that day. He introduced himself as Werner von Zurfeld, the one overseeing the overall endeavor. Frenzen began the introductions, identifying himself as the assistant butler of the Zerfeld family. Mazel followed, stating that he had received gracious words from His Majesty for his efforts during the demon stampede. He explained he would be participating in this expedition to acquire quality weapons in preparation for the demonic threat. Luganskuli introduced himself as an adventurer who was present to lay groundwork and make necessary arrangements. Goat concluded the introductions, presenting himself as a mercenary who would be taking charge of the merchant convoy's security. The wavy-haired man introduced himself as a Vaunt from the Bierstedt Trading Company, while Feli gave his name as Felix, but preferred to be called Feli, announcing he would also be joining the convoy. Werner began by acknowledging that as a noble, he would normally start with extensive pleasantries, but given their time constraints, he proposed they dispense with formalities. When Frentzen questioned whether this informality extended to him as well, Werner confirmed it did, though he expressed understanding if Frentzen felt uncomfortable with the arrangement, noting it was simply for this casual setting and asking him to overlook the usual improprieties. After Frentzen indicated his understanding, Werner moved to begin their discussion in earnest. Werner turned the floor over to Lugans to explain the situation surrounding the capital. Lugans summarized that things had become strange, recounting how he and Mazel had visited an old shrine the previous week, only to encounter monsters that were clearly different from what they expected. Mazel added that he had initially assumed these creatures were stragglers from the stampede, but it appeared that wasn't the case. Avent corroborated this information, mentioning that among the merchants, there had been reports of previously unseen monsters appearing near the capital. Werner assessed that they were facing an even worse situation than anticipated, and that the merchant convoy could be in considerable danger, prompting him to confirm everyone's commitment. Internally, Werner acknowledged that while he had expected all of this, he worried it might be challenging for merchants unaccustomed to combat, wanting to ensure he understood exactly what he was dealing with. Gok stepped forward to assure them that was precisely where he came in, promising to be more vigilant than usual and ensure the protection of the goods. Werner's thoughts turned to how much he wanted to address Gok with the honorific Sir, but his rank prevented it. Gok had accepted his request based on Werner's performance during the stampede, but Werner recognized that Gok himself had been extraordinary, with leadership qualities that more than qualified him to serve as the convoy's security chief. Feli chimed in that he also didn't mind the danger, asking if they simply needed to keep their ears and eyes open at all times. When Werner warned him it would be genuinely difficult, Feli dismissed the concern as no problem. Werner's internal monologue revealed he hadn't even been certain Feli would come and remained puzzled about why Feli was so determined to participate. Mosul leaned in close to question Werner about whether he was sure about Feli, to which Werner responded affirmatively, expressing trust in his talents. Mosul accepted his word, leaving Werner somewhat surprised by how readily he had done so. After clearing his throat, Werner acknowledged to Feli that he could see his enthusiasm and expressed how helpful that was. Feli's gaze shifted to him as he explained that on the day he first approached Werner, there had been a critically ill child at the orphanage, but neither the orphanage nor Feli himself had possessed the funds for a doctor's examination, much less medicine. He had been searching for gainful employment for that reason. Werner's thoughts connected the dots, understanding why Feli hadn't seemed interested in long-term work. Feli continued, explaining that since obtaining that money, he had been able to secure both a doctor and life-saving medicine for the child, meaning he owed Werner a debt, which was his motivation for participating in this endeavor, addressing him as Mr. Viscount before stating that was all there was to it. Werner paused before responding that he understood and appreciated Feli's show of gratitude, but clarified he hadn't provided that assistance with the expectation of creating a debt, also requesting that Feli stop calling him Mr. Viscount. Feli ignored this request. Werner questioned internally whether this was also the game's influence at work, aware he had made a good impression but not realizing its full extent, with his biggest concern now being. Avent quickly interjected that he also had no problem with the situation. When Werner sought confirmation, Avon responded enthusiastically that the more dangerous the location, the higher the price he could command for his wares. Werner's thoughts turned to wondering if Avant was actually the most enthusiastic person present, questioning whether this was what happened when people conducted trade in a world infested with demons, concluding that merchants were indeed tough individuals. Werner then proposed they delve into the details, placing papers before the group, and explaining he had dispatched scouts ahead of time to various towns and villages near certain bridges. Lugan's eyes widened as he noticed Anna's name on the documents, prompting him to ask if the names listed were those of the people in charge. Werner confirmed this was correct, expressing surprise that Lugens hadn't been briefed on this information and asking if there was a problem. Lugens' thoughts revealed that he had told Anna and Rick not to sign up for this. Werner held a meeting with his team to discuss the upcoming merchant convoy mission. Lugens dismissed Werner's concerns about potential issues, insisting everything was fine, while Gok chuckled at the exchange. Werner emphasized that now was the appropriate time to address any problems since modifications could still be made. But Lugens maintained his position that there were no issues to worry about. Werner reluctantly accepted this response and moved forward with the briefing. The plan involved scouts who would assess various factors, including the distribution of monsters in the area, potential lodging locations, and the overall conditions along the route, based on their reconnaissance reports. If the scouts determined the danger level was too severe, they retained the authority to modify the route as they saw fit. When Goken inquired about who held the ultimate decision-making authority regarding the route selection, Werner explained his original intention had been to delegate this responsibility to Frenzen, but for this particular mission, he would grant Gok the final say. Frenzen humbly acknowledged his role as a support figure for the entire team, openly admitting his inexperience with monsters and hazardous journeys. He bowed respectfully and requested their assistance while asking forgiveness for his shortcomings. Werner confirmed that Frenzen accepted these arrangements, adding that if necessary, he would provide written documentation to ensure everyone felt secure about the decision-making structure. Werner noticed Avant examining his map intently and retrieved it from him before proceeding to the next agenda item, asking if anyone had questions. He then explained that the deployment of the merchant convoy would be organized under the assumption that monster attacks would be significantly more aggressive and dangerous than usual. Internally, Werner felt frustrated that he couldn't simply reveal the truth that the Demon Lord had returned, as it would make the explanation considerably easier. He briefly worried whether anyone might have overheard their conversation at the bar several days earlier. Werner informed the group that they were surely aware the nation had initiated the restoration of Fort Warissa as a defensive countermeasure, which he personally considered an act of complete foolishness. When Feli asked for clarification on the term, Avant explained that Werner believed they were making a choice that would ultimately disadvantage themselves. Werner elaborated on the government's strategy, which assumed that if demons captured the capital, everyone could flee to the fort for safety. However, he pointed out that reaching the fort would require half a day of hurry travel, with no guarantee of actual safety upon arrival. Werner reasoned that if he were commanding the demon forces, he would seize the fort just before the repairs were completed and convert it into his own strategic stronghold. He suspected the demons might have conceived the identical plan. Gok contemplated whether demons possessed sufficient intelligence and cunning to devise such a sophisticated strategy, while Lugens pessimistically concluded they were doomed. Gok acknowledged Werner's reasoning had merit, noting that capturing the fort would indeed be easier than taking the city itself. Feli asked Werner what his plans were in response, and Werner mentally questioned who Feli was addressing as Big Bro. He explained that his only option was to provide counsel to the country, which he was already doing, though he remained uncertain how seriously the field commander would consider his recommendations. He acknowledged that unforeseen circumstances could complicate matters further. Werner wanted to ensure everyone understood their course of action in a worst-case scenario. His primary instruction was that even if the merchant convoy received news that Fort Larissa had been attacked and captured, they should not rush back to the capital. Instead, once they completed their mission, they should return home to the best of their ability. When Gok questioned this directive, Werner revealed his concern that his weapons might be confiscated under the justification of using them to recapture Fort Warissa. Mazel sought confirmation of this suspicion, and Werner acknowledged it was speculation. He stated that if the weapons could genuinely help maintain the fort under human control with ease, he would support that use. However, he believed the demons wouldn't attack without a well-conceived plan. Moreover, he suspected that seizing the fortress might merely represent their opening move in a larger campaign. Mazel deduced that Werner believed the demons would likely target the capital next, and Werner confirmed that once they controlled the fortress, an assault on the capital would be inevitable. He argued that they would achieve better results fighting demons in open terrain, rather than within the confined spaces of the fort itself. Mazel agreed with this tactical assessment. Werner's true underlying concern, which he kept to himself, was ensuring that the hero Mazel would be positioned to handle the fortress recapture operation. If the fortress fell to the demons, the Demon Lord's return would become public knowledge, as Werner imagined the demons would loudly proclaim this fact while storming through the halls. This was precisely why Werner needed Mausolei to demonstrate his worth at the critical moment. The nation's leadership was, to put it charitably, exceptionally pragmatic and rational. They remained only partially convinced about the entire hero and demon lord narrative. Werner understood the necessity of having the citizens of the nation, including those in positions of authority, recognize and acknowledge the hero's value and utility. Therefore, Werner expressed his desire for the weapons to be prepared in time for a more promising military operation, rather than a desperate fortress recapture. Avant voiced his agreement with this plan. Werner instructs Mausel and Lugans to remain in place and refine their skills until the appropriate moment arrives. Lugans agrees, stating he will unleash his full potential when the time is right. Mausel acknowledges that he understands the general idea. However, he questions why they should limit the backup forces to just the two of them with their current equipment, if the goal is to prevent the fortress from being occupied. Werner anticipates this response, recognizing it as a characteristically heroic concern from Mausel. Werner explains that they should consider holding back, then shares his reasoning. The noble responsible for overseeing the fortress's restoration has a military background. In Werner's internal assessment of the current situation, Mausel is merely a commoner and a student who possesses unusual but noteworthy abilities. Even if Werner secures agreement from Marquis Neep to place Mausel under his command, Mausel's actions will inevitably be subject to restrictions. If circumstances develop favorably, there is a possibility that the noble will fabricate some pretext to attempt to bring the hero under his own authority. Werner continues his explanation, expressing his doubt that they would be able to freely utilize Mausel's capabilities if such a situation were to occur. Even if Werner receives intelligence about an attack and rushes to the location, intervening without authorization in a territory under noble command could potentially create complications. In the worst-case scenario, there is a risk that Mausel could be exploited and then abandoned simply because of his commoner status. Werner acknowledges feeling sympathy for the men serving under Marquis Neith. In his private thoughts, Werner concludes that he needs Mausel to fail in this endeavor. While he wishes he could do more for the labors and knights assigned to security duty, the ultimate reality is that the fortress must fall. Werner qualifies his assessment by noting that everything he has laid out is merely speculation. The fortress might successfully hold its position, or perhaps no attack will materialize at all. Alternatively, there exists the possibility that the fortress will fall regardless of any defensive efforts they might undertake. If that proves to be the case, the most prudent course of action would be to refrain from making any unnecessary moves, and instead focus their energy on building up their strength in preparation for unexpected contingencies. Mausel acknowledges the reasoning. Werner adds that if an attack does occur, it is extremely unlikely that they will escape without any casualties whatsoever. However, he commits to making recommendations to the Crown Prince to the fullest extent of his capabilities. He is dedicated to exerting maximum effort, though he recognizes it may prove insufficient, and he wants them to understand his commitment. Werner reflects internally that if they were to discover he was operating with knowledge of future events, they would likely hold him in contempt. However, the instant he were to vocalize what he knows about what is to come, they would demand to know the source of his knowledge, and suspect him of having some connection with the demons. At best, Werner would find himself being manipulated as a tool in the political conflicts within the court. Mausel expresses his understanding and gratitude for the explanation, stating he will prepare himself for such a possibility. Werner responds positively, noting that since they are not divine entities, they must simply do the best they are capable of. Mausel concurs with this sentiment. Werner observes that the hour has grown late and suggests that if there are no other matters to discuss, they should conclude for the day. As everyone begins to depart, Mausel calls out to Werner, asking if he has a moment. Werner confirms that he does, and inquires whether this concerns their earlier discussion. Mausel clarifies that it does not, stating that he comprehends what Werner was conveying. He is thoroughly aware that not all nobles behave in the manner Werner does, and he is determined to become stronger. Werner expresses approval, noting that he is reassured knowing Mausel will be fine. Mausel smiles and affirms Werner's assessment, thanking him for the day's discussion and encouraging Werner to get a good night's rest as well. Werner experiences a moment of confusion. Mausel clarifies that he means Werner should sleep well, so that he can attend school the following day at minimum. He is aware of how occupied Werner has been on his behalf. While he will not demand the impossible from Werner, Drexler has been distressed over his inability to comprehend anything in their political science class. Werner acknowledges this information about Drexler with a smile, adding that the situation regarding the merchant convoy preparations is progressing satisfactorily. Mausel waves goodbye, and Werner reflects that it appears he caused Mausel some worry at the end of their conversation. He reminds himself that Mausel is still a student. There are also matters Werner wishes to discuss with the professor of magical studies, so the timing of his school attendance tomorrow is actually quite fortunate. Werner decides he will retire early since he has classes scheduled in the morning. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Subritz in the neighboring country of Salzenak, a flaming monster wreaks havoc and causes widespread panic. People flee while screaming in terror. One person cries out in alarm while another demands to know what a monster is doing in their location. A male soldier shouts commands to prevent panic from spreading. An explosion erupts in the vicinity. The male soldier observes that the monsters are behaving unusually and orders someone to send word to the town. His eyes widen in shock as he hears a loud, terrible scream. Fire and explosions engulf the surroundings as a demon materializes and gestures toward the soldiers, rendering them completely immobilized by overwhelming fear. At the palace, the crown prince and his advisors assembled together. A servant suddenly appeared at the door, apologizing for the interruption. When questioned about the commotion, the servant delivered shocking news that the town of Subritz in the neighboring country of Salzenak had been completely destroyed by a demon attack. The advisors remained motionless before erupting in disbelief at the mention of both Subritz and demons. The servant added more alarming information that their commander had allegedly spoken of the demon lord's revival. At the castle, Werner reflected on his journey, calculating that the trip from the castle to school should be quite brief by carriage. He anticipated arriving in time for third period, hoping the professor would be available that day. As he turned, a maid carrying a pitcher collided with him. Water splashed across the floor, causing the maid to slip, but Werner caught her swiftly. He asked if she was hurt after pardoning himself. The maid apologized profusely, calling herself terribly rude. Werner assured her it was fine, but she continued pleading for forgiveness, declaring her actions inexcusable. Before Werner could respond further, another voice interrupted, remarking on how dreadfully inconvenient it must be for Viscount Zerfeld to have water thrown on him first thing in the morning, suggesting perhaps the maid was trying to wake him. Werner glanced toward the voice and immediately understood the situation. He realized that many castle maids had deep connections with nobility, meaning she likely felt powerless to refuse whoever was behind this. Werner dismissed the incident as trivial and attempted to excuse himself. The man introduced himself as Gunther of Count Siegel's household, also bearing the title of Viscount, like Werner. Werner sighed internally, recognizing the complication of their equal rank. He understood this would be easier if one of them held higher status over the other. This level of harassment seemed too minor to address directly, yet ignoring it would only cause offense. Werner knew that mishandling the situation could lead to unpleasant consequences. Another voice interrupted their exchange. A woman introduced herself as Hermione, daughter of Bastion Timo I. Gunther greeted Lady Hermione, noting what a coincidence it was and remarking on how long it had been. Hermione ignored him and approached Werner directly, informing him that her father wished to speak with him regarding the monster stampede from the other day. She glanced at Gunther, who acknowledged Count's first involvement and announced his departure. Hermine expressed her appreciation. Hermine handed Werner a paper and explained that Viscount Siegel was famously known as a passionate admirer of the princess, apologizing if she had been too forward. Werner began to say she had rendered him an invaluable service, but stopped himself, correcting his phrasing to say she had really helped him out, offering his thanks. He sighed internally, reflecting on how the title system prevented him from using polite language with her, regardless of their age difference, finding this difficult to accept. Hermine dismissed his gratitude, claiming it was nothing compared to what they owed him for his actions during the stampede. She began to address him again, but Werner interrupted, reiterating his appreciation, and noting that thanks to her intervention he would be able to reach school without being too late. When Hermine heard he was headed to school, she apologized for detaining him. Werner thanked her once more and excused himself. As Werner departed, Count first called out to Hermine. She apologized to her father, but he assured her it was fine and asked what was troubling her. Hermine explained that she had just met with Viscount Zerfeld, who mentioned he had to leave for school. She expressed regret at not having more time to speak with him. Count first paused before stating he needed to discuss something with her. At the academy, Drexler questioned Werner's disheveled appearance after thinking he had finally made it. Werner, looking exhausted, explained it was a long story. Drexler commented on the irony of the situation. Just when things at the academy were calming down, other matters were becoming busy, leaving him uncertain whether to feel envious or not. In his thoughts, Werner reflected on how Mausel had been using his schoolwork as an excuse to reject all invitations attempting to recruit him into a noble house. There were also rumors circulating about students who had attempted more forceful approaches subsequently leaving the school. The situation appeared to have settled down. It was common for students to withdraw from school following a parent's death, though it was unusual for a noble to leave for such a reason. Sometimes departures were due to sudden marriage arrangements or the need to assume a steward's position. Whether mausoleum circumstances were truly the reason for leaving school remained unclear, though the state might have played a role in the decision. Regardless, there was relief that Mausoleil would now be able to concentrate on subjugating the demon lord. Drexler expressed with a grin that warned her, as Viscount Zerfeld should be making the most of his student life, perhaps by helping his classmates with their studies. Mazel arrived and apologized for making them wait. The professor indicated that Werner should come immediately. Werner agreed, and excused himself from Drexler, who said it was no problem and offered to accompany them. When Werner mentioned they would be discussing magic studies, Drexler decided to decline. Warner apologized to Mazel, explaining that he had thought it would be more efficient to catch him in class, rather than arranging something earlier since he had only decided on this the previous day. Mazel assured him it was fine, and confirmed that Werner wasn't taking any magic classes beyond the required ones. Werner reflected internally on his situation. Despite finding himself in a medieval-style world of swords and sorcery, he lacked an aptitude for magic. In this world, with sufficient time and effort, using magic wasn't impossible even without natural talent. Those with talent could cast spells in their teenage years, while those without might never master it even with lifelong dedication. Werner had given up on magic fairly quickly, as he didn't have time for such lengthy practice. Mazel modestly claimed he wasn't particularly skilled with magic either. Werner disagreed, pointing out that Mazel had a solid grasp of both magic and divine spells, which was more than sufficient. Mazel mentioned a recent conversation with Lugans, who had said they would need someone proficient in healing or defensive spells for battling stronger enemies. Werner recalled that Lugans had claimed he couldn't use magic. With a cleric capable of sacred magic in their group, healing and defense wouldn't be concerns. Werner considered that Feli also didn't contribute magical combat strength. As events unfolded, Laura and a monk would join the hero's party. The monk would likely join next, bringing both physical attacks and sacred magic, so while Mazel's concerns were valid, things would probably work out. The returning merchant convoy would bring powerful equipment, and Mosel's group would level up along the way, which provided Werner with reassurance. However, he couldn't very well discuss Mosel's future with him directly. Warner advised bringing plenty of recovery items and keeping watch for capable, trustworthy people. Mazel thanked him with a smile. Warner added that as long as they had magic potions, they would be fine in a pinch, as potions would allow continued use of healing spells. Mazel acknowledged this, but expressed concern that without intermediate or advanced spells, there might be situations they couldn't handle. Warner stared at his food, and asked for confirmation whether unlimited magic potions would allow indefinite magic use. Mazel supposed that would be the case if stamina was reinforced with potions. Werner then pondered the nature of magic potions themselves. He explained his thinking. Food provided energy and nourishment, so he had initially assumed that drinking magic would refuel one's supply. But if magic potions were concentrated magic, shouldn't throwing them at enemies work as an attack? While healing potions alone wouldn't suffice. Perhaps with some modification they could be made to explode. The professor appeared behind Werner with this observation, calling it a fascinating proposal. Werner jumped in surprise. The professor inquired whether he had kept them waiting. Mosel assured him he hadn't, and thanked him for his time, introducing Werner as the person he had mentioned previously. The professor addressed him as Werner von Zerfeld, recalling that while his grade on the practical skills test had been unfortunate, his written thesis had been outstanding. Werner expressed his gratitude. The professor inquired whether their discussion regarding potions related to that day's topic, and if not, there was something else he would love to discuss. Werner confirmed that was indeed what he had come to ask about. The professor seemed pleased, gesturing toward his office and suggesting they could stand around and chat, but proposing they have some herbal tea instead, apologizing that it was all he could offer. Inside the professor's office, the professor indicated he understood what Zerfeld was trying to convey, though he recalled there being no evidence of what had been suggested. Warner acknowledged this. In Werner's mind, he had come to the professor that day to develop countermeasures for range-based magic. While most of this world's equipment and infantry remained at medieval equivalents, advanced magic was known for its broad area of impact and destructive capability, rivaling napalm explosives and flamethrowers. The professor asked them to wait for a moment, and Werner agreed. His thoughts continued, reflecting on how monsters in the Four Fiends dungeons could cast the same magic, even the small fries. In other words, creatures like that would eventually attack the capital. That was why he needed countermeasures against range-based magic. If this were a battle out in the fields, it would be one thing, But if a population-dense area such as the capital were attacked, there was only so much they could do. There were defensive measures designed to detect magical influences, but it was unlikely to be practical since the enemy outmatched them in both magical strength and volume. Werner questioned whether there was no loophole. That was why he was looking for clues and trying to figure out how this magic stuff worked. He wondered why, in a world with such developed military forces, they would send a singular hero and a small number of elites to subjugate the demon lord. Common sense from his past life would suggest gathering as many knights, mages, and clerics from the continent as possible, strengthen numbers and whatnot. But perhaps there was some reason why a force of a select few elites would be the strongest in this world. The professor returned with a book, expressing satisfaction at having found it. As for what potions were recovering exactly, from what he had been able to find, there was no mention of it being anything aside from magic. There was much research regarding the technical application of it, but hardly any research on how it functioned. Several articles had come up regarding using magic potions as diversionary tactics, though the results were said to be complicated. Werner acknowledged this, then asked if there was any relationship between the density of magic users in a specific area and the rise and fall in the strength of each individual's magic power. The professor found this an interesting question, noting that something did come to mind. Werner pressed for clarification. The professor asked if he was familiar with how they practiced fire magic training at the school. Even if several dozen students performed it at once, the outcome was never disastrous. However, if a few students stayed behind in the same spot, they would sometimes get injured. Nothing a few potions or healing spells couldn't take care of course. Granted, these were just his personal experiences. The professor couldn't say it held true every time, imagining other factors came into play. But if they could verify what he was thinking, their understanding of magic as they knew it might deepen manyfold. It was bound to benefit magical education as a whole. The professor suggested they should talk to court mages and the church's clerics as well, as they might have research findings that simply weren't available at the school. There might be some topics they couldn't discuss, but the professor imagined they would be fascinated to hear what Werner had to say. He offered to write Werner a letter of introduction to one of his former pupils, expressing confidence they would understand where Werner was coming from. Werner expressed his heartfelt thanks. The professor made an unexpected proposition to Zerfeld, suggesting he considered transferring to the magic department and expressing his belief that Zerfeld would excel as a researcher. Werner responded non-committally, saying he would give it some thought before they departed from the professor's office. As they walked away, Mazel reflected on something the conversation had brought to mind. He had noticed that the intensity of his magic when fighting alongside Lugan's was markedly different from when he practiced with his classmates at school, yet he had never questioned this discrepancy. Initially, he had attributed it to the adrenaline of combat or perhaps his own growing strength, but now he wondered if there might be an entirely different explanation for the phenomenon. Werner cautioned that his theory remained purely hypothetical at this stage. He proposed that there might be a fundamental limit to the amount of magic that could be utilized within a given area. To illustrate his concept, he drew a parallel to his apartment during winter, where running the heater, television, and hairdryer simultaneously would overload the circuit breaker. However, the challenge now lay in finding a way to verify this hypothesis. His first step would be to consult with the experts the professor had recommended through letters of introduction. Werner expressed his gratitude to Mazel, acknowledging that their meeting with the professor had proceeded smoothly thanks to his presence. Mazel modestly accepted the thanks, though he wished he could contribute more substantially to Werner's efforts. When asked about the following day's plans, Werner explained that he would be inspecting the supplies the merchant convoy had prepared according to his specifications. If his schedule permitted, he would then visit the individuals for whom he had letters of introduction. Mazel acknowledged this plan and, as they parted ways, encouraged Werner to reach out if he needed any assistance. Werner agreed to do so, walking alone. Werner's thoughts turned to the gravity of their situation. To prevent the capital's destruction, they required both range-based magical countermeasures and comprehensive team-based combat training. While not every noble shared the foolishness of the one he had encountered earlier that day, he recognized the political delicacy of proposing team-based combat training. Even if they could successfully gather sufficient forces, there was a dangerous possibility that factions would form and splinter the effort. Although Werner could theoretically have the Crown Prince issue a royal decree to implement such training, government-led initiatives drew funding from public coffers. Traditional chivalry-based warfare commanded public respect, but it would be difficult to justify taxpayer expenditure on training for tactics that many might perceive as dishonorable or cowardly. Werner found himself at an impasse. He considered the possibility that he was overcomplicating the matter of magic, a field with which he admittedly lacked deep familiarity. Setting these concerns aside for the moment, he redirected his attention to more immediate responsibilities, preparing for the merchant convoy's departure and addressing matters related to Fort Waresa. He found himself longing for the simpler days when he could focus solely on his studies as a student. The following days passed in a flurry of activity as Werner divided his time between inventory verification, academic studies, and strategic planning sessions with. When the carriages finally arrived for departure, Feli enthusiastically waved farewell to Werner, calling out that she would see him soon. Mausolée, accompanied by Lugans, indicated that they too should begin their journey. After Lugans' agreement, both Mausel and Werner exchanged final waves of goodbye. Several days after these departures, devastating news would reach them. Subritz, a city in the neighboring nation of Salzanak, had fallen to enemy forces. Moreover, reports confirmed that the Demon Lord had returned. A man observes a group of men as scampering footsteps echo in the area alongside the sound of galloping horses. As the knights trained, Werner watched them through a window. He reflected that the changes they had implemented had resolved the confusion, and everything was proceeding smoothly, exactly as expected. He concluded that this level of expertise seemed sufficient to provide a demonstration to the other teams. Max concurred, expressing that if given the opportunity, the entire order would make every effort. Werner noticed Clamroth ironing his clothes. He contemplated how in this world, anyone could obtain transparent magic stones from the carcasses of demonic beings, and that a great many items were powered by them as well. From monster-repelling barriers found in video games to irons, stoves, and numerous other things, the variety was incredibly vast. However, they were not particularly common, since the cost of processing them was prohibitively expensive due to all the taxes. If one belonged to the nobility, or simply had enough money, they had plenty of opportunity to use them, though. He inquired whether Clamroth could use magic, to which Clamroth responded that he could not in the slightest. Werner indicated he had expected as much. He pondered that even without magic, one could utilize the devices as simply as one would electric ones. Of course, even though the human body coursed with electricity, it did not mean that people could shoot out lightning bolts or manipulate energy at will. Though direct substitution was not feasible, there must be some underlying rules. Not that he could fault magic for not adhering to the laws of physics. Even though magic stones were extracted from demonic beings, they were just stones. Even if they contained magic, if a magicless user touched one, it would not produce flame or heal or anything. And according to what Werner had heard from the many people the professor had introduced him to, magic itself was not unlike magic stones. People could not make things happen just because they possessed magic. They needed training. Equipment and rare items with magical effects were also believed to have powerful sustaining magic that was now lost to time along with the kingdoms they were created in. This implied that some form of processing was required to direct the output in accordance with the creator's intentions. Then put the other way around, unprocessed. Perhaps the power itself existed all around them, invisible to the naked eye. That much was obvious. Werner questioned himself about whether magic potions simply processed that magic into a usable form. He considered what was written about there being a limit to magic used within a certain area. He gasped, and quickly announced that he was going to go put together a proposal. Clamroth looked at him in surprise and agreed that it sounded good, shouting after him that he would see him when he got back. Werner planned with 2 men for his proposal. At the royal palace in the Kingdom of Wine, the assistant in front of the desk informed Viscount Zerfeld that they had been expecting him. Unfortunately, His Highness was still in a meeting. With apologies, the assistant asked if he would mind waiting a little while. Werner replied that he did not mind at all. As he waited in the halls, he reflected that today he would be talking to His Highness about his proposal for Fort Waresa, and then to the Chancellor about magic. They were both significant subjects, so he was grateful to have more time to prepare himself mentally. His footsteps echoed in the hallway. No matter how many times he went through this, it was still nerve-wracking. The construction on Fort Larissa was making steady progress. Based on the state of things, it should be completed by the following week. Werner glanced at the attendant. Of course, Marquis Neep had personally appeared on site, and with considerable passion and motivation, work was proceeding at a rapid pace. Werner held the proposal carefully. He thought to himself that thanks to the progress reports they sent, he had been able to predict the timeline, so he was at least grateful for that. Still, as someone with time working against him, he was terrified. He could only hope that he did not live in a truly accurate recreation of the game with no toilets or bathrooms. though it made sense that anything humans would require was a part of this more realistic world. In that sense, he truly had been saved by the complexity of reality. Werner was approached by an assistant who called for him. He stood up and acknowledged the summons, expressing his gratitude for being attended to. The assistant thanked him for his patience in waiting. The Crown Prince apologized to Werner for keeping him waiting before moving toward an attendant to place Werner's proposal on a tray. Werner dismissed the apology and expressed his appreciation for the prince's time. The Crown Prince examined the proposal and noted its focus on drills for team-based combat. He acknowledged that during the stampede, the Zerfeld House's military tactics had proven extraordinarily effective. While such training would certainly be beneficial now that the Demon Lord had revived, the prince questioned the reasoning behind scheduling it so close to Fort Waray's completion. Werner requested permission to respond with a question of his own, asking about the seriousness with which the warning he had requested be sent to Marquis Neep had been received. The Crown Prince sighed and estimated, and it had been taken half seriously. Werner recognized something about the prince's demeanor. The Crown Prince pressed forward, dispensing with circumlocution and asking directly what the Marquis should be so concerned about. Werner perceived that the Crown Prince already had an understanding of what he would say, which explained why the prince was suggesting he get to the point. The prince wanted Werner to articulate it in his own words, as though testing him. Werner considered that, given their respective ages and social positions, such behavior was probably standard. He reflected that the Crown Prince was genuinely an excellent leader with a frighteningly quick mind. Werner stated he would speak candidly about the completion of Fort Warisa and Marquis Kniep's countermeasures against a potential demon army attack, noting that any deficiency in either area would be problematic. The Crown Prince interrupted, asserting his belief that in the current situation, withstanding a demon army would be difficult. He particularly noted that the workers conducting repairs were commoners. Even assuming the Marquis had adequately warned them about the attack, while the knights and soldiers might manage to hold their ground, complete chaos would be unavoidable. In the event of a demon army attack, non-combatants would naturally panic. Fort Warisa currently housed more non-combatants than knights or soldiers, meaning manpower would need to be devoted to managing the chaos. In the worst-case scenario, the panic would spread even to the knights and soldiers. The prince sighed, internally concluding that overall, the threat of an attack was not being taken seriously enough. Werner proposed that the most effective solution would be deploying a substantial number of troops to the Hildia Plains near Fort Warisa under the pretense of training exercises, which would serve both as a deterrent to the demon army and as an opportunity to improve their soldiers' team-based combat capabilities. He added that the next best alternative would be evacuating and protecting refugees should the fort come under attack. The prince questioned whether Werner would not send forces to rescue the fort itself. Werner responded that once a demon siege had commenced, he did not consider coordination with Marquis Neep, much less a counterattack to be feasible. He added that even if people managed to escape Fort Warisa, the capital remained a half-day's ride on horseback, and should they be ambushed along the way, the prince completed the thought, noting that hardly anyone would survive. Werner acknowledged there was always the possibility that the demon army attacking the fort would target the training forces as well, but he believed that if they were fully armed and engaged in battle training, they would be able to withstand an attack independently. The prince agreed it was a valid point, noting that if the protection of escaping civilians was entrusted to forces outside the fort, it might help contain the panic among those inside. If that occurred, whichever side had more resources available should be able to assist the other depending on circumstances. The prince expressed that this would be ideal, and Werner voiced his hope that it would indeed work out that way. In his thoughts, Werner's greatest fear was that the demon army might employ a two-pronged strategy, launching attacks targeting both the fort and the external forces simultaneously. However, he believed this was unlikely. He reasoned that if the demons were capable of such a coordinated assault, they would attack the capital at the same time as the fort. If that happened, Werner would honestly be completely at a loss. Although there was supposedly a force field that repelled demonic beings, the capital was destroyed in the game, so that defense could not be relied upon. Based on the game's storyline and the demons' methods of intimidating humans, they would likely prioritize the fall of the fort above all else. Once it was decimated, they would turn their attention to other targets. Before that occurred, Werner intended to do what he could and then flee. Werner then referenced the detailed reports on the fall of Subritz, suggesting that if those accounts were to be believed, the demon army was prioritizing intimidation tactics. The prince confirmed this was accurate, but questioned whether, in that case, it would not make more strategic sense for them to capture the fort after its completion. Werner conceded this point, but maintained that even so, in anticipation of what was to come, He believed their team-based combat training would not be wasted effort. The prince agreed that this reasoning made sense. The crown prince expressed concern that the populace would be unhappy if the fortress were to fall. However, he noted that in such an eventuality, both the royal knights and the nation's military would dedicate themselves to rescuing innocent civilians. Werner responded that their survival should reassure the people. The prince acknowledged his hope for the best outcome while noting that even the second-best scenario would be acceptable. Werner agreed, conceding that with this consideration in mind, the arrangement was satisfactory. The prince pressed Werner, confirming whether this was truly what he desired. They would make it explicit that no mandatory assistance would be provided in the event of a fortress siege, placing that responsibility squarely on the man in charge. Werner fell silent at this. The attendant who had been listening and documenting the meeting informed Werner that they would handle the personnel arrangements themselves, seeking his approval. Werner consented, though internally he wondered just how much the crown prince truly understood. The prince's insight frightened him. The crown prince then thanked Werner for his valuable counsel, and asked if they could proceed to his next proposal. Werner awkwardly agreed. After some time had passed, Werner found himself in the presence of Chancellor Falkenstein and Court Mage Voigt. He observed the Chancellor and the young yet formidable Court Mage, feeling that their presence was enough to make someone with barely any magical proficiency like himself extremely nervous. The prince began explaining that there were two types of magic: the kind that existed within individuals and the kind that permeated the environment around them. Werner loudly questioned in his mind why His Highness the Crown Prince was present for this discussion as well. The prince continued, explaining that this was the hypothesis proposed by Viscount Zurfeld. Chancellor Falkenstein acknowledged to Werner that while it was difficult to suddenly accept, it would be foolish not to investigate such a theory. He personally wished to see the Viscount's hypothesis tested. Court Mage Voigt expressed his agreement. The prince asked Werner directly whether he intended to confirm the hypothesis. Werner remained silent. Recently, after consulting with various individuals in his search for countermeasures against long-range magic, Werner had developed this hypothesis. Though magic and observable physical phenomena were being conflated here, the concept was that two distinct forces were involved in its activation. Court Mage Voigt enthusiastically confirmed this, crediting the idea to Viscount Zurfeld. Werner explained that if his hypothesis proved correct, just as using magic depleted the magic accumulated within the human body, environmental magic would also decrease. In essence, there was a strong possibility that a limit existed on how many people could use magic simultaneously. Beyond verifying this, Werner hoped to determine whether there was a principle governing how the limited environmental magic was distributed when spells of varying magnitudes were cast at the same time. He reflected privately that as someone seeking countermeasures against long-range magic, this was the crucial aspect. If environmental magic was preferentially allocated to more powerful spells, they would need to devise an entirely different strategy. Of course, there was no way to know without conducting experiment. At present, Werner believed this scenario was unlikely. Werner then proposed that they should gather people into a designated area and have them use magic in unison. They should also collect as many magical items as possible and activate them simultaneously. The three men regarded him in silence. The prince inquired where Werner had conceived such an idea. Chancellor Falkenstein wondered whether it might be a result of Viscount Zurfeld's education. The prince acknowledged this possibility, but added that Werner's character also played a role. He noted that Werner's father was indeed an exceptional individual. It appeared that the Minister of Ceremonies would have considerable work ahead. The prince then remarked that he could not bear to ruin the future of such a promising young man. Chancellor Falkenstein concurred. The question remained as to whom they should entrust this task. The prince revealed he was considering Seifert, stating that he could not have selected a better candidate. If the demon lord had indeed risen, the duke would surely return to his position. Duke Seifert was an experienced and celebrated figure, whom other nobles would not dare oppose. The prince added that he was tempted to seek the opinions of other veteran leaders as well. Chancellor Falkenstein remarked that it was unfortunate, as he was certain the great sage would have been delighted to hear what the prince had to say. The prince agreed. Werner approached them. Chancellor Falkenstein observed that the Viscount truly possessed a military mindset. He ventured to add, hoping not to overstep, that he detected a slight similarity to the great sage's methodology. The prince smirked in response, agreeing with this assessment. He characterized both individuals as unselfish eccentrics and ventured to say they would likely get along well together. The moment of vampire hair drew near, it was immediately cut down, cleaving cleanly in two. Anna's alarmed voice rang out, questioning the presence of vampire hares in this location. Rick attributed their appearance to the boldness granted by the Demon Lord's revival. Anna pressed further, bewildered by the sheer number of creatures present. She wondered whether the scouting team had miscalculated or if circumstances had shifted dramatically in recent days. More vampire hares streaked past them through the trees, their movement catching Feli's attention. He sensed something unusual about the situation. Anna noted additional creatures in another direction as well. Feli clarified that his concern wasn't merely about the numbers. His gaze swept toward the trees where he detected movement in the bushes. Gok and another mercenary cautiously approached one of the rustling bushes. After hearing the disturbance, a man emerged and identified himself as someone sent by Feli. Gok acknowledged this and instructed someone to relay the information to Avant and the rest of their group. Elsewhere, a group of bandits engaged in conversation among themselves. One observed that while the demonic beings were weak individually, their numbers posed a significant threat. He noted that such creatures were not native to this area, making the situation particularly challenging. Another bandit speculated about how many remained. The first bandit expressed satisfaction at having transported the vampire hares all this distance. The leader of the bandit group assessed their disadvantaged position and emphasized the need for strategic thinking. His subordinates voiced their approval of his leadership. The bandit leader explained that the southern regions of Salzanak had been depleted of valuable target. They needed to find new prey in unfamiliar territory to maintain their profit. He outlined their plan to eliminate the guards first, after which they would have unrestricted access to the convoy's treasures. He cynically invoked the rumor of the Demon Lord's revival as justification for cooperating with demonic beings, framing it as a civic responsibility. His followers echoed his sentiment enthusiastically. The bandits rose to their feet as their leader rallied them, declaring this to be work for humans. They advanced towards the merchant convoy with heavy footsteps. The bandit leader issued an ultimatum to surrender cargo in exchange for their life. However, the bandits were shocked to find the merchant convoy's guards standing in formation, prepared for confrontation. The leader questioned how this was possible. Gok raised his hand and reminded the guards of their objective to capture the bandits alive. The guards confirmed their understanding. As the bandits charged forward, the guards merely smirked at their approach. Gok struck one bandit with an open hand while Feli delivered a kick to another. Avant enthusiastically threw down another bandit while Fenson calmly prepared tea. The bandits' efforts proved futile, and they ultimately found themselves bound and restrained by the guards. Frenson announced that tea was ready for serving. The guards celebrated with renewed energy. Frenson mentioned the abundance of water in the region, allowing him to serve generous portions. An adventurer remarked on the luxury of drinking tea in the outskirts of the capital. Frenson agreed and credited Feli's intelligence, gathering for enabling them to coordinate the transfer of prisoners efficiently, which afforded them this moment of leisure. He expressed his gratitude to Feli and served him a plate of food. Feli acknowledged that his brother's thoughtful gift had facilitated his collection of rumors and local impressions about the territory. Without that assistance, the process would have taken considerably longer. Frenson noted that she had been quite fond of that necklace, commenting on Lord Werner's thoroughness in conducting preliminary research. He glanced toward Avant and admitted that learning of Avant's participation in the battle had caught him completely by surprise. He expressed relief that Avant had not sustained any injuries. Avant explained his disdain for those who exploited others and disrupted economic activity without expending genuine time or effort. Additionally, he viewed the confrontation as an ideal opportunity to evaluate the quality of their new armor and weapons. From a sales perspective, he believed that first-hand experience provided the most effective basis for crafting a compelling sales pitch. Fredson acknowledged his reasoning. Gok suggested that they probably would not require guards for future journeys. Avant agreed enthusiastically, noting that with such quality armor, they could easily repel any bandit attacks and welcome future challenges. Gok remarked, though not entirely seriously, that if travel through wine near the border was this manageable, then Triet was likely similar. He mentioned reports that the eastern regions of Triet, distant from the Salzanak border, were relatively peaceful. Avant questioned whether those areas were truly calm or simply complacent. Gok responded that regardless, advanced scouting would be the wisest approach. Avant declared that the price of their high-performance equipment could only increase from here. Frenson concurred and expressed his relief regarding the equipment, noting that they would be able to present Lord Werner with items that would satisfy him. He wondered aloud about Lord Werner's current activities. Feli speculated that he was probably extremely busy and suggested placing bets on it. Avant responded that while he was not opposed to gambling in principle, he simply could not wager on such a matter. At the south of the capital Hildia Plains, a ragged Warner observed his surroundings as various nobles approached him. Rhinish appeared before him, accompanied by Lady Dijon Kolb, who explained her individual participation due to certain circumstances, and apologized for her informal appearance. Following them, Avant, the current head of Viscount Crank's family, introduced himself for the first time in person. Warner reflected internally on the situation, recognizing that Avant had assumed leadership after his father's death during the stampede. He noted that despite Avant's youth, he was actually older than Warner himself. Avant expressed his gratitude for the lessons Werner's combat methods had taught the Crank family knights, and spoke of their determination to redeem his father's disgrace. After Avant departed, Rhinish and Lady Dijon Kolb remained. Lady Dijon Kolb expressed her enthusiasm about learning from the Zerfeld family knighthood, known for their expertise in team-based combat, and requested Werner's guidance. Werner agreed while internally feeling that matters were being exaggerated beyond their actual significance. Rhinish congratulated Werner on his accomplishments, remarking on the exceptional nature of simultaneously being a student and commanding a 100-man squad. In the background, knights discussed rumors about magical testing and the Chancellor's strong trust in Count Chanderel. The commander of the training squads, Crest George Chanderel, made his appearance. Other knights expressed excitement about having new stories to share with their families. Werner noticed Chanderel and the Firsts in the distance. Max whispered to him about hearing that Count First himself had specifically requested involvement in these proceedings. Werner questioned internally why First would go to such lengths. Observing Hermione walking with a serious demeanor, he pondered what their true objectives might be before deciding against overthinking the situation. Werner issued commands for the first unit of the Mage Corps to assume their positions. The mages arranged themselves facing their designated targets, and upon the command to fire, magic and flames struck the targets, creating smoke and debris. Hermione and the other observers watched as the smoke cleared, revealing the destroyed targets. The crowd responded with obvious impressions of the display. Warner contemplated internally whether the variation in power levels reflected the randomization present in the game's system mechanic. Behind him, Count Chandrel commented on the remarkable destructive capability, while another noble attributed this to diligent study, meeting their expectations. Werner's thoughts turned critical, recognizing that the nobles present were fundamentally mistaken in their assessment. He understood that in reality, this level of power would prove insufficient against the enemies that would appear in the latter portions of the game. The announcement came for the second test to commence. Werner commanded the second unit of the Mage Corps to prepare themselves. He directed each unit to assume their positions and ready their magic items. As silence fell over the crowd, Warner confirmed everyone was in place and ordered the simultaneous activation of all magic items. The staffs crackled with magical energy as activation completed, and Werner shouted the command to fire. A massive explosion reached the targets, and the assembled crowd watched as the smoke dissipated, revealing targets that had sustained minimal damage. Hermione's eyes widened at this unexpected result, while Max and Barky maintained their composure. Mage Voigt and his fellow mages smiled, with Voigt declaring the test a success. Count Chanderel and the other nobles appeared skeptical at this claim. Count Chanderel requested that Werner and Sir Voigt provide their report with accompanying explanations and result. Werner acknowledged the order and proceeded to explain that the test had investigated the nature of magic originating from within the human body versus magic present in the environment. Werner articulated his theory regarding the necessity of combining these two distinct types of magic to successfully invoke magical effects. Internally, he questioned whether discussing potentially classified information in this setting was appropriate, though he reasoned that if the higher-ranking officials present had no objections, he could proceed with the explanation. Werner observes Count Chandrel nodding and wonders whether the Count is assessing the situation with potential information leaks in mind, or if trust in the Crown Prince's group takes precedence. He concludes it's probably a mixture of both considerations. Werner explains his hypothesis that exhausting a large amount of environmental magic all at once should have an effect on the invocation of magic. One of their objectives in this location was to confirm that theory, while the other was to determine whether the magic of the location exhibits any preferences. When Hermione questions this term, Werner clarifies it's the best word he can find for the phenomenon. He describes how he had them activate numerous relatively weak magic items that would presumably consume only a small amount of magic, then had mages cast attack spells that would consume a much larger amount of magic. This method allowed them to determine where the environmental magic would flow. Count Mage Void elaborates that for accuracy's sake, They had the mages stand in the same position during both tests. They have now confirmed approximately how many people can cast magic without reducing its power. Werner reflects that there is some variation with weather and other conditions causing fluctuations. He has yet to verify other details, such as differences in range or location. Regardless, he had them bring the maximum number of people who could cast spells of a similar level and assembled them into a crowd. Count Mage Void notes this too as something the Viscount discovered, though there are barely any records of goblins using magic during Stampede. A noble acknowledges this, but questions whether it was simply because the goblins were busy running wild. Count Mage Void explains that this has always been their belief, that the goblins weren't doing anything requiring intellect like magic simply because they were stampeding. However, the Viscount theorized it was more likely that they simply couldn't. A large number of goblins using magic at once would mean environmental magic would get depleted. They suspect this to be the reason the court mages struggled in the prior stampede. A noble confirms it was also the royal grandson's first campaign, so there were quite a few more mage units than usual. Another noble recalls that the adventurers fought with magic too. Werner thinks to himself that these nobles can use their heads when nudged a little, but wonders why no one has ever noticed this before. He considers whether it's a cognitive bias, but something feels more fundamentally amiss. A noble expresses enthusiasm about the discovery, noting that not only can they handle stampedes more effectively now, but they'll have the advantage in their fight with hostile nations. Another noble is certain this new understanding of magic will propel them to new levels. Count Chandra states they'll have to develop disposable magic items that consume a large amount of magic. Count Mage Void agrees, and says they will recommend continued study to proceed with those projects as soon as possible. Werner reflects that even though he told them they'll be fighting the Demon Lord, they immediately jump to international dispute. He concedes that if it hurries the development, then all the better. It's much easier to only think about its application. It's technology they'll need if they're to stop the demons from sieging the castle with ranged magic. Someone questions why the reduction in power during team-based combat hasn't been a problem until now. Count Mage Void admits embarrassingly that he never doubted the effectiveness of the equipment or sacred magic's abilities to counteract magic. Had they only thought of the possibility of nullification, it would have made sense to improve the technology. Werner thinks he can understand why the thought never crossed their mind. In a world that values individual skill, it would only be natural to strive for stronger offensive and defensive capabilities instead. The mage is mostly charged in before thinking. When Hermine asks Werner where he dreamed up such an idea, he responds that he was thinking about the stampede the other day. They'll likely have a greater variety of enemies to deal with going forward. He'll leave the verification of the results to Count Chandurl, as he'll be moving on to the next investigation. Count Chandurl affirmed that everything was correct, and instructed everyone to prepare themselves. Warner contemplated whether he could dismiss the world as one governed purely by brute force, yet magic in this realm was wielded exclusively by a select few elites. He wondered if this worldview stemmed from an instinctive understanding that individuals possessing exceptional abilities held greater value. As the advantages of smaller groups became more widely recognized and the significance of heroes increased, the expectations placed upon Mausolée by the people would inevitably rise even higher. In the northern region of the Kingdom of Wine, within the village of Arlia, a girl approached a door and began knocking. Just as she prepared to pound more forcefully, she jumped back in surprise as the door opened to reveal Lily Harding. The girl grasped Lily's hand and expressed her relief, having feared that Lily would not emerge. She offered her thanks for the drawing Lily had created. Lily suggested that Hannah should return at a later time, but Hannah insisted on expressing her gratitude in person. She shared how delighted her boyfriend had been with the portrait, explaining that he felt as though she were right there beside him through the artwork. Lily responded that this news brought her happiness as well, though she cautioned Hannah against visiting. She did appreciate the opportunity to return the art supplies and canvas that she had failed to give back the other day. Hannah refused to accept the supplies, insisting that Lily keep them as they would serve no purpose in her possession. When Lily objected, Hannah pressed on with another suggestion. She proposed that Lily should create a drawing of her family to send to Mazel. The pilgrims had reported that the hero had played a major role in the recent battle, and such a picture could serve as a congratulatory gift. Hannah's boyfriend had found that having her likeness in pictorial form provided him with great strength even during their separation, and surely the same would be true for Mazel. Lily thanked her for the idea and agreed to consider it, though she expressed uncertainty about whether Mazel would truly care for such a picture. Hannah assured her that he would certainly treasure it, as Mazel must be experiencing loneliness while separated from his loved ones. She reminded Lily that Mazel had always held her artwork in the highest regard. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by someone inside the house screaming for Lily. Lily urgently instructed Hannah to leave, thanking her quickly. Hannah hesitated, but Lily cut her off, expressing gladness at their conversation and gratitude for the supplies, which would prove helpful. Hannah, uncertain of what to do, promised to visit again. From inside, her father could be heard disagreeing with the village elder and lamenting their inability to take action. Lily told Hannah that she was already doing plenty and meant it sincerely. She cautioned her friend not to overextend herself. They both glanced at their surroundings and Lily nodded to indicate that the area was clear, urging Hannah to leave quickly. Hannah ran away while Lily hurried back inside her house. She closed the door, her hands trembling from the surge of adrenaline. The voice from within screamed demands to call Mazel back immediately, insisting that he was her son and belonged to the village. The voice questioned how he could possibly be studying abroad in the capital, as though nothing were wrong when the demon lord had been revived. Lily ignored the commotion and smiled to herself. She composed herself and opened a drawer filled with letters, gazing at them with a smile. She reflected on Hannah's suggestion about drawing a picture of their family. Back at the squad camp, Count Mage Voigt and Count Shandurl were observed attending to their respective duties. Werner's thoughts turned inward as he reflected on how he had delegated the verification of magical experiments to the mages while they expeditiously relocated their position. Meanwhile, on the Hildia Plains, team-based combat drills were underway. Knights mounted on horses had ropes attached to bundles of straw, which they dragged across the field. Soldiers pursued these ropes, their breathing labored and heavy as they exerted themselves to their utmost. One soldier managed to catch hold of a straw bundle. A soldier observed aloud that he understood now. The erratically moving straw bundle was meant to simulate a demon, and they were supposed to coordinate their attacks against it. Count Chandel remarked that if the soil were dry, they could employ a fake soldier as well. The soldier concurred, then added that the situation remained rather chaotic nonetheless. Count Chanderl noted that even though visibility was poor, the targets did not fight back, yet a 5-man team still struggled considerably to work together effectively. Werner explained that this was the natural consequence of soldiers becoming too accustomed to individual combat. The soldiers fought amongst themselves during the exercise. One claimed ownership of a particular dummy, insisting it was his and shouting directions that others should not follow. Another soldier screamed in confusion about which direction to take. A third soldier shouted a reprimand that they had been instructed not to cut the rope. Yet another complained that someone had stepped on his foot. Amidst this chaos, they all pursued the bundle of straw in a disorderly fashion. Count Chanderl expressed his understanding of the situation. Werner acknowledged that it would indeed be difficult, noting that this approach did not work well for knights, though such an outcome was to be expected. Werner's internal thoughts revealed the underlying reasons for this difficulty. Skills were vital in this world, and cultivating an effective army was a lengthy and labor-intensive endeavor. Furthermore, military professionals were in high demand, and their status and family background carried significant weight. A noble knight, trained in a privileged environment, represented a truly valuable asset. Consequently, one of the primary sources of income for knights who did not own land was ransom. They would capture their opponents and exchange them for money. Werner informed Count Chanderl that it was unnecessary to show any consideration toward demons. Efficiency could be pursued without reservation, and they simply needed practice. His thoughts continued, acknowledging that attacking in numbers for the sake of capture might seem justified, but the chivalric ideals of this world, which prioritized individual combat and honor, required knights to capture their targets through fair one-on-one duels. Without adhering to this standard, they could not maintain their livelihood as knight. Reputation was everything to knights and nobles. Count Chanderl expressed his agreement with this reasoning. Werner stated that he simply hoped more people would come to understand this principle. His thoughts turned to the participants in the training, noting that most were those who had experienced the stampede, either directly or indirectly. Naturally, there were probably some who participated solely because it was a government mandate and they had no choice in the matter. There were likely others participating because they felt a threat unlike anything they had encountered before. These individuals would be involved in battles against the demon army leading up to the attack on the capital. If Werner could demonstrate to them the efficacy of team-based combat, the understanding should spread, and more knights and nobles would become believers in this approach. Werner shouted for the next phase to begin. The Zerfeld knights would provide a demonstration. Barky and the other knights walked forward confidently while the other soldiers watched with intense focus. Werner shouted the command to begin. As the bundle of straw dashed away, the Zerfeld knights moved in pursuit. The spear holders nodded to each other and threw their spears to halt the bundle of straw's progress. The black horse spooked the white horse, causing it to stop abruptly and sending the bundle of straw flying into the air. Finally, Origin slashed it cleanly in half. The other knights erupted in cheers. Werner observed that the nobles and knights of this country were fundamentally proud and capable individuals. He reflected on how demonstration teaching, practical application, and positive reinforcement served as the key elements for motivating others, and ensuring these components would be more than sufficient for their development. Count Shandorl expressed his admiration for the impressive display. Werner offered his thanks, thinking to himself that the remaining aspects of their training would be developed by incorporating the unique characteristics and specialties of each noble house. He noted that weapon configurations also differed slightly from house to house, though he acknowledged his own limitations. He possessed no knowledge about training for modern warfare, so he could only provide the basics and offer suggestions during his observations. He issued the command to run the exercise again. After the training session concluded, the Zerfeld knights still appeared to be in good condition while the others looked thoroughly exhausted. Count Shandorl thanked everyone for their hard work and instructed them to return to camp for rest. He announced that the following day's drills would take place at the same location and time, and that he would contact each group if any changes arose. In the meantime, he assigned Viscount Zerfeld and Lady Hermine the task of securing water at the nearby village, along with Viscount Crank and Lord Rainish. Werner's mind immediately questioned why those particular individuals had been selected, though he could guess the reasoning behind it. Count Shandorl dismissed the assembly. Werner continued his internal contemplation, concluding that given the fact that they were neighbors and maintained amicable relations, having the younger members assigned to chore duty was an acceptable arrangement. Hermine bowed before Werner and expressed that she looked forward to working with him the following day. Werner reciprocated the sentiment, stating that the honor was entirely his. He informed her that they would take care of the water replenishment first thing in the morning, and therefore she should be sure to get plenty of sleep. Hermine acknowledged his instructions and thanked him for his consideration. She watched as Werner walked away. Early the next morning at the first family tent, Lady Hermine was preparing herself. Zafi entered and greeted her with a good morning, which Hermine returned. Zafi observed her expression and inquired whether something had happened. Hermine claimed not to understand what she meant. Zafi pressed further, asking if Hermine really believed she wouldn't notice the change in her demeanor. Hermine glanced at Zafi and then at her other attendants, who quickly departed the tent. She apologized to Zafi, admitting that it had been immature of her to have caused her worry. Zafi dismissed the apology, and then asked what had transpired between her and Viscount Warner. Hermine's eyes widened in surprise as she questioned how Zafi had known. Zafi reminded her that she served by her side, which prompted Hermine to acknowledge the observation. Hermine then revealed that the matter was a source of shame for the first family. Her father had informed her about an incident that had occurred between the Zerfeld family and theirs. Zafi asked if she was referring to the situation involving Viscount Warner's late older brother and Lady Judith. Hermine had previously told them about why she was attending school, describing it as a tragic accident. Zafi confirmed that she remembered, adding that people said he had died protecting his little brother and that he would have been a respected brother-in-law. Hermione confirmed that this was all she had known as well. She had always assumed that the reason there had been no further marriage discussions with the Zerfeld family was simply due to the age difference between her sister and the Viscount. However, she had learned that the reason was not that simple. Hermine recalled the conversation with her father, during which she had told her there was something she needed to know. After the Viscount's older brother had died, it was the other side, the Zerfeld family, that had wanted to suspend any further talk of engagement. It appeared that the matter was not simply about the age difference. Count First had laughed darkly while looking into the situation, discovering that her older sister had expressed relief that she no longer had to marry into a family of civil servants. Hermine's eyes had widened in disbelief at this revelation. Zafi began to respond, but Hermine indicated it was acceptable. She admitted that she too had doubted her ears upon hearing it, but knowing her sister's character, it was believable. Zafi asked whether the Viscount was aware of what had been said. Hermine replied that she didn't know if he had heard it directly or from someone else, but she assumed he knew based on his mannerisms, which suggested as much. Hermine reflected on how the Viscount had endured such treatment, yet still saved their lives and even provided them with advice on battle strategies. She had been completely oblivious, and hadn't even hesitated to ask him for instruction, which made her feel like such an embarrassment. Zafi surmised that the Count had ordered her to improve relations with the Zerfeld family. Hermine confirmed this was correct, acknowledging that it was an impossible task, but that she would do whatever she could to accomplish it. Zofie wondered whether she could truly befriend the younger sister of someone who had insulted the man who sacrificed his life to save hers. She suspected he probably didn't even want to acknowledge Hermine's presence. When Zofie raised her objections, Lady Hermione pointed out that both she and Lady Judith were present. Hermione emphasized that she was a member of the first family, and as far as the Viscount was concerned, she was no more and no less than that. Zofie gazed at her with sadness in her eyes. The sound of water splashing echoed as soldiers filled barrels from the well. Nearby, farmers busied themselves tilling the land. The village elder indicated his understanding of the situation, confirming that military training should be acceptable. Werner expressed his appreciation for the village elder's understanding and cooperation. The village elder pointed out that their village's well was shallow and didn't contain much water. Werner acknowledged this concern and assured him they would manage with the absolute minimum required. He inquired about the presence of any nearby rivers or springs. The village elder and his men paused momentarily before he mentioned that there was a small river to the southwest and a small lake to the east. Werner requested either a map or a guide to these water sources. The two men standing behind the village elder bumped into each other, a movement that didn't escape Werner's notice. One of the men explained that heading straight toward the river from their current location would take approximately 3 hours. He added that the route to the spring was somewhat complicated, so they offered to transport water from it if needed. Werner appreciated their helpfulness. Werner's mind turned to practical considerations. When encampments were established for several days, water and food for daily necessities were typically sourced locally. Even considering only the water they had been entrusted with here and excluding water needed for cooking, laundering, and other daily activities, each person required 3 liters of drinking water alone, particularly given the level of physical activity involved. With roughly 300 people participating in the exercise, this amounted to 900 liters per day. This translated to approximately 452-liter bottles needed for the remainder of the exercise. Transporting such quantities from the capital was simply not feasible. While they could conjure water with spells or carry it in magic bags, there were many conditions attached to using magic, and local procurement remained the most cost-effective option. Werner inquired about their payment preferences. The man requested payment in gold coins, then turned to the village elder for confirmation. The village elder agreed, explaining that the water level of their well had been decreasing every year, so having some extra cash wouldn't hurt. Werner acknowledged this and said he would consider it. After proposing his terms, the village elder eagerly accepted and expressed his gratitude. Sitting under the trees, Werner reflected that handling bothersome negotiations like this provided good practice for a young noble managing a fiefdom. As he recorded information, he considered it valuable training. However, something about this situation troubled him. A sense of unease weighed on him, though he believed they still had time before Fort where ESA would fall. Lady Hermione and Zofie arrived at the scene. She bowed to Werner and commended him on his good work, noting that things appeared to be moving smoothly. However, she expressed concern about the water supply. She understood that the villagers would transport water from the lake to the east, and offered to go confirm the situation at the river. Werner thought this was a good idea, but mentioned he had a request first. Hermione readily agreed to hear it. Werner prefaced his concern by hoping he was making too much of the situation, but admitted that the state of the village worried him. Hermione observed that it had all the appearance of a quiet, peaceful village. Werner agreed that it did appear that way, but found it too quiet. He noted that children were typically more curious than what they were witnessing. They surveyed the quiet village around them. Werner elaborated on his observations. Even if the children had been instructed not to leave their houses with this much activity occurring, they should at least be glimpsing them peeking out from windows. The children weren't playing around between farming jobs either. Since there were no churches or large buildings in the village, Werner doubted they were gathered somewhere receiving lessons. He found it peculiar to have been asked for payment in coins in this remote countryside location. Werner's thoughts turned analytical. Even in Old World Europe, money had been becoming the norm for paying taxes during the late Middle Ages. In this world, there were examples of widespread monetary use in rural areas and along major roads, so perhaps the request wasn't entirely unusual after all. Villages of this particular location and size typically demonstrated an overwhelming desire to engage in trade for supplies they did not possess. Werner conveyed to her that despite being in the midst of their harvest season, the villagers had volunteered to transport the water themselves, even though this would mean reducing their available workforce in the field. Additionally, it struck him as peculiar that they were insisting on higher water charges. It would have been more reasonable had they wished to implement a supplementary fee. Warner remained uncertain whether the village inhabitants were refusing to communicate with them due to mistrust or because there existed something they wished to conceal. Regardless, something was undeniably amiss. There was no way to predict how the situation might unfold if they took action before understanding the true nature of what was occurring. The most prudent course of action would likely be to bring this matter to the Count's attention. Hameen expressed her agreement. Werner added that as a precautionary measure, he should provide her with a map of the village. Upon inspecting the map, both Zofie and Hermine displayed expressions of confusion. Hermine inquired with uncertainty whether this was indeed a map. Werner instructed her that when she received the water delivery, he would like her to make inquiries about the village and create a proper copy that would fill in the missing portions. He expressed genuine hope that it amounted to nothing of concern. Max commended the day's work and stated that he would manage the remaining tasks, encouraging Lord Werner to enjoy his meal. Werner offered his thanks. Max remarked that the extra task had been unexpected and expressed hope that their concerns would prove baseless. Werner voiced his agreement. As the stew continued to boil, Origin served himself a portion. Werner mentioned that Count Chandrel had also received the report and had granted him permission to dispatch soldiers to maintain surveillance over the area. This was precisely the type of response Werner would have anticipated from someone possessing genuine battle experience. While Werner had suggested the troop placement, the Count had identified its deficiencies and provided him with instructions on how to rectify them. Together with Marquis Norpoff, he was a man who commanded the trust and confidence of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Organ posed a question about what Lord Werner believed they were confronting in this situation. Werner paused to consider before responding that based on the village's structure, it did not appear to have been established under the guidance of any nobles, which meant it was not an emerging settlement. Consequently, it might be illegal in nature. The village was potentially concealing either borderline illegal farmland or some territory rich in resources. However, their behavior had been remarkably strange. In any event, if any movement were to occur, it would happen either that night or the following day. He instructed everyone to be prepared for battle. While he could not predict whether they would make the first move, if action came soon, they, possessing the most available power, would hold the advantage. There could be no mistake about that assessment. The responsibility of securing water had been transferred to Baron Kupfernagel. As for matters concerning the village, Lady Hermine had submitted a request for the deployment of her house's soldiers, so that aspect should be adequately handled. The worst but most probable scenario Warner was anticipating involved bandits threatening the villagers. If that proved to be the case, they would likely be unable to avoid armed conflict. Given the certainty that there would be numerous women among the villagers, it would prove greatly beneficial to have Lady Hermione's unit, with its considerable number of female knights added to their forces. Origin remarked that this would serve as a post-meal workout. A soldier entered their tent and announced that Viscount Werner von Zurfeld was being summoned by Count Chandrel. Count Chandrel methodically cleaned his sword as Viscount Grolman delivered his report. The situation was unfolding as planned. Viscount Zurfeld had already departed for the ruins that were believed to be the bandits' hideout, while an assembly of forces led by the First Family Knights had been dispatched to protect the villagers. All parties had left their positions and were en route to their respective destinations. After receiving confirmation of his report, Viscount Grolman lingered rather than taking his leave. His hesitation was apparent, and when pressed about what was troubling him, he eventually revealed his concerns about the young Viscount Werner. While acknowledging that Werner possessed admirable qualities for someone of his age, a good head on his shoulders and flexible thinking, Grolman could not help but worry about his dreadfully limited experience in actual hand-to-hand combat. Even with half of their forces being elite soldiers under the Count's direct command, he felt uneasy about Werner's assignment. Count Chandrel concurred with this assessment to a degree, noting that while Werner had demonstrated good instincts by noticing something amiss with the village, his deployment of troops had been somewhat lacking in rigor. However, the Count emphasized that this was precisely why actual field experience was so crucial for development. He reassured Grolman that several mages had volunteered to accompany Werner, but he was not able to do so. However, the Count emphasized that, and given the size of the citadel they were targeting, the bandit force likely numbered only around 20 individuals, hardly a threat that minor tactical errors would significantly impact. Grolman expressed his view that assigning such additional responsibilities to a student in the capital's outskirts, rather than allowing him to gain experience within his own domain, seemed unnecessarily harsh. Count Chandel responded with wry amusement, questioning whether Grolman truly believed Werner would achieve success. before clarifying that this was exactly the kind of challenge that the son of Count Zerfeld, a nobleman renowned for his exceptional domain management, had been trained to handle throughout his upbringing. The Count maintained faith in Werner's capabilities, pointing out that the young Viscount's trusted lieutenants had accompanied him and should be able to manage any unforeseen complications. Despite understanding this reasoning, Grolman remained troubled by the weight of expectations that others had placed upon Werner's shoulders, fearing it might prove crushing. Count Chandrel acknowledged the validity of this concern, but expressed confidence that Werner would rise to meet the challenge, much like his father had done before him. When Grolman agreed that the Master of Ceremonies had indeed possessed such qualities, the Count clarified that this had not been the case during his student days. He philosophically observed that regardless of whether people envied them or watched them fail, or believed they could exploit them, those in positions of prominence would always find others willing to offer help and support. As night fell near the suspicious village, Werner surveyed the scene with growing bewilderment. The bandit army had departed from the village and established considerable distance from their supposed base, yet inexplicably, they had failed to post any lookouts at what should have been their home fortification. After processing this unexpected situation, he issued orders for Unit 2 to ready their crossbows and stand by while Unit 1 would follow him directly. Werner reflected internally on his decision to personally lead the advance. While reconnaissance was not necessarily the commander's traditional role, he felt compelled to observe conditions firsthand in order to issue proper directions. He drew comfort from the presence of Voigt, who carried himself like someone well-versed in combat situations, which should provide adequate security. More pragmatically, Werner recognized that he was the lightest member of their entire force, making him ideally suited for climbing. As Werner prepared to ascend the lookout tower, one of his soldiers intervened with a request to speak. When granted permission, the soldier respectfully pointed out that while the scouts had reported an absence of lookouts, the situation could have changed in the interim. He volunteered to climb first and assess the scene before allowing the Viscount to expose himself to potential danger. Werner accepted this prudent suggestion with gratitude, granting permission for the soldier to proceed. The group waited tensely as the soldier scaled the lookout tower. Upon reaching the top of the post, he secured and lowered a rope, enabling Werner to climb up after him. From this elevated vantage point, Werner gained a comprehensive view of the entire base layout spread out below them. After taking in this intelligence, they descended and approached the main entrance door. The soldiers discovered that the door was secured only with a simple bolt. Following Werner's order to open it, they gained entry and the soldiers filed through into the compound. Werner carefully surveyed his surroundings, making mental notes of the base's condition and layout. The stables had been abandoned and allowed to deteriorate into disrepair, indicating no horses were present. He deduced that the most impressive-looking building at the rear of the compound likely served as the leader's quarters. The structure positioned to the right and near the gate appeared to be designated for storage purposes, as evidenced by its lack of windows. Notably, this storage shed featured a newly constructed door, a detail that stood out against the general decay of the facility. Warner confirmed to his men that the physical arrangement of the buildings corresponded with the information provided in the scouts' earlier report. Warner assigns 2 soldiers from Unit 1 to stand ready near the door of the right-hand building, anticipating the presence of hostages inside. He instructs them to immediately strike down anyone who emerges, as it would likely be a lookout investigating the disturbance, and then to secure the building to prevent bandits from entering. One soldier acknowledges the order. Werner explains that they can make a judgment call on the spot, but if they cannot determine whether someone is a bandit or not, they should attempt to apprehend them instead. The Unit 1 soldiers confirm their understanding. He then designates 2 soldiers from Unit 2 for the left-hand building, directing them to throw a particular item out of the window when he gives the signal. The Unit 2 soldiers acknowledge their orders and examine the sack they've been given. One soldier discovers it contains manure, and they both cover their noses in disgust. Werner silently apologizes for the unpleasant task, asking them to endure the smell. He explains that the remaining bandits are most likely sleeping in this building and the one to the left. When a commotion erupts, the bandits will certainly exit through the door. While fire would have been an effective option, the scouts' report indicated that women from the village had been abducted. They're most likely with the leader, but there's no certainty of their exact location. Werner instructs the soldiers to shoot the bandits with their crossbows once they've been driven outside by the stench. After completing this task, the 2 who threw the manure will join the others, and they'll all transition to close-quarters combat. Werner points to 2 additional soldiers, assigning them to wait with him at the right-hand building. If someone inside becomes aware of the commotion and exits from the center building, Werner will engage them directly. The 2 soldiers accompanying him will remain at their position to handle any other bandits who emerge, though there's no need to chase them far. Fortunately, there's only 1 gate in the compound. Any personnel who haven't received specific instructions are to wait outside the gate, where they'll deal with anyone who manages to escape the initial attack. 3 soldiers are positioned in the shadow of the left-hand building, ready to move in when appropriate if anyone emerges from the centermost rear manor. Origin will decide the right moment to act. They must eliminate anyone confirmed as a bandit but protect any villagers. The final 2 soldiers will block the entrance and stand ready to prevent anyone who comes out from returning inside. With all assignments given, the soldiers move to their designated positions. Under the starlit sky, all the soldiers take up their positions. Warner signals 3 times with flickering light, indicating the operation should commence. The manure is thrown through the window of the left-hand building, and the soldiers prepare their crossbows. Abandoned emerges and shouts in confusion about the terrible smell. His eyes widen in alarm as he begins to ask a question, but a crossbow bolt flies through the air and strikes him. Werner listens as the sound of an approaching bandit grows louder. As they open the door, Werner strikes them forcefully with his spear, while the other soldiers engage the bandits. The bandit leader shouts angrily, demanding to know what these intruders are doing on his territory. Werner observes this and thinks it's fortunate that the boss has emerged. Even more fortunately, he didn't bring a hostage with him. However, he can still issue commands to his men from this position. Werner declares that he has no interest in dealing with a third-rate criminal, but if the boss insists on fighting, he'll introduce himself afterward. The boss calls him a derogatory name and shouts furiously, questioning how Werner dares to speak to him in such a manner. Werner glances at his soldiers as they enter the building. He taunts the boss, pointing out that this young man now has him at a disadvantage. The boss swings his sword and Werner blocks the attack before counterattacking, but the boss evades easily and launches another assault. Werner blocks this strike as well and counterattacks again, this time stabbing the boss in the back. He kicks the wounded bandit leader, sending him crashing to the ground. Werner reflects that it's foolish to make comparisons, but Mausel would have parried his attack with ease. He instructs a soldier to tie up the fallen boss. The soldier confirms the order. Werner muses to himself that, now that he considers it, having the opportunity to train one-on-one with the hero is truly a luxury. Behind him, Organ reports that the area has been secured. Werner asks for confirmation and inquires whether there's been any word from the village. Organ replies that there hasn't been any communication yet. Werner questions the captured boss about how many men he left behind to monitor the village. The boss refuses to provide any information, dismissively stating that he doesn't have to answer to some privileged young men. Organ aimed his sword at the boss bandit's throat, challenging his awareness of his dire situation. The bandit leader responded with a number, 8. Werner's mind began calculating. A people? Even if the bandit was lying, he doubted the actual number would be 10 times higher. Since the bandits had established themselves in the village, they were likely more focused on monitoring the hostages than maintaining a large force. Werner felt confident the other squad would complete their mission quickly. His group would remain on standby here to handle post-operation cleanup, as planned. A woman knocked on the village elder's door, announcing her presence. When the elder opened it and inquired about the stranger's identity, the woman presented herself as a traveling performer. Another man emerged from behind the elder, questioning who would visit at such an hour. Without hesitation, the woman drove her elbow into his stomach and forced her way inside. When a third man appeared from within the house, she hurled a chair at him, then pressed the knife to his throat while demanding his silence. Lady Dijon-Kolb delivered her report to Hermine, summarizing the evening's events. Just as the Count had predicted, they had confirmed these were indeed the bandits holding the entire village hostage. As anticipated, the children were being kept at the bandits' base. Apart from the 2 bandits secured in the village elder's home, the remaining 6 had distributed themselves throughout various households to maintain surveillance over the villagers. Lady Dijon-Kolb had extracted this information and had them mark all the locations on a map. Hermine questioned the likelihood of the village elder being complicit with the bandit gang. Lady Dijon-Kolb assessed it as unlikely. The elder had expressed profuse gratitude and revealed everything to her. His provisions were meager and his dwelling barely adequate, though she acknowledged she couldn't completely rule out the possibility of deception. Hermine started to address her companion informally before correcting herself, expressing her agreement and gratitude. Lady Dijon-Kolb acknowledged this casually. Hermine then issued her orders. Form pairs and, on her signal, advance to the front of each assigned house. Position personnel at every door and window. Station additional personnel at the village's entry and exit point. Any frightened villagers should be given shelter. Any fleeing bandits must be captured. The soldiers acknowledged her commands in unison. They all armed themselves for the operation. Zafy remarked to Herman with a chuckle that Annette would have been delighted to participate in this mission. Hermione smiled in agreement. Lights flickered through the darkness as the forces moved into position. Hermione shouted the command to commence the operation. Hermione forcefully broke down a door, her eyes widening at the scene before her. A man was sexually assaulting a woman. The perpetrator casually asked about her identity and crudely invited her to participate, claiming the timing was perfect. Hermione's expression hardened as she charged forward, drawing her dagger and slashing the man's throat. She immediately embraced the traumatized woman and wrapped her in her cape, expressing her sorrow for what the woman had endured and apologizing that she had been so terrified. The woman wept but insisted that the Lady Knight shouldn't apologize. Hermione held the crying woman close. A soldier reported that all teams had successfully secured their assigned houses. Hermione acknowledged this and instructed him to send word to Count Chanderle and the Viscount. With all the bandits now captured and restrained, Warner prepared to depart. He reminded the villagers, stating what should have been obvious, to be careful not to kill any of the prisoners, as that was his responsibility. He signaled for them to proceed, and the villagers began stoning and beating the bound bandits. Werner closed his eyes as a memory surfaced. He saw himself as a child, watching villagers brutalize criminals. He had tried to look away, but his mother had forbidden it. She had explained that he would someday inherit his father's position and govern the Zerfeld territory. He needed to witness his father's methods. The prosperity of their lives was the compensation for protecting the safety and peace of mind of their virtuous subjects. They had to demonstrate and execute that capability, or else their roles as knights and nobles would become untenable and bring about catastrophe. Werner had watched as his father raised his hand. Max handed him a sword, and he beheaded the criminal. Returning to the present, Werner decided that was sufficient. He readied his sword and approached the beaten bandits. The boss bandit demanded to know how their actions differed from what the bandits themselves did. Werner replied that they were completely different and drove his blade into one of the bandits. The boss bandit protested that this wasn't true, that the villagers had attacked them. Werner countered that if they had been living honestly and lawfully, they might have had a valid argument, but they clearly hadn't been. He stabbed another bandit. The boss bandit shouted in defense, arguing that aristocrats exploited the common people through oppressive taxes and seized whatever they could lay their hands on. Werner acknowledged that he couldn't deny the existence of such aristocrats. However, he pointed out that if they were following that logic, they should have turned their blades against those who had wronged them, not against innocent villagers. With that, he killed another bandit. The villagers, along with soldiers from both Zerfeld and Fürst, watched as Werner carried out his duty. As he fought, Werner reflected inwardly on the nature of his actions. Killing defenseless people was something he couldn't do without aversion or fear. Yet, as an aristocrat living in this world, he couldn't allow that vulnerable side of himself to be visible to others. He recognized that, in a broader sense, he had already killed many people and would continue to do so, even if not by his own hand directly. As he finished eliminating the bandits, he thought to himself that his actions had been somewhat too heartless. Glancing around at the gathered villagers, Werner announced that the bandits' belongings should be divided among them. If there were nearby villages that had also suffered damages, he instructed them to have their village leaders submit reports. He would share the record of what had transpired here to provide corroboration for their claims. The village elder expressed his gratitude. Werner added that he would leave the disposal of the bodies to them, warning that the corpses could lead to an outbreak of plague if not properly buried. The village elder stuttered his acknowledgement. Warner reflected on the harsh reality that there was no particular security system in place for farmers in this world. Those who suffered damages would bear the burden themselves with no compensation in sight. What he was offering didn't seem like much, but it was better than nothing. In times like these, common people were simply left deprived and helpless. That was why there might be a great need to adopt methods like private punishment. He murmured that all the world was a stage, and all the men and women merely players. When Hermione asked him to repeat what he'd said, he thought to himself that it was Shakespeare, wasn't it? There were times when he felt as though he was simply in a brutal video game world, like a play. Even so, this was the world he was living in. Warner told Hermione it was nothing and commended her on her good work that day. He instructed that once everyone had made their preparations, they should rejoin the main forces. As the first soldiers began packing up, one of them called out to Hermione. She apologized and told them to have everyone prepared to move out. They acknowledged her orders. Zafy observed Werner, and remarked that it was hard to imagine he was a student by the way he worked. Hermione agreed. noting that tasks typically seen as menial by the average knight were carefully executed by the Viscount. She was certain it was that kind of attitude that allowed him to achieve the results he had. His diligence wasn't limited to battle alone. He took decisive action even in situations like this one. As a knight, she found herself constantly learning from him. Zaffi expressed that she felt the same way. Hermione explained to Zaffi that with due consideration of various matters, the Viscount had readily agreed to offer assistance on the operation. While her father's orders were of course absolute, that wasn't her only motivation. As a knight, she had been reminded that she wanted to learn more from Werner. She intended to try not to be a nuisance, recognizing that he had trusted her to handle things. She wanted to rely on that generosity and act with boldness. Zaffi agreed that it seemed like a good idea. Hermine thanked her, then mentioned that her older brother should have been present as well. When Zaffi acknowledged she meant Lord Tyrone, Hermione expressed her belief that if he had witnessed the Viscount like this, he might have changed his opinion somewhat. Zaffi smiled at the thought. A first soldier approached and informed Lady Hermine that all preparations were in place. Hermione declared that they would return to the main camp. She saw this as a good opportunity, saying that when they returned home, they would truly understand what it meant to fight as a team. Zaffi agreed with her assessment.